Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to another Ego Takes the Stand because Paul Canero's trial is off today. So we do these Ego Takes the Stands when we have off days at court. Our normal trial that we're watching, Paul Canero, he is off today. It was a scheduled day off for court. So we are going to do an Ego Takes the Stand, and we are into episode 19. We're going to look at the case of Wisconsin versus William Zelenski. So let's get ourselves over here. Welcome in, people. While you read the description, make sure my audio is okay. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Brett, Bite Me, good morning to you. C. Gilmore, good morning to you. Kimbers, good to see you. Stella, and welcome to Rabbit Ear, Stella. Appreciate that. Nana, good morning to you. Grampy, you woke up in the middle of the night, going back to bed. No problem there. 80s Music Man, hello. Welcome in. C. Gilmore. Joy, you enjoyed our chat with Claire. I like solving mysteries. Been reading since 5, The Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew. Yeah, I enjoyed those as well. Mary, thank you so much for the one trial type, Trial TV Live gifted membership. Little Dragonfly, welcome in if you come in to claim your membership. Sassy, -4 in Ohio. That's just brutal. Let's see, what was when I woke up? I have 2 degrees in Avon Lake, where some of my family lived. Cold. Ed, good to see you. No way this guy has an ego, right? No way. Bama Green Eyes, good morning to you. Kathy Davis, hello. Welcome in, you guys. Lori, Hector's mom, good to see you. Teresa, no court for our friend Paul today. Nope, that is a scheduled day off. Angelique, good morning. You like that music? Yeah, Aaron picked that. I thought that's a good Friday morning music. Chris Wallace, good morning to you. Selena K, member for 12 months. Awesome. Thank you for that. Marlene, good morning. Barry, good to see you. Chris Wallace saying good morning. Cindy, good morning. Camilla, good to see you. All right, so let's review this case here out of Wisconsin. All right, Aaron found this yesterday, so I'm still kind of wrapping my head around what happened with this guy. All right, so it's Ryelee Manente. We'll go with Manente. He is the victim. He was 18 years old. The defendant is William Zelenski. He's 44 years old. And Tiffany Powell was William's girlfriend, but the mother to Ryelee. So she's 35. So it's a little confusing, but William and Tiffany were boyfriend and girlfriend, and William was married. So there was a throuple going on there. So William was married, and then he had a girlfriend, Tiffany, and Tiffany had a son, and that's Ryelee, and Rylee's the kid, young adult who got shot. So this happened in October 19th of 2020. Williams' charges are first-degree intentional homicide. The judge is Raymond Huber, and we have Veronica Iserwood is the prosecution, and we have the defense as Timothy Hogan. So, October 19th, 2020, in Waupaca County, Wisconsin, Ryelee Manente-Powell was shot and then deleted during a confrontation that prosecutors say stemmed from an alleged theft of exotic animals and other properties from William Zelenski's home earlier. Now, Zelenski, who operated an exotic animal business, reported that firearms, alcohol, and multiple exotic animals valued at more than $27,000 had been stolen. Investigators later said Zelenski received information suggesting Ryelee may have been involved in that theft. Now, according to the criminal complaint, Ryelee and his teenage friend Ashton Tody were accused of stealing multiple animals, including a crocodile, a bearded lizard, snakes, and other items. Now, Tody was not present at the shooting and was not charged in the homicide. His legal case was limited to the theft allegations, and he was later convicted and sentenced to a 3-year term imposed and stayed with probation and restitution ordered. Now, at the time of the incident, Zelenski was married to April Zelenski. He was also in a relationship with Tiffany Powell, who is Rylee's mother. So I kind of said that at the top of the show here. So William was married to April, and then they had this girl, Tiffany, on the side, and then Tiffany was the mother to Ryelee. So William thinks Ryelee was stealing exotic animals from him. He confronted him, and he shot him. Court records indicate the women knew one another and were aware of the relationship. Zelenski and Powell, so Tiffany and William, confronted Ryelee on the street, and much of the confrontation was captured on a nearby door camera. The footage shows Zelenski approaching an unarmed Ryelee while armed with a shotgun and a taser. Tiffany Powell, who was allegedly to have pointed a gun at her son during the confrontation. The gunshot itself was not captured on video. So he confronts Ryelee at first, then he hands the shotgun over to Tiffany. She holds the gun to her son, her own son. She's holding a gun to. Double barrel shotgun, as we will find out. After the shooting, Zelenski calls 911. We'll hear that 911 call, reporting that Ryelee attacked him before he fired. Ryelee was transported to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Zelenski was charged with first-degree intentional homicide. Tiffany Powell took a plea. She took a plea, and she's sentenced to 15 years in prison for her role in the sequence of events leading up to her son's death. Shirley, good morning. Lori, good to see you. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good to see you. Brown-eyed girl, thank you for joining us. Ruth Wally, hello, hello. JMS, good to see you. Joni, good morning to you. I hope you guys are staying warm. Iowa Backyard, hello, hello. Welcome in. Red Snap, you remember this one. Okay, this is a new one on me. I do not recall this one. All right, Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. All right, you guys. Kathy, you loved Claire last night, Nana says. Always learn something new. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate that. Richard in the kitchen, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so let's get into this. This is going to be an interesting one. It's out of Wisconsin. So let me get myself set up. And again, Paul Canero's trial is, they're off. They're on a scheduled day off. So they are off today. They are going to resume Monday, hopefully, if there's not a snowstorm. They're expecting possibly a foot of snow, as Claire was saying. So hopefully there will be no snowstorm. But if there is, we'll do something else. And if there's no snowstorm, we'll pick up on Paul Canero. So in the meantime, let's sit back, let's relax, and get comfortable, and let's check out this one. Because this sounds, and there was no news. You know how we always like to do the news on leading up to this. There were no news reports, and the defendant William there is sitting with the blue tie. He's got you got the guy on the far right with the red and white striped tie. That's his counsel, and then he's right there next to him. He's got the blue tie on. So that's Mr. Zelenski. Big change from the thumbnail, right? So, and he's a cop. He's actually an ex-cop. So there he is, looking all whatever you want to call that, looking, and then there he is as a defendant. All right, so let's get to it. Sit back, relax, make yourself comfortable. Let's get to this. This is going to be an interesting one. I can feel it in my bones. All right, here we go. Let me get us queued up here.
That was a long day. The trial this week is going to involve the incidents that led up to the death of Ryelee Manente-Powell. He was an 18-year-old man. He had a young child, just entered adulthood, and he lost his life on October 19th, 2020. We're going to show you the evidence today of what happened before his death, at the time of his death, and after his death. We're going to hear from April Zelenski. April Zelenski is the wife of Bill Zelenski. They had a residence south of town on East Road, and Bill Zelenski raised exotic animals. He had reptiles, venomous snakes, a wallaby, all different kinds of animals. April was the breadwinner in the family, and he traded and bought and sold these animals. Bill Zelenski also had a girlfriend, Tiffany Powell. April and Tiffany knew each other. They were often all together, the three of them, Bill, April, and Tiffany. So it was an unusual situation, at least as far as I'm concerned. Rather unusual situation. Bill also owned a building down on Main Street, and he had hoped to open a pet store. And so he had some of his exotic animals downtown, and then he had some in the shed on East Road. For the most part, Tiffany and her son Rowan lived at the address. There was an apartment in the building on Main Street. April lived at the residence on East Road. But sometimes April would be in town and sometimes Tiffany would be at the East Road address. So April's going to explain to you, she was very involved in caring for the animals, and she, at least as much as she can remember now, 2.5 years later, can identify pictures of them and what their values were. Between October 14th and October 15th in 2020, April had spent the day at home on East Road, and Bill and Tiffany had spent the day at the apartment on Main Street. And when April went to care for the animals that afternoon, she found that the cages were disrupted and some of the animals were missing. Well, some of these animals are poisonous, and it was their business to raise these animals. I never asked her. I don't know if they considered them pets or just a business, but they were missing. And they were concerned not only for the safety of the animals, but the safety of whoever had the animals, and they could be hurt. So April will explain that she called the police, and because the East Road address is in the county, she had to call county officers. She called Bill first, because he was on Main Street, and asked if he had been out there and taken the animals, because she didn't know if he had just taken them to the store. And he said no, he hadn't taken the animals. After April reported it, Bill was going to go out to the East Road residence and see what was going on. And he then reported that somebody had broken into his car, or at least items were missing from his car. He reported handguns missing from his car. There was never a referral for charges on that case. I don't believe the city ever even finished investigating that case. I believe very early on, Bill Zelenski suspected Ryelee Manente-Powell and his friend as having taken the animals. You'll hear some evidence that that was always a suspicion, because Ryelee was Tiffany Powell's son. Tiffany actually had 3 sons. She had Ryelee, who in 2020 was 18. She had Rowan. In 2020, he was 11, and he lived with Tiffany. And then she had Ryelee, who is 11 now. So he was just 8 or 9 years old back in 2020. And he's always resided with his father. So Rowan is with Tiffany. And during this time, Rowan is a typical 11-year-old boy who's being raised around adults, and he's listening. So you're going to hear from Rowan today. And you're going to hear Rowan's perspective of what was going on and what he heard. Rowan's going to tell you that on October 19th, 2020, he heard phone calls coming in. Now, April, Bill, and Tiffany are all together at the East Road address. And they get a call. We believe Ryelee is the one who stole your stuff, stole the animals. All along, their concern was to get the animals back. Now, if you remember October of 2020, we were right in the middle of COVID. There was no vaccine available, and there are very strict rules on if you tested positive for COVID. The jail was trying to keep people out of the jail. And on the night of October 19th, the jail and sheriff's department staff learned that both Ryelee and his friend Ashton had warrants for their arrest. Municipal court warrants, they hadn't shown up or they hadn't paid their fines. So at some point they were both placed under arrest. But the jail didn't want them because it was COVID. So Ashton was released right away and Ryelee was taken to the jail, but he wasn't booked in. The municipal court in New London said, we'll just give you a new date. We don't want to put people in the jail when it could be COVID. So when we look at the map, and the sheriff's department is down here, Ryelee left the sheriff's department, and he starts walking home because he lives up here on Mill Street. Ryelee starts walking home. Right here is the triangle where it all happened. This picture shows a little better that triangle. So this is the rec center in Waupaca, and this is Van Street. At some point on October 19th, Bill became convinced that it was Ryelee and Ashton who had taken his animals. And in fact, they get a phone call from Ashton's mother, Angela. You're going to hear from Angela. We brought her from prison to talk to you today. Angela found exotic animals in her basement. She didn't know where they had come from, but she tried to find out who owned them and for somebody to get them out of there. She didn't want them in her basement. She gets on a call with Bill and April and Tiffany and says, the animals are in my basement. You need to come and get them. She had a residence on Highway 10 at the time, and she lived, that little mall with all the little old-fashioned houses. She lives right across the street from that. We've all passed that many times. She said, I'll park at the end of my driveway with the lights on so you can find my house, because she had a rural house. So at this time, April's on East Road with Rowan. She's babysitting. And Tiffany and Bill are going to find the animals. So they start out from the downtown business, and they start driving down School Street because they have to head out to Highway 10. But walking down School Street on his way home is Ryelee. So Bill and Tiffany are driving, and Rylee's walking. And when Bill and Tiffany see Ryelee walking, they turn down Van Street right in front of him. So supposedly the big concern is the animals, and we have to get the animals, and we have to make sure they're alive and they're fed and they don't hurt anybody. But they take a detour to confront Ryelee. Ryelee sees them and starts walking down Van Street. Now, Van Street is significant because right here in this house is where Tara Dalrymple lives. She is the grandmother to Rylee's son, Jackson. So Ryelee is very familiar with this house. And Bill and Tiffany are familiar with that house. They had visited that house earlier in the evening. Ryelee walks down. Bill gets out of his car. Bill and Tiffany both get out of the car. Bill has a loaded 12-gauge shotgun. Double-barreled, a short shotgun, easily maneuverable. Everybody can see that. It has a flashlight on it. He has that in one hand, and in his other hand, he has a stun gun. So he goes after Ryelee with the stun gun in one hand and the shotgun in the other. And at one point, he hands the shotgun to Tiffany Powell and says, "Here, hold this on your son." And she did. We're lucky that there was a doorbell cam, and it doesn't capture everything, but it captures enough. And because of the flashlight, you can see Tiffany Powell hold a loaded shotgun on her own son, because you can see the light on it. And Bill tried to get him with the taser. That didn't work. Ryeelee's 5'9", 140 pounds. Bill's 5'9", 250 pounds. He couldn't catch Ryelee with the taser. So he takes the shotgun back from Tiffany. The actual shooting is not on the camera because it's motion activated. It films 30 seconds. Something has to activate it. But we know that Ryelee was unarmed. Bill had the shotgun. The next film we see from the doorbell camera, Ryeelee's crumpled straight down on the ground. Bill's standing there. He's calling 911. And this is what he said.
After 911, what's location emergency? I'm on the corner of Bowborn and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street. And Shepherd Street.
Van and Shepherd Street?
Yes.
What's going on?
Ryelee Manente was walking home. I confronted him. He attacked me and I shot him. I tried to say he was coming in. What's that?
Is he alive?
Yes, he's alive. I didn't.
Where was he shot?
In the chest.
Hold on 1 second, okay?
So that was the 911 call that came in. He was walking, I confronted him, he came at me and I shot him. He nonchalantly tells the officer on the phone that Ryeelee's alive. But the evidence shows he never checked if Ryelee was alive. He didn't render a bit of aid to Ryelee. And neither did Tiffany Powell. They didn't try to stop the bleeding. They didn't roll him over and give him CPR. They did nothing. They just let him lay there. But he called 911 and said he had shot him. An unarmed 18-year-old boy. We're going to have the pathologist here who did the autopsy on Ryelee. And you're going to see that Ryelee was shot just about in the armpit. That the projection of the BBs, it was a number 6 shot, go down. They enter between around the second rib, tear out the bottom of his heart, and enter in a cone between the 3rd and 7th ribs. Bill and Ryelee are the same height. So we're going to ask you to picture what position was the shotgun in? What position was Ryelee in? For it to be a projection like this. And for Ryelee to fall straight down to the ground and die. The pathologist is going to tell you that he probably could have been still alive for 10 to 15 seconds based on the damage done to him. The gun was pressed so tightly against Ryelee when the trigger was pulled that you can see the bruising from the double barrels. One barrel, there's the shot and the hole that went in him, and the other barrel is a huge bruise. So this wasn't even from a distance. That gun was pressed as far as it could go into Ryeelee's flesh before he pulled the trigger. We have a DNA analyst coming from the crime lab who swabbed the gun. And they found Bill Zelenski's DNA in the trigger and the trigger guard. And there was some of Ryeelee's DNA on the foregrip and on the end because the gun was pressed so tightly against him that part of Ryelee spewed onto the gun. Tiffany Powell's going to testify. We brought her from prison too. And she's going to testify that Ryelee never touched the gun. He didn't reach for the gun. That he went at Bill with his fists. In fact, in the doorbell, ring doorbell, you'll hear Ryelee yell, "Put the gun down and fight like a man. Put the gun down and fight like a man." Now the judge is going to instruct you on intent. And what does it mean, intent to kill? And you're going to ask yourself and discuss amongst you at the end of this trial if Bill Zelenski intended to kill Ryelee. And he's going to explain that that intention can be formed in an instant. It doesn't mean that a week before he planned this. But when you press a gun hard against somebody's armpit and you pull the trigger on a double-barreled 12-gauge shotgun, that's going to kill somebody, or it's practically certain to kill somebody. You're also going to hear evidence about the week when Bill was hunting for whoever took his animals. We took his phone and we downloaded his phone. He sent text messages to friends asking them to be on the lookout for the animals. To one friend, he wrote, "Someone wrote their own sentence, but I have to track them down." His friend answered, "Cops ain't gonna do shit. You know that. Get it done." To another friend, Bill wrote, "I think this will be solved on the streets." And to another friend, he wrote, "Someone wrote their own death sentence." Bill Zelenski hunted Ryelee Manente-Powell down. He confronted an unarmed 18-year-old over the theft of some property. He put a gun in his armpit and pulled the trigger. And Ryelee Manente is dead, and he didn't get to celebrate Father's Day yesterday, and his son doesn't have a father. At the end of the case, I'm going to ask you to review all the evidence and talk amongst yourself, and I'm going to ask you to find Bill Zelenski guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. Thank you.
Mr. Hogan, do you wish to make an opening now, or do you wish to reserve?
No.
I thought they were going to go right into it. Well, maybe they will. Let me see. Oh, okay, here we go.
Accidents happen. Crimes are committed. And what happened on October 19th of 2020 wasn't a vicious, intentional crime. It was an accident. A tragic accident. Caused when Ryelee grabbed the shotgun from Bill and tried to pull it at himself away from Bill. An accident. Bill didn't intend to kill Ryelee. He didn't intend to hurt Ryelee that night. He didn't intend to shoot him. It was an accident. All Bill wanted to do was find his animals. Find the animals that he loved so much. Because when Ryelee took his animals, when Ryelee took his guns, Bill was afraid that that night, Ryelee was going to take his life. See, a couple of days before the shooting occurred, Bill finds out that the animals have been taken. That same night, his vehicle, he discovered items missing from his vehicle that included 2 handguns that Bill always had in his car. He had them for protection. They went missing, as did his animals. And you're going to hear Bill loved those animals. From a very young age, Bill loved animals and he loved nature. It was a value instilled in him by his father. That led him to pursue a career in law enforcement, to be a DNR warden and a park ranger, because he loved animals and he loved nature. And when they went missing, all he wanted to do was find them and bring them home safely. You're going to hear the steps Bill took the days after the thefts occurred, looking for these animals. Because Bill did start building a business, collecting, raising, and breeding animals that expanded into venomous reptiles, dangerous reptiles. He went to trade shows where he talked with everybody else about raising these animals, caring for these animals appropriately. Because these aren't just any reptiles. In the wrong hands, they're deadly. If you're not trained, if you don't have the proper equipment, these animals could kill you. If you don't have the proper equipment or the proper housing, you could kill those animals. Bill was worried about his animals. He wanted to find them and bring them home safely. So he texted everybody that he knew, every connection he made, everybody in the reptile community that he had connected with, asking anybody, if you hear anything about these animals, please let me know. He went online. He tried to search because he knew that if whoever took these animals were going to sell them. Because they were worth a lot of money. Anybody who was going to sell these, Bill was going to try to find where they were so he could get them and bring them home safely. You're going to hear the text messages he sent to other people asking where they might be. Because they were dangerous. And whoever took them did sign their own death sentence. Because those animals were going to bite them, and those people were going to die. So Bill searched and searched, tried to talk to everybody he could to find these animals. Now, earlier in the night on October 19th, Bill was at home at East Road. He was with April, his wife, his girlfriend Tiffany, and Tiffany's son Rowan. Now you heard Bill has a wife and he has a girlfriend. It was an odd relationship, but it worked for them. They knew about each other and they were okay with it. So they were all at Bill's house earlier in the night on October 19th. Bill and Tiffany then received some information from a Mackenzie Muldrow. That was Rylee's girlfriend at one point. Mackenzie tells them, you guys better watch yourself. Ryelee and Ashton have been asking for rides to come rob you. They said, we've already been robbed. So now they believe that it's Ryelee. They search on Snapchat. They find Rylee's pictures on Snapchat with a bottle of alcohol. Bottle of alcohol that was in Bill's shed on East Road where the animals were taken. Well, now they have some solid evidence that Ryelee was involved. So Bill calls the police, says, we have some additional information we want to tell you. He talks to his friend Jeff Larson. Jeff Larson is Rylee's landlord. Says, Jeff, if you happen to be in town, can you stop by Rylee's place and see if he's home? Jeff said, I am in town. And he goes over there, tells Bill, Ryeelee's there. Bill's talking to law enforcement, says, Ryeelee's at his house on Mill Street. Bill and Tiffany get in his car, and they leave. You're going to hear that Bill wasn't angry. Bill's number one concern is finding those animals, bringing them home safely. On his way to Mill Street, Bill's told, we have officers heading to Mill Street. Don't show up. Bill listens. He doesn't go to Mill Street. He and Tiffany drive to Main Street, and they wait. They wait for additional information from law enforcement, hoping that law enforcement can question Ryelee and find where these animals are. So they sit and they wait. Seems like hours pass. Killing some time, they go over to Walgreens. And as they're driving back to Main Street, they see Tara driving. Now, Tara is Mackenzie's mother. Bill thinks, if Mackenzie had information, maybe Tara does as well. Maybe Tara heard where these animals were. So Bill and Tiffany follow Tara. Tara turns onto Van Street, Bill turns onto Van Street. Tara turns into her driveway, Bill turns into her driveway. Tara goes inside, Bill and Tiffany go inside. And they're asking Tara, have you heard from Ryelee? Do you know anything about where these animals might be? Tara's going to tell you they weren't angry. They were asking about the animals. Now, Bill and Tiffany are only there for a short time because Bill gets a phone call. Phone call from a police officer with Waupaca Police Department. Says, Bill, I'm on Main Street. Can you meet me down at your property on Main Street? So Bill and Tiffany tell Tara, we're going to go meet with the police. We'll be back. So they get in their car. They drive the short distance back to Main Street. They're still concerned, worried about these animals. Telling the officer, we just want to find out where they are. Officer tells Bill, Ryelee and Ashton are being placed into custody. Bill's thankful. Now, the officer tells Bill he might be released, but maybe the county will hold Ryelee for questioning. That's more relief to Bill. Because as you heard, there's different jurisdictions. The police department, they don't have jurisdiction for the burglary to Bill's East Road property. The sheriff's department does. And that officer tells Bill, maybe the county will hold Ryelee for questioning. Bill's just hoping that the sheriff's department will question Ryelee, use the additional information that he shared with them to find out where these animals are. After he's done meeting with that officer, Bill calls his wife April. Calls his wife April and gives her an update. We just talked with an officer. We don't know where the animals are. And we're still looking for them. So then Bill and Tiffany are going to go back to Tara's house to see if she had any information. They had just left her house and said, we're going to be back. So Bill starts to drive down Main Street to Badger, to School Street. And during that drive, his phone rings while he's still on the phone with April. It's Danielle. Danielle is Ashton's stepmother. So Bill answers the phone but gives it to Tiffany, and Tiffany actually speaks into the phone. Danielle says, I have Angela on the line with me. Angela is Ashton's mother. Angela says, I went in the basement, and these animals are here. Bill and Tiffany have no idea where she lives, what her address is. They know she lives outside of Waupaca, near Highway 10, but they don't know where she lives, what her address is. Tiffany asks, what's your address? Give me your address. She gives them her address. It is on Highway 10, right across the street from the fiberglass molding company. They're still driving towards Tara's house, and they're turning onto Van Street. Just before they hit Van Street, they see someone walking down School Road. Now it's dark. It's past 10:15 at night. They see somebody. They think it's Ryelee, which surprises Bill, because Bill was hoping that he was going to be questioned by the sheriff's department. He thinks, if Rylee's walking, he might be asking for a ride. He had asked Mackenzie and Madison for a ride. So Bill still goes to Tara's house, because he wants to tell Tara, if Ryelee comes by asking for a ride, don't give him a ride. We found the animals. We're going to go get them. It's going to take us a little bit of time. We don't want any issues with Ryelee coming out there. Because Bill knows if that was Ryelee, he was going to go back to the animals and get rid of them. So Bill needs to go get the animals and bring them home safely with no issue. So instead of pulling in Tara's driveway, he parks on the road. He parks on the road because he's just going to get out, run in and tell Tara not to give Ryelee a ride if he comes over. And as he gets out of his car and he starts walking to Tara's driveway, that same figure that he had seen walking is now, he can see at the other end of Van Street running at him. He still doesn't know who that is, because Van Street's awfully dark. It's lit by two streetlights. One on the corner of School Street and Van, and one on the corner of Shearer and Van. And he sees this person running. And then he finds out who it is. It's Ryelee. He doesn't know it's Ryelee because of his sight. He knows Ryelee because he hears Ryelee yelling. While Ryelee is running full speed at Bill, Riley's yelling, I'm going to get you! The dark road. Riley's running full speed at him. Bill knows Ryelee took his animals. Bill's worried Ryelee took his guns. And he sees this threat barreling towards him. At some point, Tiffany had gotten out of the car. So Bill goes back into his car, grabs his shotgun. Grabs his shotgun to hopefully stop Ryelee from attacking him. To stop this threat that he knows is coming at him, which the law allows us to do. Bill doesn't want to shoot the shotgun. No. He's hoping that the sight of the shotgun will stop Ryelee from advancing. Takes out the shotgun, he turns on the flashlight, and he points it in the direction down Van Street, hoping Riley's going to see that and stop coming. But he doesn't. Ryelee keeps coming at him. Bill puts some distance between himself and the vehicle. Ryelee squares up to him, takes off his jacket, and says, "Put down the gun and fight me like a man." Bill says, "I'm not going to put this gun down." But he goes over and he hands the gun to Tiffany because he doesn't want to use it. He doesn't intend to use it. He grabs the stun gun out of his jacket pocket, turns it on to show Ryelee it's on, and tries to subdue Ryelee with the taser because he doesn't want to hurt him. He doesn't want to shoot Ryelee. He's trying to stop this threat with the taser. Bill tries to tase Ryelee, but he drops the taser. He reaches down to pick it up. Ryelee runs to the vehicle. Well, Bill knew when Ryelee took off his jacket that Ryelee didn't have a weapon, which is why he was comfortable using the taser. But all this stuff sitting right here, these knives, this hammer, this baseball bat, this pickaxe looking thing, that was all in Bill's vehicle. Within reach that if Ryelee didn't have a weapon then, he could not. So Bill goes back towards the vehicle. He grabs the gun back from Tiffany. But he's not pointing it at Ryelee. He has it ready in the event that Ryelee is going to grab one of these weapons and come at Bill with it. Ryelee turns in the direction generally of Bill. You're going to see the video just before the shooting. Bill's not pointing the gun at Ryelee. Bill's backing up. Bill's backing away from Ryelee. And as that video ends, Bill's shotgun is pointed at the ground, with Ryelee a short distance away. Pointing the gun at the ground. Suddenly, Ryelee seizes that opportunity and comes at Bill, lunges at him. Bill raises up the shotgun. Ryelee reaches out. He grabs it. There's a struggle. Bill knows. If Ryelee gets this gun from me, he's going to shoot me with it. So Bill tightens his grip. He puts his finger on the trigger. Still, Ryelee struggling, tries to get the gun. Finally, Ryelee yanks it away, causing Bill's finger to press that trigger down. The gunshot goes off. Bill backs up, and Ryelee falls. You're going to hear Rylee's DNA was on the foregrip of that shotgun and on the barrel/flashlight of that shotgun. His DNA was also on the end of the shotgun because it was pressed against his skin when he pulled it and pulled it towards himself. That's how Rylee's DNA, you're going to hear, is on the foregrip and the flashlight area. Because Ryelee grabbed it. You're also going to hear the trajectory is slightly downward. And that pathologist is going to tell you that if somebody is leaning towards the gun and pulling it, then in a standard anatomical position, the trajectory would be slightly downward. Rylee's not on the ground with his hands up in the air. You're going to see the very end of the video right before the shooting takes place. You're going to see the time when that video ends. And in under a minute, Bill's on the phone with 911. Because after that shot rings out, Bill takes a step back and Ryelee falls on the ground. Bill knows he's still a threat. Just like a wounded animal that could get up and still attack Bill. he needs to call 911. So he tells Tiffany, get my phone, we need to call 911. Tiffany was just on the phone with Angela and Danielle. They can't find it. So they both go into the vehicle. Bill secures the gun in the vehicle. Tiffany finds his phone. She dials 911, immediately hands the phone to Bill, and Bill calls 911. Bill's not nonchalant. Bill's calm, because you're going to hear that Bill has law enforcement training. And one of the things that they're going to tell you they learn is to remain calm during emergencies, so that the police can have the information, that rescue can have the appropriate information, and that they can get to the scene and provide assistance as quickly as possible. Which is what they did. Because when law enforcement gets there, within minutes, they place Bill into custody and they place Ryelee onto an ambulance. And both of them are brought to the hospital. Bill keeps asking, how's Ryelee doing? I'm concerned about Ryelee. Do you know anything about Ryelee? These officers tell him, we haven't heard anything. And we'll talk about that later. Finally, one of the officers does tell Bill, Ryelee didn't make it. Bill's reaction is devastation. You're going to see how Bill immediately breaks down, crying. He didn't intend to kill Ryelee. He didn't intend to hurt Ryelee. He cared about Ryelee. All Bill wanted to do that night was find the animals, bring them home safely. What happened on October 19th is tragic. But it's not an intentional homicide. It was an accident caused when Ryelee grabbed the gun and tried to pull it away from Bill. That's why, at the end of this trial, I'm going to ask that you find Bill not guilty. Thank you.
Quite a difference from what he looked like from this thumbnail to now.
At this time,
All right, so let's get to this ring video, and then we'll show him on the stand. So I'm interested in this ring video. Let's check this out.
So I'm going to.
All right, so this is the ring video. Let me replace this ring video. All right, so here's the ring video.
Display up on the screen. This is from Exhibit 14. And I'm going to ask you if this looks familiar to you, if you could identify what I can't see. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, that's a view from my front doorbell cam.
Okay. And so to the right of the screen is the intersection, correct? That's a stop sign right in front of 401 Van Street.
Yes.
That's just right next door to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's a date and a time at the top. Is that, to your knowledge, the correct date and time?
Yes.
And I'm going to play this video. It's 30 seconds in length. So this still all appears to be footage from your camera?
Yes.
Now, there was more than one video, right?
Yes.
Did you recognize that video?
Yes.
Is that another video from your doorbell?
Yes.
All right, so that's them kind of confronting Ryelee, and I do hear him say, "Put it down and fight like a man." I did hear that, but we don't actually get the shooting itself, thankfully. Yeah, that's Ryelee running away. Why didn't he just run? I wonder why he just didn't run, or why didn't they call 911? As we always ask, why didn't they just call 911? All right, let me find him on the stand now. Let's find him on the stand. So that's it for openings. Now we're going to get over to him on the stand.
Radio that into dispatch. That was part of the training.
All right, hold on. Let me back this up a little. And okay, here we go.
Please be seated. Before we resume, I do want to just remind everyone in the audience that this is a courtroom. I expect appropriate decorum. Mr. Hogan, you may proceed.
Witness has not been sworn.
I was going to officially call him.
Yeah.
At this time, the defense would call Bill Zelenski.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
William C. Zelenski.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Bill, can you please spell your last name for the record?
Zelenski.
And it's okay if I call you Bill?
Yes.
Bill, on October 19th of 2020, what was your intent?
My intent was to find and return my animals safely home.
Were you looking to find Ryelee?
No,
Were you looking to hurt Ryelee?
absolutely not.
Did you intend to shoot Ryelee that night?
No,
Did you intend to kill Ryelee that night?
absolutely not.
Did you want Ryelee to die?
No.
You need those. Are you okay to continue?
Yes.
Bill, before we get to that night, I want to back up quite a ways in your life. You have an interest in animals.
Yes.
When did you first become interested in animals?
As early as I can remember, I always was very interested and enjoyed spending time with animals and nature.
Why?
My father took us on, nature walks and introduced us to the native animals, fish, birds, reptiles, amphibians, mammals, everything, and I just really enjoyed it.
Now, a lot's been said throughout this trial about snakes and lizards being gross. How do you feel about them?
I'm the exact opposite. I've actually spent my life doing education programs and spending time with these animals, and I love them. I think they're fascinating.
Did you do anything with the animals back in high school?
I did quite a bit.
What did you do?
I went to Wisconsin Herpetology Society meetings to learn all about them, and then I started collecting them, reproducing them, trading, buying, selling.
And did you do anything with a pet store in the area?
I did. I sold snakes that I had produced. I had baby snakes, and I'd sell them on consignment through the pet store.
And what do you mean by consignment?
I would take the offspring that I had produced, and they would put them on display and sell them. And so then when the animals sold, they would keep a percentage of the proceeds for themselves, and then they would give me the rest.
And you said you did that with the pet store?
Yeah, Have a Heart Pet Center in Racine.
Did you do anything else with the pet store?
Yeah, as soon as I was legally old enough to work there, they asked if I would be interested in employment, because they could see how much I cared for the animals, and I did. I wanted to work there, so I started working at Have a Heart Pet Center.
And what was your job at the pet store?
I became the reptile department manager, and I was in charge of maintaining and caring for and displaying and selling all the reptiles and amphibians, but I also helped out with all the other animals in the pet store as well.
It sounds like your focus was on the reptiles and amphibians.
Yes.
At some point, were you ever contacted by a zoo?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
The Waupaca County Zoo was a large zoo close in the area, and somehow they had found out that I was interested and had an ability to find exotic reptiles and amphibians, and they were looking for some European legless lizards. And I said, I can find some of those for you. And so I did, and they ended up purchasing them from me.
And did that expand to any other areas?
It did. I started working with other zoos and pet stores, other pet stores. And the more I did it, the more contacts I made, and the more the word spread through the exotic animal industry that I was someone that did a good job. And so other zoos and stores and collectors would contact me.
And it sounds like this was mainly snakes and lizards and
some rare. Did you ever expand into more rare or exotic animals?
I did. As I got more experienced and more familiar, the more exotic and rare animals take more specific care requirements. They're not for beginners. And so I started getting into the harder to find, more exotic, and some of the more specialized, hard to keep animals.
Were any of those animals early on dangerous?
Not at first, but as I got more experienced, then yes, I moved into venomous snakes and lizards.
We heard some testimony in this trial about somebody calling the animals poisonous versus venomous. What's the difference?
That's a great question. Poisonous means if you ingest that, you are going to get sick or die. All amphibians, like frogs, are poisonous, like poison dart frogs. Snakes are not poisonous, they're venomous. And venom is something that needs to be injected, such as a fang of a snake. And that's the main difference.
So it's poisonous if I eat it, it's venomous if it tries to eat me and I die.
Yes, or it bites you in defensive.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
And it sounds like you've been around animals for a really long time.
Yes.
And would you say you loved animals?
Oh, absolutely. 100%, yes.
What did you love so much about them?
I just had such a deep respect for them, and they are very unique. Every animal has something about it that is special. Some people say I hate spiders, but I look at the way they are, and it's not like any other animal. Or a snake is unique, and there's beautiful colors, there's beautiful patterns, there's different ways that they move, the way they interact with their environment. It's just, I can enjoy and appreciate all of God's creation.
Did these animals ever give you affection?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And how does a snake give you affection?
Well, I guess that's open for interpretation. But a lot of the snakes and lizards, they'd I handled them and they'd curl up around my neck, and I could put a snake around my neck and it would just cuddle down in, or put it on my lap and it would sit there, and it might be just because it enjoyed the heat from my body, and they're cold-blooded and like the heat. But I tend to think that some of the ones I had for a long time could appreciate I was the one that took care of them.
And did you give them affection back?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I remember specifically I had some tortoises, and I'd scratch them on the top of their head because there's no way for them to reach. And they'd come over, and I'd scratch them on the top of their head, and they'd stick their neck out as far as they could to get a good scratch.
So kind of like what dogs sometimes do when you scratch them behind the ears?
Yeah, and I've got a little dog as well who does the same thing.
I want to kind of focus more now on some of the venomous reptiles. What kind of care do those types of animals need?
Well, the first thing is they need a climate-controlled environment so the temperature and the humidity is appropriate because they're cold-blooded. And then they need to feel secure, so they need a hide box or something they can go into to have their own little home inside the enclosure. And
I can't imagine you went from ordinary snakes and stuff to the venomous type. What did you do to be able to be comfortable around them?
Well, what I did is I talked to many other reptile keepers who had more experience and had kept venomous, and they told me exactly what special equipment I would need and how to set up an enclosure so it's secure, and the hide boxes would have little slide doors to be able to shut them. And then what I did is what was recommended: keep a very aggressive, not friendly, bitey species of snake that's not venomous, but it wants to bite you. And then use the specialized equipment on that snake and treat it as if it is venomous. And you're going to make a mistake or two and you're going to get bit. And then after you've done that for a long enough period of time that you don't get bit and you feel more comfortable handling those venomous snakes, then you could start out with a venomous snake.
So you start with, it sounds sort of like a trainer snake.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard you mention some special, you said they need special equipment to handle?
Yeah, definitely.
What kind of equipment?
There's snake hooks, snake tongs, forceps, leather, like welding gloves, and then enclosures that have special hides, and some of them have locks on them.
And I know it probably sounds obvious, but why do you need those special hooks and gloves?
Because you need to respect the strike zone of that snake. You're never going to free handle it and get yourself into a position where it could bite you. So the snake hooks, you can handle it and move it and put it from one enclosure to the other without actually touching it. And so you're a safe distance away, so you have to know how to maneuver those hooks, because some of them are fairly squiggly and they don't want to stay on a hook. So you got to know how to do it.
And you mentioned special enclosures.
Yes.
Tell me more about that.
With a venomous snake, you have to take extra precautions to make sure that that enclosure is 100% sealed tight, unescapable. Because if a non-venomous one gets out, it's not good, but it's not as hazardous. If a venomous one gets out, that's a big, big problem.
And I think you mentioned earlier some special climate.
Yeah, definitely. Some of the more rare reptiles, but all reptiles need a specific temperature and humidity. And some of them are very specific. So I would have a climate-controlled rooms where the temperature in the room was, say, 80 degrees, which isn't comfortable for me, but that's what the animals need. And then some would have special heat lamps on the cage itself, because that particular one needed an even higher temperature. And some needed more humidity, so they'd have a special substrate that holds the moisture. And then the desert ones would have one that did the opposite.
And what would these reptiles eat?
It depends on the reptiles, but most of the snakes and lizards would eat rodents, frozen thawed rodents.
Are those things you can just go buy at the store?
I think that some of the pet stores like Petco might sell them, but I bought them direct from rodent breeders. Like there's multiple large companies that just sell rodents to people like me who raise reptiles.
And why would you buy them from a special company?
Because you need to know the food items are good, clean, safe food items. You can't just catch a mouse in the backyard and feed it to your snake, because that mouse probably has parasites and diseases, and it could have poison in its system. So you buy high quality rodents from a company that you know has good, healthy rats and mice, so the snake's healthy.
Without these special conditions or special tools, are there risks involved in having these types of animals?
Oh my goodness, yes. A lot of risks to the animals and to the people.
You mentioned risk to the animals. What kinds of risks would it be to the animals?
Well, if they don't have the proper temperatures, they'll get sick, a respiratory infection. If they don't have the proper humidity, they won't shed properly. The skin will get stuck on when they shed their eyes and cause problems. If they don't have a proper meal, they definitely get sick. There's lots of problems where they could get sick and die.
And you mentioned risks to others.
Yeah, definitely.
What kind of risks?
Well, with the venomous reptiles, if you don't know how to properly handle them, or if you don't have the proper equipment, it's a very, very high likelihood that you're going to get bit. And depending on which venomous animal it is, a bite could mean just a trip to the hospital, or it could mean death.
Were some of the venomous reptiles more venomous than others?
Absolutely. There's some that have a neurotoxic venom, some have a hemotoxic venom, some have small amounts of venom, some have large amounts of venom. So yeah, there's different levels of danger with what type of venom it is.
You use some words that I don't recall.
Neurotoxic venom attacks your central nervous system, and hemotoxic attacks and destroys flesh. And some have both.
And are some venom more deadly than other venom?
Yes, and a big factor is how much venom is delivered. Some snakes have very large venom glands, like a gaboon viper, for example, has a big, huge triangle-shaped head, and that is because of those huge venom glands and their big fangs. And some, like say a copperhead, it doesn't, and it's a very small amount and not very potent venom.
You mentioned some of these risks would be to the handlers. Are there risks to other people?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. If you're putting a venomous snake in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to handle it, there's a real good chance that it's going to escape. First, the person trying to handle it will probably get bit. Then when they get bit, they're going to freak out and drop that snake. And then when that snake gets dropped, it's going to slither to wherever it goes next, and anyone in the area is at risk. Even if the handler doesn't get bit, they could not secure the cage properly, and it could get out, and then it's free to, be in the area that it could bite anybody.
And it sounds like a lot of these animals you mentioned aren't native to Waupaca.
Yeah, none of them are native to Waupaca.
And so it sounds like they might just go anywhere if they got out.
Yeah, definitely. They would, be lost in a world they're not familiar with, and they would probably try to find somewhere to hide, but they could go anywhere.
And when you were telling me about this, I was surprised, but do you need a permit in Wisconsin to do all these animals and raising these animals?
For the exotic reptiles statewide, no, you don't. A lot of municipalities have ordinances that regulate them. But in the state, there's not a license for keeping anything except the native species. Anything native to the state, the DNR regulates, but the exotics, they don't.
And so no permit, any special licensing or anything else special you might need?
Well, for a lot of the animals I did, I had special permits. Like I have a USDA license for the mammals, and I have Wisconsin DNR captive wildlife permits for some of the native species. And I've got a special conditional use permit from zoning. So I had special permits and licenses for a lot of the animals I had, but not specifically the reptiles.
So, like an alligator, you don't need a special permit to have an alligator?
No, you don't.
So, any of us in the courtroom right now could go get an alligator?
Yes, you could. I mean, unless your jurisdiction within your, small jurisdiction had an ordinance against it, you sure could.
Do you think that would be a good idea?
Unless you're set up for it and know how to take care of a large, dangerous animal in the future, I would not recommend it. No, not a good idea.
So you talked a lot about the risks associated with these animals. Because of those risks, did you keep these animals anywhere special?
I did. I had a steel building with special rooms that were built specifically with these animals in mind. So there was a room that I had constructed specifically with the intention of having these reptiles, and I had some enclosures built into the room.
And where was this shed?
I was at the end of my driveway. We have a very long driveway off the road, and then past my house it dead ends, and there's a shed at the end of the driveway.
Your house on East Road?
That's correct, yes.
We heard a lot of testimony about having a property over on Main Street in the city.
Yes, 111 North Main Street.
And what was the purpose of that property?
We purchased it as an investment property because I was hoping to open an exotic pet store where I would sell the, harder to find, I guess people call them weird, animals that you don't normally see in a run-of-the-mill pet store. And I was also planning to sell artwork of exotic animals.
Did you keep any animals there?
I did. I started moving some of the animals over for display.
What kind of animals did you keep there?
I had some turtles and a couple snakes. Maybe a frog or two.
Did you bring any of the venomous animals?
Oh, absolutely not, no.
Why not?
They're just not suited for in the city. In the city limits, it wouldn't be appropriate.
Why would it be more appropriate to keep them on East Road?
Out on East Road, you have to go through multiple doors to get into the building, into the room where they're kept, and it's away from the general public. You can't even see it from the road, and it's purposely private and away from people.
Have you ever had any animals escape?
Yes, I have.
Well, what kinds of animals have escaped?
We've had wallabies that have gotten loose, emus that have jumped over a fence and were running loose. We had a cow break through a fence one time.
You said wallabies, I think emus, cows, not venomous.
No, never venomous.
No venomous animals ever escaped?
No. I've been working with like a cobra out in the parking lot, and it scurries off for 5-10 feet, and then I go get the hook and scoop it right back up, but never out of my sight, missing.
And is that one of the reasons you kept them there, in case they did escape?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we've got a chunk of land that we own to make sure that if they were to escape, they wouldn't be right in the midst of a bunch of people.
At some point in your life, Bill, were you interested in law enforcement?
Yes, I was.
How?
I wanted to be possibly a game warden or a park ranger and work in the natural resources field as a law enforcement officer.
And why did you want to do that?
Because I cared so much about the animals and the natural resources and nature, and I wanted to make sure I could protect it and keep it safe.
Keep the nature and animals safe.
Well, and people who were out enjoying nature safe also. You have to protect the resource from the people, and the people, there's some danger in nature too.
And in pursuit of that, did you go on to more education?
I did. I went to school at University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point for my bachelor's degree in urban forestry, forest recreation, with minors in biology and environmental law enforcement.
And what did that all entail?
I went to courses for 5 years, and I learned all about forestry, trees. There's a lot of science behind it. I learned about biology, general courses, and then specifically for the environmental law enforcement, part of that was going to Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton for the 400-hour recruit academy.
The 400-hour recruiting academy, I know we heard some testimony in this trial about that's required to be like a sworn law enforcement officer.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you attended that?
I did. I'm hired yet by an agency, but I knew that was my goal, so I attended it and put myself through the academy that all law enforcement officers had to complete at the time to work as a sworn officer.
And we heard some testimony that over the years they've increased how long that course is. And when you attended it was 400 hours?
It was 400 hours. When I attended, I believe I graduated the class of 1999.
Okay. And how long or approximately does it take to complete that 400 hours? A couple of months?
Yeah, it was a summer course. I went the entire summer.
And did you ultimately graduate from UW-Stevens Point?
I did, yes.
And did you complete this Fox Valley Technical College program before or after?
I graduated from the Fox Valley Tech program in '99, and then I graduated from University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point in 2000.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about what you learned in the Fox Valley Technical College training program.
Sure.
What did that all entail? What sort of training did you receive?
There was quite a few different courses, chapters or fields. We'd start out with some bookwork, the legal law, statutes, criminal code, and we'd do hands-on training like DAT or defensive and arrest tactics, where we would learn how to defend ourselves and arrest people and deal with physical altercations. We had
What other topics would you learn about?
there was firearms, there was EVOC, which is driving, criminal investigation, evidence collection, ethics, quite a few different courses.
Did you receive training? Was one of the courses in responding to emergencies?
Yes, it was.
I want to talk a little bit. You said DAT.
Mm-hmm.
What is DAT?
DAT, it stands for defensive and arrest tactics.
Okay. And what did you learn in defense and arrest tactics?
It was quite a long time ago, but from what I remember, we would, how to deal with a suspect that may or may not be armed, and if it was someone that could potentially have a knife, they would give us a red rubber knife, and the suspect would have it hidden and presented at some point, and we'd have courses on how to defend ourselves if we had to go hands-on. And we'd have courses on how to arrest someone, put handcuffs on the person, things like that.
In that sort of chapter, was there anything about trying to subdue potential suspects?
Yes. Basically, if there's going to be a physical altercation, you want to make sure that you go home at the end of the day, so you'd have to subdue the suspect, and so they taught us physically how to do that, yes.
And you mentioned they would give you a red rubber knife and hide it on someone. Did you do that in like pairs with other people?
Yes, that's correct. We would have a partner that we would practice some of the moves and things with, and we'd have scenarios that we'd go through.
You mentioned another area was EVOC.
Yes.
And what's EVOC stand for?
That's the driving. We in the squad car, we'd actually go out onto the course outside and have the vehicles that we would use.
And did it teach you about all the stuff inside a squad car?
Yes, it did.
It looks like there's a lot of stuff inside squad cars.
That's correct.
What sorts of things did they teach you about how to use?
We were taught about the lights, the sirens, the radios. Now there's more and more stuff, computers.
Did you learn anything about is there a radio system you mentioned?
Yes, correct. That's a very important part. There's a radio system where you can call on the radio to other officers and to dispatch.
So not an AM/FM radio, but actually radioing the dispatch.
Correct.
And what's so important about that?
You have to communicate all the time with dispatch so they know where you are and what's happening. And they'll do status checks on you to make sure they are updated frequently.
And so you learned some of this just people telling you about it. Did you actually get to practice some things in the driving?
Absolutely. We did mostly that, where we would have, mock high-speed chases, where we would be in the pursuit vehicle, and then an instructor would be in the suspect vehicle. And we'd also have an instructor with us in the pursuit vehicle, and we would have to demonstrate our ability to act as a police officer and chase the suspect the entire time, calling out on the radio to dispatch. Every turn we made and every time we changed directions or whatnot, we would have to radio that into dispatch. That was part of the training.
Did they tell you why that was so important?
Yeah, definitely. They did, because if dispatch doesn't know where you are and you call for help, they don't even know where to send the help to. Say you crash, or say the suspect gets out of the vehicle and comes to you. They don't know where you are unless you're constantly giving them an update on your location. So that's why it's so important. And then if there's other officers in the area you're responding, they need to know where to go.
And when they had you do this, did they have, you mentioned a fake suspect that you're chasing after, other potential traffic that you had to maneuver around?
Yes, there was a lot of training on maneuvering the vehicle properly too. They would also set up cones in different positions, and at the last minute they tell you if you had to go right or left to evade a obstacle in the road. And so you'd have to do very quick maneuvers, split-second decisions, and then to control the vehicle. There's also a skid pad where it's purposely slick and easy to lose control, and you have to maintain control on the slick or regain control on the slick surface.
And you mentioned another area at this 400 law enforcement recruitment training was firearms.
Yes, that's correct.
What did you learn under that chapter or topic?
Everything from the different parts of the gun, how to clean the gun, disassemble the gun, how to hold the gun properly, how to fire the gun, how to holster the gun, take it out of the holster, how to aim, fire the gun, reload the gun.
And did that include classroom and hands-on training as well?
That's correct, yes.
What sort of hands-on training did you learn?
Quite a bit. We'd actually have the guns that we would take apart, identify all the parts, clean them. We would practice gripping them, aiming them, drawing them. And then once we were more familiar with that, handling them, we would start to actually aim and shoot them. And then as we got better at that, shooting them, we would learn how to very quickly take the magazine out and put another magazine in. If the gun got jammed, which if you shoot enough rounds, eventually it's going to, we'd have to learn how to clear that jam and then continue firing.
You mentioned you learned how to and maybe when to draw a firearm?
That's correct, yes.
And what special things did you learn in how or when to draw a firearm?
How to draw the firearm, you want to make sure that you have a good solid grip, and you want to make sure that you're coming straight up out of the holster and out of the angle so it doesn't get stuck. And when to draw the firearm is when you perceive a threat or there's a threat that is potentially hazardous enough that you're going to need it.
We heard some testimony from an officer previously about something called a low ready position. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
And can you describe what you remember learning about low ready position?
It's when you draw your service weapon out of the holster and have it in your hand, but not aimed at anything like a suspect, so you keep it down, but ready.
And when would you need to do that?
When you have a possible threat in the area, but not a target that you're planning on needing to use the firearm, but in the foreseeable future you're going to need it more ready than still in the holster.
So did they teach you about having your firearm ready before you might need it?
Exactly, yes.
And why is that so important?
Because if you need it and it's still in the holster and you're fumbling around trying to get it out, by the time you do, it's going to be too late. And one thing I really remember is they taught us about what you would normally think a safe distance for someone to be would be. Say someone was 5 feet away. Is that a safe distance? Or 10 feet away, 15 feet away? What if they had a knife? What if they had a gun? I learned, and I was really surprised by this, that the suspect can close that gap so much faster than you would normally think, that you have to be ready way before a normal person would think. And so you want to have that ready before the threat is even close or even present. Just the thought that there might be a threat. I know, for one instance, if you're going up a narrow stairwell to a call where there might be a violent suspect, you're going to want to have your firearm out while you're going up that narrow stairwell, even before you see the suspect, because they could just pop out at any moment.
You mentioned learning how to properly grip a firearm.
Yes.
And why is a grip so important?
For a number of reasons. Number one, you want to have a good, solid, strong grip, so you're in control of that firearm. You want it high on the tang, and that means high up on the grip.
I was going to say high on the tang. I don't think anyone might know what that means.
You want it snug up against what's called a tang, so it's a solid grip, because if it's a very loose, floppy grip, number one, the firearm's not being controlled. It could be taken away, and number two, it has more a likelihood to misfire and get jammed, and you can't aim it as well.
And what sort of firearms were you training in specifically?
Mostly we used a 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Is that a fairly common firearm?
Yes.
9mm, pretty common?
At the time, that was the standard. Now they've moved up to a larger caliber for service weapons, but 9mm is a very common round.
Another chapter that you mentioned was about investigating crimes.
Yes.
And tell me about that. What did that entail?
We learned through scenarios, again, how to follow leads, collect evidence, interview possible suspects, how to ask questions and what questions to ask. Also how to look at physical evidence, such as a broken window to see if it was broken in or out, collect fingerprints, take photographs.
You mentioned speaking with potential suspects. What about speaking with potential witnesses?
Yes, definitely.
And why is that so important?
That's very important, because if you can find witnesses, especially right immediately after some incident took place, they can provide lots of information, and if you can get to those witnesses soon and while the memories are fresh, they can be documented, and the more witnesses you can find, the better.
So the more people you're able to speak to, better chances of somebody giving you useful information.
Exactly.
Just let me interrupt for a second. Council approach. back on record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill, you mentioned one of the chapters, or maybe you didn't, was there a specific section about how to respond to emergencies?
Yes.
And what did you learn in that chapter, or that section?
I was getting a lot of information, but I know one of the main takeaways is when responding to emergencies, you want to remain professional, and you want to remain calm, and you want to pay attention to the details and control the situation.
And did they teach you why that's so important?
Yes. The way that you perform your duties is going to reflect on everybody in the area. And if you remain calm and are professional, it tends to keep other people calm. And if you pay attention to the details, you can relay that information to people that might need it.
People that might need it, such as who?
Other responding officers, to dispatch, to emergency personnel, fire department, other investigators, the DA.
And so you learned it's important to be able to pay attention to detail. Why is that so important?
It's so important because if you don't, you won't be able to put the pieces together of what took place. And if you pay attention to details, then you'll have more knowledge about that situation.
And would you be able to share that with other people who needed that information?
Exactly.
You said you completed that training, the 400-hour training program in, I think you said, the summer of 1999?
That's correct.
And that was before you graduated UW-Stevens Point?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened after you graduated UW-Stevens Point?
After I graduated, I went out and searched for employment. And
in law enforcement?
I did. I actually was very happy to find a job with Hartman Creek State Park outside of Waupaca here as a LT park ranger.
An LT?
LTE, limited term employment. Because it's a state park, it's only needed for rangers during the months like spring and summer and fall.
And when you were hired there, is that when you knew it was just going to be for a limited term?
Yes, correct.
After that ended, what did you do?
I applied to the City of Waupaca Police Department and was hired.
And when was that?
I believe probably 2001, 2002, early 2000s.
And how long did you work with the Waupaca Police Department?
I'd say about 3.5 to 4 years.
When you were hired by the police department, did they have any additional training?
Yes, there was. There was kind of like on-the-job training. It's called the FTO, or Field Training Officer Program.
And we heard another officer testify a little bit about field training officer. Can you tell us more about what that meant?
Yeah, you're paired up with a more experienced, seasoned officer in the department, and you work together, and you ride along in the same squad car and respond to all the calls together. And at first, the FTO does most of the contact to show you how to do it, and then as you progress through the program, they more sit back and let you take over doing it, and then you can ask them questions and they can give you pointers and information.
And how long did the FTO, or field training officer, last?
I think it was a couple months, 2-3 months.
And after that ended, it was on your own?
Sort of, yes. You're on your own, except you always have the support of the other officers. So I was lucky enough to have a sergeant that I got along with well and could ask him questions if I needed to about things.
Even after the field training officer was done?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the field training officer, was there anything else that you needed to learn when you became a police officer with the city of Waupaca?
There was a lot of things I needed to learn. We needed to know the jurisdiction, so where the city limits started and stopped, all the street names, the 10 codes that they used here on the radio, the different channels. I needed to know the speed limits on which roads were which.
You mentioned the street names, so you had to learn all the street names in Waupaca?
Every single one, yes.
I imagine that took quite some time.
It did. I wasn't born and raised here, so it did. It took quite a while for me to memorize all the roads, but it was important so you could always, call out your location.
While you were a Waupaca police officer, did you respond to emergency calls?
Yes, I did.
And what types of emergency calls did you respond to?
There were medical emergencies. If someone, was having a possible heart attack or a diabetic who had gone unconscious, any kind of medical situation. We also went to a lot of traffic accidents with multiple vehicles, injuries. We'd go to domestic disputes, all kinds of emergency calls.
And approximately how many emergency calls would you say on average per week?
Emergency call, I would say at least one a week.
Once a week for the 3.5, 4 years?
Yeah.
So if my math is correct, roughly 150 to 200?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Did you ever have to respond to situations involving armed or hostile suspects?
Yes.
How many of those would you say?
Not as many armed, but hostile, possibly hostile, domestic. I would say maybe one every month or two.
And what sort of situations would you engage with a hostile suspect?
I remember some calls like domestic disturbances where there's a altercation between two people. Also like a hotel or a bar could call and say we have a unruly, a fight or drunk or whatnot.
In any of those calls, did you have to utilize your firearm?
Yes.
How so?
I utilize my firearm more than once, just in situations where you're walking into a potentially dangerous situation. Again, I remember going up a stairwell to a situation that we had a report of possibly armed suspect, and other situations where you're entering a situation that there are violent or armed suspects.
Did you ever have to discharge your firearm?
Thankfully, no, I did not.
You mentioned, I think you started in 2001 or 2002 at Waupaca Police Department?
That sounds right.
And you were there approximately 3.5 to 4 years?
That's correct.
What did you do after you left the force?
I started working outdoors with Anderson Tree Service, and I got more heavily into the exotic animals, and then I also started working at Marina in Shawano, selling boats, motors, ATVs, snowmobiles, outdoor recreation items.
You mentioned you got more involved in exotic animals. Were you continuing that while you were in college and on the Waupaca Police Department?
Yes, I have always had an extensive collection of exotic animals, mostly reptiles and amphibians, and I continued to buy, sell, and trade them, and I had a couple of pet stores that I supply.
And you mentioned some other businesses that you worked at.
Yes.
Anderson Tree Service?
Yes. My neighbor actually owned it at the time I first started working with him, and I eventually purchased the company and became the owner of Anderson Tree Service.
And then at some point is when you bought the property on Main Street?
Yeah, years later.
Okay. And that was going to be another business for you to run?
It was going to be the exotic animal business, but then move from more of a wholesale and working directly just with the zoos to more of a retail.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about April.
Okay.
When did you meet April?
I met her my second year of college. I think it'd be about 1996 or 7.
And how did you meet her?
She was a friend of a friend, and a friend of mine's girlfriend was her college roommate. And so I met her through them.
And was April, she was also a student at UW-Stevens Point?
That's correct.
When you attended the 400-hour training program at Fox Valley Tech, did you still live in Stevens Point?
No, since it was a months-long program, I found a place in Appleton. A friend of mine and I were both taking the academy, so we found a place to rent.
And then after that, you moved back to Stevens Point to finish up school?
Yes, that's correct.
And where was April during all that time?
During the time we were at school, we lived in houses around Stevens Point. April and I and some other roommates lived together, and we went from one house to the next for different semesters.
And do you remember when you got married?
I think it was in 2007.
Okay. Had you started dating when you first met April?
Yeah, a short time after I met her. We were dating for about 10 years before we ended up getting married.
And when exactly do you remember getting the house on East Road?
It was not much. Within the year after I got hired by the Waupaca Police Department, I know they had a residency requirement that I needed to fulfill. And so shortly after getting hired, we started looking at houses in the Waupaca area.
And the house on East Road met those residency requirements?
Yeah, we had a 7-mile radius that we needed to be within, and that was just within the 7-mile radius, so it worked.
And I know you mentioned that at East Road is where you had the shed to keep the animals. Was that a sort of a draw to getting that house as well?
The location was a very big draw because of the privacy. It was far off the road, and had the potential to have enclosures and outbuildings, and it was a great place to accommodate animals. It was zoned agricultural.
When did you first meet Tiffany?
I met her probably 2002, 2003, while I was working as a police officer.
And how much contact would you have with her then?
Just sporadic. I responded to some calls that she was, involved with.
Fair to say your relationship then was strictly professional?
Oh yes, 100%.
And we heard her testify about reconnecting on some trip to Florida. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I was going to Daytona, Florida for a reptile breeders expo. It's a national event that takes place every year. And I had a couple of friends that were planning on going who at the last minute couldn't. And so I was looking for someone to take the trip with me so I wouldn't be driving all the way to Florida by myself. And a mutual friend of ours suggested that she would be free and interested in going.
And it sounds like she was.
She was. So I didn't really even know it was her when I called to ask if she wanted to go on the trip. But then once I saw her in person, I recognized her, and it worked out well.
And it sounds like that relationship became intimate.
It did.
And at that time, do you remember the year when that trip occurred?
I think it was August of 2019.
And at that time, you were married.
Yes.
And did Tiffany know that you were married?
Yes, absolutely.
And what about April? Did she know that you were taking Tiffany on this trip?
Yes, 100%.
And what was everybody's thoughts about it?
Everyone was good with it, happy with it.
So April was aware of the intimate relationship between you and Tiffany?
Yes, she participated in it. She was happy with it.
And after spending that time with Tiffany and becoming intimate, did you ultimately meet her family?
I did.
And tell me about her family.
On the trip, we stopped at her mother's in Alabama, and I met her mother, and we spent some time together. It went well. I thought she was, very welcoming and nice. Made me some tea, and we sat around a campfire.
Maybe the southern hospitality we hear about?
Absolutely. And then when we got back from the trip, I remember meeting her son, Ryelee, and his son, Jackson. And then at the time, after that, I eventually met Rowan. And then after that, met her son, Reagan.
Tell me about when you first met Ryelee.
On the way back from the Reptile Breeders Expo, there was a Nike outlet store. I don't remember what state it was in, but we stopped because her sons really liked Nike. And so we were in the store, and I remember she was texting pictures of some sneakers to Ryelee, asking which ones Rowan would like and getting his advice. And then after that, we picked out sneakers for Ryelee, and then I helped her pick out sneakers for Jackson.
And is that when you first met Ryelee, when you gave them the sneakers?
Yeah, when we got back, we went to his apartment on Granite Street, and we're there to give him the sneakers for him and his son, and that's when I met him.
And that was the first time you had met Ryelee?
I might have seen him in the stroller when he was a little baby, but I didn't really meet him.
And did you ever spend a lot of time with Ryelee?
Yeah, I did after that.
And what would you guys do together?
All kinds of stuff. We would go play basketball. He actually helped me with some tree jobs where he would do tree work with me. I'd give him rides to wherever he needed to go. We'd hang out. He liked playing the video games, so we would do that every once in a while.
Typical teenager stuff?
Yeah.
Did you and April ever have any kids?
No, just the animals.
Were the animals like your kids?
Yeah, exactly. I had a troop of ringtail lemurs for over 20 years, and they're a small primate from Madagascar, like a monkey, and they're very affectionate, and they'd sit on my shoulder and they'd sit on my lap, and I'd pet them and feed them treats, and yeah, they were like my kids.
Did you consider Ryelee like a kid?
At first, not so much, but then as I got to know him and I spent more time with him, yeah, he definitely, became like family to me.
Did Ryelee ever help you out with the animals?
Not a lot. He came over once, I remember, and he was going to feed some minnows to some fish and some turtles for me.
Did he ever deal with the venomous reptiles?
Oh, absolutely not, no.
would you let him?
No, no. It would take a lot of time to train him and get him experienced to the point where it would be safe, and he wasn't out there with the animals enough to do that.
Tell me about Rylee's physical characteristics.
He was thinner than me, but very strong, a low body fat, high muscle content. I don't know if people say wiry, but he was very quick. He was extremely fast. I know one time he was running after a loose dog, and he's so quick. And we'd play basketball together, and he'd leave me in the dust, obviously. And he'd scamper up the trees, and his muscles. He was very strong. He'd hold the chainsaw and the limbs, and he was in good physical shape.
Now you have some physical limitations as you sit here today.
I do know, yes.
And we don't have to get into the specifics, but it's a medical sort of condition that you have right now?
Yes, I've got a pretty serious and rare disease.
Back in 2019, 2020, were you in the same physical condition?
No, not at all.
And what was different about you physically in 2019, 2020?
2020, I probably weighed 195 pounds. I have a massive amount of retained fluid right now. I could probably have 50 to 60 pounds of fluid that I did not have. I had no problem standing, walking, running, jumping. And now I can't really do much of that at all.
Without those limitations, would you say Ryelee was still faster than you?
Oh, much faster, yes.
What about stronger than you?
Yeah, he was stronger than I was.
And you had mentioned something about a chainsaw. Is that from seeing him helping you in the tree service company?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you got to see how strong he was sort of up close.
Yeah. He could do things that I wish I could do still, and wish I could have done then. He could scamper up those trees and throw things around much quicker and much more efficiently than I was, because unfortunately I was getting old.
As you got to know Ryelee, it sounds like you spent a lot of time together, played video games. Was there a bad side of Ryelee that you saw?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
Were you aware of any incidences of Ryelee engaging in violent behaviors?
Objection.
Yes.
I was going to say, let's take a recess. Please be seated. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hogan, where are you going with this line of questioning?
Your Honor, this is specifically related to the McMorris motion that I filed, and it will go ultimately to Bill's state of mind as to why he grabbed the shotgun from his vehicle as it relates to the need to defend himself.
And comment, Ms. Isherwood.
Who
when we had the pretrial motion, the discussion was that it may be appropriate if there's a self-defense claim in this, but not in order to establish the self-defense claim. I mean, there is nothing at all on the record from anyone that this is a self-defense case.
Your Honor, it can be admitted to show certain actions were done in self-defense. That's what the McMorris line of cases talks about, that because it goes to the defendant's state of mind, it's relevant to explaining that state of mind later on in Bill's testimony.
And it may be relevant later on, but I think you have to establish some level of, we've got a self-defense claim here before we necessarily back in that type of testimony.
So the court's ruling is, once Bill essentially testifies that he saw Ryelee as a threat, then we'll be able to get into this.
Then I will allow it, because you're showing why he felt it, and it would go to a state of mind, reasonableness, but at this point in time, I think it's premature, and given the time, maybe this would be a good time for an afternoon break anyway.
Okay.
All right, I wanted to show him getting to the stand. Now you're going to see him get off the stand, and they're not going to show it. All right, this is what I totally wanted to show this, and hold on, you guys got to see him getting to the stand, because this is important. All right, and then I'll go back to that.
Seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. It's my understanding, Mr. Hogan, your client wishes to testify?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Zelenski, have you discussed the fact with your attorney whether you should testify or not testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you have an absolute right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand your not testifying cannot be held against you in these proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it fair to say that you and your attorney have spent a substantial amount of time deciding whether you should testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your desire at this time to testify?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do additional voir dire, Mr. Zelenski?
No.
All right. We need to get him into the witness stand. Do we want to take a bit of a break, or?
I don't think we'll need really much of a break. I can inform the court that I anticipate Bill's testimony to take quite some time, and we may need to take a break at some point during his testimony.
Sure.
And maybe approach, Your Honor.
You may approach.
So if we had watched this to begin with, I'm like, wait a minute, what's he doing? He went after this guy, went after this kid or whatever. But no, he was okay in 2019, 2020. So then now he's talking about, I guess, his condition. I'm not quite sure what causes him to retain. He said 50 pounds of water weight. I'm not sure what caused that. But that's him getting into the witness stand. All right. So now we're going to fast forward again past this break, and we'll get him back on the stand. What do you guys think so far? Is he coming across as credible?
Please be seated. On the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. One, I would like Mr. Zelenski's answer to the question struck about the violence of Ryelee. He answered yes.
I will direct that to be struck at this point in time.
And then just so that we're not always sending the jury out, I think we need to talk a little bit about self-defense. Given that self-defense is not available to one who provokes an attack. And according to 939-48, a person's privilege to threaten or intentionally use force against another for preventing or terminating what they reasonably be to be an unlawful interference against him. So everything we know in this case, at least so far, is that Mr. Zelenski approached Ryelee Manente-Powell with a gun.
Well, I don't think that's accurate. I'm not saying there's been any evidence sufficient to warrant any instruction on it, but the testimony I heard said that Ryelee Manente-Powell began running from School Street down Van Street, and at that point in time, near the middle of the block, finally met up with Tiffany Powell and Mr. Zelenski. So, I mean, given the most favorable reading of that to the defendant, I can't find that would completely preclude an instruction. I'm not ready to say there's a basis for it now, but I mean, it has to be established through testimony, and I'm going to certainly allow him to express.
Absolutely. I just don't want to, when that threshold is reached in the defendant's mind, and if they're going to go right into McMorris evidence, I think we're going to need an off-the-record.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
I agree. We're ready then. Sure. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I am going to strike the response of Mr. Zelenski's last answer to the last question. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill, I want to move to the day that you found out that you had been robbed. Okay? Mm-hmm. How did you find out that you were robbed?
The first way I found out was when April called and said, did you move some animal enclosures or take some of the animals out of the reptile room? And I said, no. Why? Is something missing, or why do you ask? And she said, yeah, there's things in disarray and there's things missing, and that's how I found out, first of all, that those things are missing.
And at some point, did you go to the residence on East Road?
I did.
And look in that shed?
Yes.
And how many animals were taken?
I can't recall the exact number, but I would say somewhere around 15.
And after you found out that the animals had been taken, how did that make you feel?
Very upset. I was very worried and distraught.
Why were you so worried?
Because I knew all the animals that were taken needed specialized care and environment to survive. And I was really worried too because some of them were very dangerous and in the wrong hands, deadly.
Were you worried about the animals themselves?
Very worried about the animals themselves, yes.
And what were you so worried about the animals themselves?
I cared about the animals. I knew that without the proper care in the wrong hands, they would possibly get sick, possibly die, possibly escape. Almost certainly the environmental requirements wouldn't be met unless someone had a setup specifically for them.
And were you worried about other people?
Yes, very.
And what other people were you worried about?
Specifically, whoever took them, whoever was in contact with them, anyone in the area of where they were being kept.
And so some of those animals, and we saw throughout this trial, some of them were venomous?
Yes, that's correct.
Were all of them venomous?
No.
And you said that April had called you and told you about the theft of the animals. Did you discover things were taken from you elsewhere?
Yes, when she called and notified me about the animals being stolen, a short time later, I got in my car, which was parked behind Main Street, and when I got in, I noticed items in the car were missing.
Such as what?
Specifically, there was a 9mm Smith & Wesson semi-automatic handgun in the center console that was missing. And then I also noticed some other items like some money and cell phone charger and cell phone.
Later on, did you discover anything else from your car had gone missing?
I did. I didn't initially notice, but because I don't look at it every day, but there's a lockbox underneath the passenger seat that's attached with a metal cable. And that lockbox contained a small .38 special revolver.
And that lockbox had gone missing?
Yeah, the cable had been cut and the whole lockbox was gone with the gun inside.
And you said the lockbox was where?
It was underneath the passenger seat, so it wasn't visible. It was kind of hidden under there, and that's why I didn't notice it originally.
And you said there was the 9mm taken.
Yes, that was in the center console.
Was there a clip with the 9mm?
Yeah, there was a magazine that I kept separately, so the gun wasn't loaded while it was in the car, but a magazine was close by, so it could be put in.
And earlier you testified that 9mm is a fairly common gun?
Yeah, very, very common.
And I imagine the ammunition for it is pretty prevalently available?
Yeah, it's readily available. Fleet Farm has it.
And is there a waiting time or a waiting period to actually buy a handgun?
I believe there is.
And to your knowledge, is there any requirement, a waiting period to buy ammunition?
No, I don't believe there is.
So anybody who had taken the 9mm handgun could just go and buy ammunition for it?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Again, in the wrong hands, the firearms are deadly.
And because they happened at the same time, did that lead you to suspect anything about who might have taken that stuff?
It did. My residence is very private on purpose because of the exotic animals, and so we didn't have a lot of people out there, so not a lot of people knew exactly where we lived, and it's hidden from the road. And I parked in the alley behind 111 North Main Street, which again isn't somewhere a lot of people see. And so the fact that things went missing from my car, where it was parked behind the building on Main Street and in the very private East Road residence, led me to believe it had to be someone who knew both locations, and that my car would be there because I was there, and that they could access both the car and the property on East Road.
And when you discovered that these handguns were missing, what did you do?
Well, I told April when she was out at the house to report the reptiles and such stolen. Then I informed her that she should report the guns stolen, and they officers responded and said, you can't report it to county, you have to report it to the city.
And did you report it to the city?
That's exactly what I did. Then I contacted the city of Waupaca Police Department to let them know that there was a theft of those items from my car in the city limits.
And how would you characterize law enforcement's response?
They responded to take the reports, and initially they did everything that you would to start the complaint and speak with me, the victim, and April, the victim.
And with respect to the animals, what did you think somebody may try to do with the animals?
Well, because they were valuable, I didn't think anyone stole them just to have. So I figured they would try to sell them to make a profit and get the money.
And because you thought that they might try to sell them, what did you do with that information?
I immediately hit the streets. I started contacting everybody that I could think of, locally in the area, and also just in the widespread reptile community, to let them know what was stolen and to watch for those specific animals. And then if they heard anything about it, to let me know.
So you were trying to contact anybody you knew?
Absolutely.
And it sounds like people in that animal community.
Yeah, I have a lot of contacts from the years of doing this type of activity, and I would, like I said, go to national trade shows and conferences, and so I know a lot of people around the country.
And did you go online at all?
I did.
And what did you do online?
I checked all the sites that I know where people could sell the animals and the handguns. Some of the animals were very unique, very rare, and so if someone was advertising one of those animals for sale, I could identify it as mine and then follow that lead.
And Bill, I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 42. We heard some testimony yesterday that is a internet search history. Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does look like an internet history.
And who would have been the one doing that internet search?
It looks like my internet history. That's something I would do.
And what sort of sites were you visiting?
Fauna Classified is a website for reptiles and amphibians. Kingsnake.com, advertisements. Basically, they're all places where people buy, sell, and trade reptiles and amphibians. And then I see there's a gunbroker.com where I'd be looking for the stolen guns to be sold.
And so all that internet search history is trying to find somebody selling the animals that were stolen from you?
Exactly, and some of them have specifics, like I was looking for a freshwater crocodile on this amazing Amazon and one of the animals stolen was a crocodile.
And I think I heard you say you texted some people.
I did. I texted and messengered quite a few people.
And we saw a lot of those text messages yesterday. Those were all text messages or Facebook messages that you sent?
Correct.
And I want to ask you some questions about some of them. So I see somebody with the name Andrew Ungerman, Pink Lucy AST buyer. And who's that?
The Pink Lucy AST buyer means that he purchased a very rare color morph of an alligator, a snapping turtle. And so that's why I put that, because I have so many animal contacts, it reminded me of who he was. So he was a gentleman that had purchased a very rare turtle from me.
And so that was somebody in the animal community?
Correct.
And some of the texts that you sent were to people that just had their full names. Did you recognize some of their names just from the animal community?
Some of them I recognized from the animal community as, more than just someone I dealt with a couple times, and they were friends of mine. And then I contacted people who are not in the reptile community also that, just might know something that are either from the area. I spread the word to everyone I could possibly think of that just may, by chance, have some information.
I want to ask you specifically about some of the text messages we saw yesterday. There was one that said, someone wrote their own death sentence. I just want the animals back ASAP so they don't get sick or sold multiple times. Do you remember that one from yesterday?
I do.
And what did you mean by that text message?
I meant if someone has a gaboon viper that doesn't know what they're doing, it's an almost certainty if they get bit they're going to die. And whoever took them, as far as I know, wouldn't have been trained in how to handle them properly. And if they're trying to sell them multiple times, they're going to have to take pictures of them, handle them. It's just a disaster waiting to happen.
You didn't mean that you were going to go kill the person responsible?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
We also saw a message yesterday of something along the lines of, you're going to go hunting thieves. Do you remember that message from yesterday?
It sounds familiar.
And what did you mean by that?
It means I'm going to try to track down leads. I'm going to try to find information. I'm going to hunt down anything I can find out about who took the animals.
You didn't mean literally like you're going to go on a hunt for, like a hunt deer?
Oh, no, of course not.
And I know we had seen another message about you filling out some paperwork. Do you remember what paperwork you had to fill out after these things were stolen from you?
April had one for the county and I had one for the city, filling out which items were stolen. I know for the firearms they wanted a description, the serial numbers, the value of them, and so I was filling out the forms to turn into the police officers.
And we saw a message yesterday that was sent by you. I'm still filling out paperwork and hunting down the third.
Yes.
And is that in the same context that you use the word hunting?
Yes, correct. Searching for.
You weren't trying to, go hunting with a gun and find these people?
No.
You were hunting them down, like tracking down where the animals were?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
There was a message that was brought up yesterday about this will be solved on the streets. Do you remember that message from yesterday?
I do.
And what did you mean by that message?
That means I was dedicating every moment, all my efforts to this case because I was personally involved and I really cared about it. And I know the law enforcement agencies only have so much time. They have a lot of calls, a lot of complaints to deal with, and so they can only dedicate so much time to it. And so when I was out there following every lead, contacting everybody I know, trying to solve this mystery, I figured I would be more effective in a more timely manner to get this mystery solved and find out what happened and find the animals.
So it sounds like by solving on the streets, you mean just like what was testified, you went on the street and were trying to find information about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Were any of those messages in reference to wanting to hurt the person who took these things from you?
No, absolutely not.
To kill the person who took these things from you?
No.
At some point, did you believe that Ryelee may have been involved?
Yes.
And what did you do with that information?
When I suspected Ryelee was involved, I didn't have any evidence of it, but I went to his place and spoke to him.
And when you say his place?
Yeah, he had an upstairs apartment on Mill Street.
Earlier you testified he lived on Granite Street.
Yes, when I first met him, he did live on Granite Street.
And then at some point he moved to Mill Street.
Yes.
Had you been over to his place on Mill Street before?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked Exhibit 26. Can you see that okay, Bill?
I can see it, but it's hard. I can't read any of the names.
Okay, can you read that now? Maybe if I get it closer to you.
Yes.
And you can see this red dot up here. And is that where Rylee's apartment was?
That does look accurate, yes.
And over on Mill Street?
Yes.
And that was this dot up here that I was pointing to?
Yes, that's correct.
And I have a green dot over here that is on Main Street.
Yes.
Is that about where your property was on Main Street?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
And I've labeled that 111 North Main Street?
Yes.
It's about accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a, I think it's blue-ish dot over on Van Street. And do you know who would live there?
That'll be Tara.
Okay, that would be Tara's house right on Van Street.
Yes.
And so I marked down here, this blue dot, Tara's house, 401 Van Street.
That looks accurate.
Now there's also a purple dot over here on the sort of right-hand side of the map, down Royalton Street, past Churchill. Do you know what would be there?
That looks like the building we're in now.
Okay, the courthouse?
Yes.
Is there anything attached to the courthouse?
Yeah, the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department and the Waupaca County Jail.
And you know, obviously, this layout. We talked about your knowledge of the streets from your time as law enforcement.
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate map and where all these points of interest would be?
Yes.
So, you testified that you went over to Rylee's apartment on Mill Street.
Yes.
Well, what happened when you went there?
Tiffany Rose and I went there to ask Ryelee about it and to inform him about it because we thought he might be involved. And we went upstairs and Ryelee and his friend Ashton were there. And so I told him we had been burglarized and a bunch of animals went missing and someone stole guns out of my car.
You referenced Ashton. Did you know Ashton?
I didn't know him. I had seen him and met him a couple times around, but I didn't really know him.
Okay, and so Ryelee and Ashton were there, and you said you brought up the thefts.
That's right.
What was their response?
I got very defensive and upset and like offended that we would accuse him of being involved.
Did he ask any questions?
No, I was surprised by that, and when I was explaining what had happened and what was missing, he didn't ask any questions at all about any of the details.
And do you know when you would have went over to Rylee's apartment?
It would have been the day right after we found out everything was missing.
The day after or the day of? Or do you not remember?
Well, the day after it went missing, so I guess it would be the night of the day we found it was all missing.
Okay, so if they went missing between the night of October 14th and October 15th, if that's the frame of reference, what day would have you went over?
It would have been October 15th.
Okay, that evening?
In the evening, yes.
Okay. Did you threaten Ryelee at any time that night?
No, not at all.
Now I want to move forward. So we saw a bunch of these text messages that you're looking for information. Did you ever get any leads prior to October 19th?
No.
On October 19th, where were you sort of later in the evening?
I was at the East Road residence in the house.
Who was all there?
I was there. April was there, Tiffany Rose was there, and Rowan was there.
And at that time, did you receive any information about the animals?
We did.
And what information was that?
Tiffany Rose got some messages from Mackenzie that...
Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie is the mother of Rylee's son and ex-girlfriend.
And you said that the messages from her had said what?
She was calling or messaging to inform us to be careful because Ryelee and Ashton had been asking for a ride out to rob me. And she said, "You're going to get robbed, so be careful." And
what was your reaction?
The response was, "Oh my gosh, we already were robbed. All the stuff was taken." And then she said, "Well, Ryelee and Ashton did it."
You testified that there was information that Ryelee and Ashton had asked for a ride?
Yeah, that's what she told us.
And I think earlier you testified that you had given Ryelee rides before.
Yeah, all the time. I gave Ryelee rides, Mackenzie rides, yeah, quite often.
Did Ryelee have a vehicle?
No, never.
Did Mackenzie indicate, or did you receive any information as to where the animals might be?
Nothing concrete. She just said they may be at Ashton's mom's.
Did you know where Ashton's mom lived?
I did not.
Do you have any idea where she might live?
She said it was somewhere near Highway 10 outside of Waupaca.
And what did you do when you got that information from Mackenzie?
While she was actually still on the phone, we called the Sheriff's Department dispatch center.
And I know we heard a call the other day. There was some communication we heard about you saying, "Do you want to talk to the police?"
Yes, the dispatch center asked if the person providing the information would be willing to talk to him. So we were trying to have Mackenzie meet up with an officer or speak to him on the phone so she could relay the information directly.
And did you contact anybody else that night?
I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted Jeff Larson.
And how do you know Jeff Larson?
I know Jeff from contact him around town. He owns quite a few properties, and he was Rylee's landlord on Granite Street and on Mill Street, and he owned a building next to my building.
Why did you contact Jeff?
Because he knows the area very well, and he was Rylee's landlord, and I wanted to see if he was in town.
And do you know if Jeff was able to determine whether Ryelee was in town?
He said, yeah, I'm in town right across the street from his apartment. And he said he would take a look and keep an eye on the place and see if anyone was home.
And did he inform you as to whether Ryelee was home?
He did. He responded and said that he saw, he described Ashton and said, I see Ashton outside and I see other people inside, so I think Ryelee is home.
And what did you do with that information?
I told him if he would be willing to stay there and just keep an eye on the place, and then I would let law enforcement know that they were home, and if they left, I asked Jeff to stay there until law enforcement arrived.
When they left, you mean if law enforcement had left?
No, if Ryelee and Ashton left.
Okay. And you wanted Jeff to do what with that?
Report to law enforcement where they were. He actually pulled his truck into the driveway, so the vehicle in the driveway couldn't leave. Or he'd have to move his vehicle to let them leave. And so then law enforcement arrived and he left.
And Jeff left?
After law enforcement arrived, yep.
And at some point, did you text Jeff Larson about following Ryelee and Ashton if they left?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that their location was known so that if law enforcement was on the way, they could find them, contact them, question them.
And why were you hoping law enforcement would contact them and question them?
Well, because we had some evidence to show that they were involved in the burglary and stealing of the animals, I wanted to find out the location of the animals, and I figured if law enforcement questioned them, they would find out where the animals were being kept.
Law enforcement hopefully could use that information you had been able to provide.
Exactly.
And did you text Jeff about leaving your house?
I did.
And when you texted him, I don't know if you can see, we wrote up on the board the other day that Bill on his way. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And was that because a text message was sent by you?
Yes, I sent a message to Jeff Larson letting him know I was on my way to town.
And when would have you sent that message?
When I was leaving to go to town.
So at 8:53 and 54 seconds p.m., Bill on his way, that was when you left East Road?
I was driving, probably down my driveway and getting onto East Road, yep.
And where initially were you headed?
I was going to Mill Street, to where Jeff was.
In the city of Waupaca?
Correct.
So I just added into town. You were heading into town, into Waupaca.
Correct.
Did you ever make it to Mill Street?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I received a call from the law enforcement dispatch center letting me know that the officers they were there and they didn't want me to go to Mill Street.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked exhibit number 15. And we had some testimony that was your phone call log, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I want you to direct your attention to call number 10. Can you indicate what time that call was made?
It appears it was at 8:57 and 32 seconds p.m.
8:57 and 32 seconds.
That's correct.
And is that the phone call you were referencing that you got a call from law enforcement?
Yeah, that call was initiated from the sheriff's department.
And because on the phone call log you see it was a call received by your phone.
That's correct.
And so you said that law enforcement told you police are on Mill Street, don't come to Mill Street.
That's correct.
You testified from that the call was at 8:57 and 32 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wrote up here 8:57 and 32 seconds p.m. Bill told not to go to Mill Street. That was based on the testimony?
That's correct.
And that's accurate based on what you've just said?
Yes.
I'm also going to write up on here that it's a timeline. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And that was, I think, all from October 19th?
Yes.
I'm going to mark this timeline with an exhibit sticker, exhibit 77. Bill, you've been here throughout the trial listening and you've seen me write stuff up here on exhibit now 77.
Yes.
Is that all from what you remember seeing and hearing, an accurate timeline of the evening of October 19th between 8:53:54 seconds p.m. to 10:20 and 3 seconds p.m.?
Yes, that does look accurate.
So you just testified that you were told to not go to Mill Street.
That's correct.
Where did you go?
I went to park behind 111 North Main Street.
And what did you do while you were waiting on Main Street?
Just talked with Tiffany Rose, listened to the radio, smoked cigarettes.
From East Road into Waupaca, how would you get from East Road into Waupaca?
Take East Road to Highway K. I'll take a right on Highway K and follow that up to the stoplights, and then I would take a right, and I would continue under Highway 10, follow that around past the lake, and then I would turn left on, say, Main Street, and follow Main Street.
And it seems like with all that driving, it would take longer than less than 4 minutes?
Yes, it would take more than 4 minutes.
And so, how long would you say that you were just sitting and waiting on Main Street?
It seemed like forever, but I would say probably about a half hour.
And at some point, did you travel away from Main Street?
Yes. While we were waiting behind North Main Street, I ran out of cigarettes, so I drove to Walgreens.
And we heard earlier today that Waupaca has one Walgreens.
The one and only on West Fulton Street.
And that's west of your property on Main Street.
That's correct.
And what did you do at Walgreens?
I went inside and purchased cigarettes, possibly a beverage.
And when you left, what did you do?
Got in the car, probably smoked a cigarette, and started driving back to Main Street.
And did you see anyone when you were driving back to Main Street?
Yes, while we were driving, we noticed Tara driving.
And in what direction was Tara driving?
I believe it would be towards the east.
Okay. And you testified that you knew where Tara lived. We saw that on the map.
Yes, I've been there several times before.
Was she driving in the direction of going home?
Yes, that's correct.
And did she make it home?
Yes, we actually followed her and she went home. And
I'm going to show you a video. You've seen the video before, but we're going to show the video again. I don't know. Are you able to see that TV, Bill?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you can see the video that we're playing right now?
Yes.
Okay, we're just going to play it all the way through. All right. And obviously you were here when other people testified about this video, but what does that video show?
It shows what appears to be Tara's car pulling into the driveway, and then a short time after, me driving my car pulling into her driveway.
And when you pulled into your driveway, we saw both vehicles go off screen.
Yes.
Why is that?
The doorbell camera's field of vision, or whatever it records, is on the front of the neighbor's house, and the driveway goes back behind the houses, back behind Tara's house, and so we had to drive, further back than the camera was.
So the driveway extends pretty far back?
Yes.
Does it go all the way sort of to the back of Tara's house?
Yeah, the garage, is back set behind the house. It's a duplex, and so there's kind of like two sections, and it's kind of tucked back.
And why did you pull all the way to the back?
Well, I didn't pull all the way to the back because that's where her and the other people that live in the duplex parked. I parked behind her, but close to her door. Her door that we went in is on the back side of the house.
While you were there, if Tara needed to leave, would have you had to move your car?
Yes, I had the driveway pretty much blocked where my car was, and hers was in front of mine.
You said you had been there previously.
Yes, I went there on multiple occasions, mostly to drop off her pickup Jackson.
And when you were there previously, had there been other people that were at Tara's house?
Yes.
Had you ever been parked in?
I have, and I also had parked in people, so I had to move.
That sort of a fairly common thing to happen?
I wouldn't say it happened regularly, but it was definitely a possibility, and so it did happen more than once.
And how long were you at Tara's house for?
Not very long. I don't remember exactly, but around 5 minutes.
And I see you kind of glancing at Exhibit 77 to help you.
Yeah.
And did you get a call from Officer Wazrut?
I did.
And what did Officer Wazrut call you for?
He called and said, are you available to meet me right now on Main Street? And so I said, yes, I am.
When you were at Tara's house, what were you talking to Tara about?
We wanted to first inform her that we had gotten this information from McKinsey about Ryelee and Ashton's involvement in the theft, and then we wanted to ask her if she had any other information, if she knew anything about where the animals were, if she had even heard of it.
And somebody else was home at Tara's house?
Yes, Tara's daughter.
And did her daughter's name Daisha?
That's correct.
Did Tara indicate that she had any information?
No, she said she didn't have any information, additional information at all.
Was she aware of the animals had been stolen?
I really honestly don't remember if she knew or not. I think she was aware of it.
And what information did Daisha share with you?
Well, we had told her that we had gone on Rylee's Snapchat and seen some pictures, and so she said, "Oh, I'm on Rylee's Snapchat too. I can pull it up and show you what Ryelee had put on there."
And did she?
She did.
And what did you see on that Snapchat?
We saw the same photograph that has been shown here that we had seen, basically the same stuff that Tiffany Rose saw on her phone that Ryelee had posted.
So it sounds like it wasn't new information that Daisha shared with you that you didn't already have.
No, it just confirmed this stuff was posted for people to see that we had already seen on his account.
So after you got the phone call, we can see that at some point you left.
Yes.
And do you remember where you went?
Yeah, directly from her house to Main Street to meet with the officer.
And we don't need to play the video again because we've seen it initially when you backed out of Tara's driveway. Did you start to go the wrong way?
Yeah.
And then you pulled up to Shearer Street?
Yeah, I realized, I'm going the wrong way on a one-way, and so I turned around right away and went the right way.
Okay. And when you got to Main Street, is that where you met the police officer?
Oh, that's correct.
And we can see you met with him for some time.
Yes.
And we saw some parts of that conversation yesterday. What new information had you received from that police officer?
That officer told me that officers were at Mill Street, and he informed me that both Ryelee and Ashton were taken into custody, which was news to me.
Did he say why?
I think he said they had warrants for their arrest.
And did the officer tell you that Ryelee was going to be released?
I believe so.
Was that a concern to you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I was worried because if they questioned him about the burglary and the theft, the animals, and then released him, there was a good chance he would go and try to destroy the evidence of the crime, which means the animals.
And at this point, did you have any idea where the animals were?
No.
Were you worried about anything else with Ryelee being released?
Yeah, if he tried to move the animals, if he was in a hurry, could definitely make a mistake and get killed by that gaboon viper.
And if Ryelee were going to do that, how do you think he would get to wherever the animals were?
Well, I knew he'd have to get a ride, and so I figured he would probably go to Tara's house to see if Tara or Madison or someone else would give him a ride.
You said that you think possibly the officer told you that Ryelee was going to be released.
Yes.
Did the officer tell you when he would be released?
No, the officer didn't know. I remember he said that the county, who was investigating the theft of the animals, may hold him for questioning, and there's no way to know if that's going to take a long time or not.
And the county, you mentioned the county, so the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
And is that the same place where the jail is?
Yes.
So after you met with Officer Wasrud, we see that you called April.
I did, yes.
Why did you call April?
I've been keeping in contact with her through the evening and law enforcement. She was relaying messages for me, and I wanted to keep her informed that I had met with that officer, shared the information and what the officer had told me.
At some point, was that call interrupted?
It was.
And you still have exhibit number 15 up in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I want you to look at the phone call with April. And can you tell us how long that phone call is listed in duration?
I'm trying to find the call.
I believe that would be call number 4.
It says 7 minutes and 2 seconds.
And so we see that you called April at 10:10 and 43 seconds p.m.
That's
and
correct.
The duration is listed as 7 minutes.
7 minutes and 2 seconds.
But we see that you received a call from Danielle about 3 minutes later.
That's correct.
Do you know why that would appear that way?
Yes. On my cell phone, when I am on a call and another call comes in, it's the call waiting. And you can choose to ignore it or you can answer it. And when I answered the call coming in, it didn't hang up with the first call, it just put it on hold like a call waiting.
So the call duration was 7 minutes because April was sort of on hold while the call with Danielle was going on.
Yeah, and we never reconnected. The call ended before we talked again. But yeah.
Okay. And when your phone was ringing that it was Danielle calling, what did you do with the phone?
I handed it to Tiffany Rose.
Why?
She knew Danielle much better than I did, and I figured she was the one that was going to talk to her because usually when Danielle called, it was for Tiffany Rose.
And when you handed the phone to Tiffany, what did you do?
I started driving. I pulled out from the Main Street parking area spot and started driving.
And where were you driving?
I was driving back to Tara's house.
And so we saw on this map, do you remember the route that you took?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
And what route was that?
I would pull out and drive on Main Street to the stoplight at Main and Badger, and I would take a left. And I would drive down Badger Street, which turns into School Street. And I would take School Street to Van Street, and then I would turn onto Van Street.
Okay, so you started at this green dot and drove south on Main Street?
That's correct.
And then you said you drove onto Badger?
Yes.
And that turns into School Street?
Yes.
And so that would be the way that you would take to get to Tara's house?
Correct.
And why were you driving back to Tara's house?
A number of reasons. One, we told her that as soon as we were done meeting with the officers, we would return because we had only been there a short time. Our conversation was interrupted by the phone call, so I said, we'll be back. And so that was the plan. And then also, I was concerned that, you know, maybe she had some new information, because if she had talked to anybody involved, like her daughter Mackenzie, maybe someone found out more information about where the animals were, and I wanted to see if she knew anything.
And we saw that you had been meeting with that officer on Main Street for about 20 minutes.
That's correct.
On your way, do you know who Tiffany was talking to during that phone call?
Well, I knew she started talking with Danielle because that's who called, and I could tell that's who she was talking to. But then I know it turned into like a three-way call where she was speaking more with Ashton's mother. I think Angela's her name.
And what do you remember Angela saying?
I know she said that she had the animals and they were in her basement. So we were really excited that they were located. We found out that she had them.
And did she give you her address?
Yeah, she did.
And were you able to write down the address?
No, not at all. I was still driving.
And do you remember where, if you were driving from Main to Badger to School Street to Van, do you remember at what point in this drive that you found out the address to Angela?
I can't say for sure. I know I was driving, but we were pretty close to Tara's house already.
So, would you say you were close to Van Street?
Yes.
While you were driving down School Street, did you see anybody?
Yes.
Do you know who you saw?
I saw someone walking that I thought could be Ryelee.
And why did you think it could be Ryelee?
Just because, I'd spent so much time with him, I knew, kind of his, I don't know if you'd call it gestures or the way he handled himself, the way he walked. It just kind of resembled Ryelee.
Did you know it was Ryelee?
I couldn't be certain because it was very dark and it was a little further away, but I thought it was.
Bill, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 78. I want you to take a look at that. Can you identify that?
It looks like a picture of School Street at the intersection of Van Street, looking down School Street.
And does that look to be fair and accurate how School Street would appear at that intersection of School and Van Street?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 79. Is that just an enlarged photo of Exhibit 78?
Yes.
And these are both fair and accurate of how that intersection was?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Now, obviously, this picture was taken during the day, but you were driving at night.
That's correct.
Harder to see all the details than it is in this picture?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you this marker, and on Exhibit 78, can you draw a little stick figure where you saw the person you thought could be Ryelee?
Guess I can try to do that.
There's a really skinny end of that Sharpie I just handed you.
Sorry, I'm not very good at drawing stick people.
I'm going to get that exhibit back from you. Now, are you still able to see Exhibit 79?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at your marking on Exhibit 78, and it appears that you drew Ryelee sort of right almost next to this electrical pole.
That's correct. He would have been on the sidewalk there.
And did you see where I just drew a little stick figure?
Yes.
Is that about the same location that you drew it on Exhibit 78?
Yes.
So that's where you saw somebody walking.
Correct.
And you were driving with your headlights on?
Yes.
Was this far down fully illuminated by your headlights?
Well, it was kind of on the edge of the beam range.
Is that what made it hard to identify who that person was?
Well, I wasn't 100% sure who it was, but it was enough light to say, I think that's Ryelee.
And after you saw this person you thought could be Ryelee, what did you do?
I asked Tiffany Rose, I said, is that Ryelee? And I was surprised. I thought to myself, that can't be Ryelee. He's in custody. But then I thought, it looks like him.
But you testified that you thought, or the officer told you Ryelee might be released.
That's correct.
Or would be released.
That's correct.
But you were still surprised that might have been Ryelee.
Yeah, because I had just got done meeting with the officer, and in my mind I thought if he had been placed into custody and questioned about the burglaries, it would probably take longer than that.
You didn't expect to see him so quickly?
No, not at all. I figured he would still be, in the process of being questioned or possibly not released yet.
At some point, did you turn down Van Street?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because I was going to Tara's house, and that's the way to go.
But if you knew where the animals were, why did you still turn down Van Street?
Well, we were getting the address, finding out where the animals were, and then I was already almost there to Tara's house, and I saw what I thought might be Ryelee. And I thought if he's in close proximity and he wants to go and move, destroy, let loose the animals, he's probably going to go to Tara's to try to find a ride. And I wanted to make sure that didn't happen, so I was going to run in and ask her quick, don't give him a ride.
And you testified earlier about how many animals were missing.
Yes.
Approximately how long do you think it would have taken to get those animals out of Angela's house?
It's hard to say. I've never been there, but I was told they were in a basement, which means, carrying them up the stairs, getting them out the house, getting them into the vehicle while keeping them warm. So, I mean, a minimum of a half hour.
And were you afraid Ryelee might show up there?
Exactly. That was my concern, that if he got a ride out there while I was trying to pick up the animals, I wouldn't be able to get them home safely.
Why didn't you just call Tara?
Well, Tiffany Rose was on my phone, so I couldn't call. And I was right around the corner, so it was actually quicker to just stop. And I don't even know if I have Tara's phone number, to be honest.
You said that Tiffany was still on the phone.
Yeah, she was still talking with Angela while I was turning onto Van Street.
And is that supported by the timeline that we have seen?
Yes, it is. It shows that I parked in front of Tara's house prior to the call with Daniel ending.
And all these times you were accurate as far as we all heard, right?
Yeah, it sounds like before you wrote them down, you established they were accurate.
And so we saw on camera that you parked in front of Tara's house at 10:17:26 p.m.
That's correct.
And that phone call with Danielle didn't end until almost 20 seconds later?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's, even if you had Tara's number, it sounds like you couldn't have called her.
That's right. Yeah, my phone was already being used, and I was driving.
Why didn't you wait and call the police?
Well, we were going to call police, but Angela specifically said, don't call the police. I don't want them to come out here again.
So you pulled up in front of Tara's house. You parked in front of Tara's house.
Yes.
What did you do?
I parked in front of her house so I could quickly run in and ask her to not give Ryelee a ride and let her know we had found the location of the animals. So that was my plan, to get out and go to her door.
Earlier, when you went to Tara's house, you parked in her driveway.
Yes.
Why didn't you do that at that time?
Well, when we first pulled in and followed her in, we were planning on staying more than just a brief moment. And we didn't know how long we'd be there, and there was no urgency. And this time, I wasn't planning on staying. I just wanted to quick run, tell her don't give Ryelee a ride if he comes and asks for one, because we're going out to retrieve the animals. We found out where they are. And I was going to run back to the car and then quick turn right there and be back on the route to where we were going to get the animals.
We saw that on the map, that if you were parked straight, you could have just quick turned on the shearer and then right back to school.
Exactly.
And from Tara's house, how would you get to Waupaca?
I'd just turn left on Shearer, which would take me right back to school, and then I could take School Street to Churchill Street, and then Churchill Street would run me right out to Highway 10.
And then you could just take Highway 10 out to Waupaca.
Correct.
When you parked the car, what did you do?
I parked the car, put on the parking brake, and opened my door.
Was Tiffany still on the phone?
I think she was probably just ending the call at that time when we were getting out of the car.
And you mentioned when we were getting out of the car. Did Tiffany get out of the car as well?
Yes, she did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, it looks like pictures of Van Street.
And you testified you've been to Tara's house many times. Is that how you're able to tell that that's Van Street?
Yes.
And obviously, those photos were taken during the day.
Yes.
Do you believe you could recognize Van Street at night?
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up two pictures. This was on Exhibit 25. They will be on a different exhibit. Can you see the picture that I just pulled up on the screen?
It's very dark, but yes.
And what does that picture appear to be to you?
It looks like facing down Van Street towards School Street.
And why do you believe that to be the case?
Just based on the layout of the road and the house front that I can see.
And are you comparing it to one of the exhibits you have in front of you of Van Street during the day?
Yes, it looks very similar.
And is there some feature in this photo in the dark that's also visible in those exhibits in front of you?
There's the car.
And anything else?
Well, there's a light on the front of that house, and it illuminates the front of that house enough that I can see it.
And that appears to be the same house. You're referring to the one on the left in this dark picture?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that's the same house that you can see in those pictures during the day?
That's correct.
So this is a fair and accurate depiction of how Van Street looks at night?
Yes.
I'm going to show you another picture. And can you identify what this picture might be?
That looks like Van Street facing the other direction.
So Van Street facing Shearer?
Correct.
And what makes you believe that that's Van Street?
Again, it looks like the house on the right side has a light on in front and the car under the street light.
And that appears to be the same that was in the other picture?
Correct.
And the house that we can see in this dark photo on the very right-hand side, the one with the light on, that's the one we saw with the light on in the other picture?
It appears that way.
Okay. And is this a fair depiction of how Van Street would have appeared when you were there in the 10:17 p.m. on October 19th?
Objection.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Was in a car with headlights.
Have you been on Van Street in the dark in the fall before?
Yes.
Is this how Van Street appears in the dark during fall?
Yes.
Can you tell anything about this photo?
It's very, very dark.
Okay. Are you able to see it at all?
I see one light speck.
Okay.
That's
That's okay. We don't need to address that photo.
I can see more on this screen actually than that screen,
Okay.
where it looks like I can see there's a street, but now I can't even see that.
Okay. So we'll go put the first photo back up. It will be on whatever new thumb drive exhibit. Those were during the day. Do you have the extra thumb drive? And both of these dark photos of Van Street at night, for the record, will be on Exhibit 80, and they will be titled Image 226 and Image 232. Now, Bill, looking at the exhibits you have in front of you, there's 4 separate exhibits.
Yes.
And they're actually 2 different photographs though, right?
It looks like 2 different photographs and then 2 copies of each.
And those are of Van Street during the day?
Yes.
I'm going to start with Exhibit 20. Oh, we'll start with 23. And that matches what exhibit of yours?
It looks like 21 and 22.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 81. Does that appear to be the same picture as Exhibit 23?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 82. Does that appear to be the same photograph as Exhibit 24?
Yes.
After you parked on Van Street, you said you started to get out of the vehicle.
Yes.
What happened when you got out of the vehicle?
I started heading towards Tara's house. I got out and started walking past my car to her driveway.
And in Exhibit 24, we can see a black car parked on the road.
Yes.
Is that approximately where you would have parked your vehicle?
Yes, it looks to be about the same spot.
And because this is Joseph Brown's house,
The house next to Tara's house, yes.
the house with the camera on it,
Yes.
and so this vehicle parked here is right where about your vehicle would have been?
Yes, and then Tara's driveway's right behind it.
And if we're looking at Exhibit 23, would this be if you were standing sort of behind your vehicle?
Yeah, that's correct.
And whose driveway is this?
That'd be Tara's driveway.
And so this would be facing towards School Street on Van, right next to Tara's driveway?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that you got out of your car and you started to walk towards Tara's driveway.
Yes.
What happened?
Before I got far at all, I saw someone running around the corner onto Van Street.
Running from what corner?
From the School Street and around from the School Street sidewalk onto Van Street.
And how do you know it was somebody running?
I could see and hear someone running around the corner.
Were you able to see where that person was?
Yes.
Because in real life, it's a little easier to see than the dark photo we have up on the big screen.
Yes.
But that's still how dark it was.
Yes.
And who did you see?
It turns out it was Ryelee.
How do you know it was Ryelee?
I had an idea it might be him based on seeing him coming down School Street, but then I knew for sure it was him when he started yelling at me.
What was he yelling?
He was on, "I'm gonna get you, motherfucker. I'm gonna beat your ass." He's like, "Come fight me like a man."
And you know Rylee's voice?
Yeah, I do very well.
So is it at that point you knew that it was Ryelee?
I did. When he was yelling at me, I knew it was him.
And so I'm going to hand you this marker on Exhibit 20 and 22. I'd like you to mark, if you could, where you saw Ryelee as you got out of your car and approached Tara's driveway.
When I first saw him?
Yes. You have red man. Show it.
What exhibit is that he's marking?
The 20 and 22. Bill, you just marked on Exhibit 20 and 22 where you saw Ryelee when you first got out of your vehicle.
Yes.
As you were approaching Tara's driveway.
Correct.
And certainly this angle is a little bit easier to gauge distance
Yeah.
than straight down.
Correct.
Which exhibit was easier?
Exhibit 20 and 24. And so, Bill, I don't know if you can see, was Ryelee in the road?
Yes.
And it looks like on Exhibit 20, which matches Exhibit 24, you saw him sort of just after these garbage cans on the side of the road?
Yes.
I just placed a red mark on Exhibit 24 where you put a black mark on Exhibit 20. Does that appear to be in the same location on Exhibit 24 that you indicated on Exhibit 20?
Yes, it does.
And so this is where first saw Ryelee?
Yes.
So I just wrote on exhibit number 24, first saw Ryelee on van.
That's accurate.
And that's accurate based on what you just said?
Yes.
You still have, I'm going to give you these two exhibits. You testified you saw Ryelee in about that location and he was yelling, "I'm going to get you," curse word.
Yes.
What did you do?
I turned around and I quickly went back to my car and grabbed my shotgun.
Where was Tiffany?
She was outside the car, going down towards School Street.
Did you wait for Tiffany to get off the phone before you got out of the car?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so.
So you and Tiffany are outside of the car initially?
Yes.
And when you see Ryelee, you just said you went back to the car.
Yeah, when I heard him yelling at me, I did.
And what did you do at the car?
I grabbed my shotgun, which was between the driver's seat and the center console.
Why did you grab your shotgun?
I was scared.
Scared of what?
Scared of Ryelee. I was scared of him running at me.
Why didn't you get in your car?
Because Tiffany Rose wasn't in the car, and I was afraid that Ryelee would close the gap between me and the car too quickly for me to get in the car and try to drive away after getting Tiffany Rose back in the car.
We heard some testimony your car is a manual transmission.
Yes, it's a stick shift.
Did that factor into your decision at all?
It did. I know if I'm hurried, stressed, or not paying attention, I've stalled my car out more than once. When I first try to go, sometimes I mess up with the clutch and the gas and it dies. And I thought there's a chance that could happen.
And if Ryelee had closed the gap and got by you, what were you afraid of?
He was coming at me to do harm. And I was worried, as you can see, there's a lot of different tools and weapons in my car. I didn't want him anywhere near those.
And you testified earlier that Ryelee is pretty fast.
Very fast.
Where was the shotgun in your car?
Right next to the driver's seat, between that and the center console.
And you said that as Ryelee was running at you, you were afraid of him.
Yes, absolutely.
You thought he would do some harm to you?
Almost certainly. Yes.
Was that based on some previous incidences between you and Ryelee?
Yeah, things that I had seen and heard, yes.
Things that you had personally observed?
Yes.
Had you heard about other stuff?
That's correct.
We will take a recess. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Isherwood?
Your Honor, I certainly don't believe we are to the point where a valid self-defense, sorry, I can't see you, I'll come over here, where a valid self-defense claim has been made. What we know is that Ryelee was running down the street. We don't even know that. What Mr. Zelenski says is Ryelee was running down the street, and apparently that made Mr. Zelenski scared so that he grabbed a shotgun. That is not anywhere near what is needed for self-defense. And the use of deadly force. I mean, he grabbed the shotgun.
Your Honor, thank you. I think this is clearly enough to establish a legitimate self-defense claim at this point, because Mr. Zelenski would have the ability and the privilege to threaten the use of force to prevent or terminate an imminent and unlawful interference with this person. He just testified he saw Ryelee running directly at him down Van Street, yelling, "I'm going to get you, I'm going to beat your ass." He certainly has the ability and privilege to threaten the use of force to terminate or prevent what he believes is an unlawful interference, an imminent interference with this person at that moment.
Ms. Isherwood?
Well, that interference has to be reasonable as well.
That's a jury question, Your Honor.
That is a jury question. I mean, it has to be reasonable. His efforts have to be reasonable, and that's not to be decided now. This is simply, do I allow the McMorris evidence in? The testimony was that Ryelee was running down the street, was making threats, and Mr. Zelenski said he was scared. He was almost certain he was going to do harm to him. I think that raises the issue, and I'm going to allow the McMorris evidence in now. You want to make any further record?
So, and I didn't object until he got into what he had heard. I didn't object when he asked what he had personal knowledge of. But he still can't get hearsay in.
And Your Honor, that's not hearsay. It doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. It goes to the impact on Bill and his state of mind.
And that's that will require an instruction as to how it's to be utilized. But I think it is relevant in an ultimate decision of his state of mind and his reasonableness in his actions. But why don't you clarify? What are you expecting the response to be, Mr. Hogan? What has he heard? From whom, and what has he heard?
Basically everything that we had addressed in the McMorris motion, that he was told by Ryelee himself, by Mackenzie's mother about Ryelee being violent with Mackenzie in February of 2020, Ryelee telling Bill about getting into a fight at the jail, Ryelee telling Bill about other fights he had been involved in, Bill personally observing Ryelee chase and make threats towards Mackenzie, generally talking about his anger issues with Bill personally witnessing Ryelee threaten Tiffany in the past, and then personally observing Ryelee wanting to fight and threatening Bill in the past.
Ms. Isherwood? Yes.
I'm not going to object, Your Honor.
from what I heard is I didn't hear anything. It was statements that ostensibly Ryelee made towards Bill or others that were observed. So he can testify to it. Do we need to put anything else on record before we bring the jury back?
No.
Okay, we're ready.
I'll make sure they're ready, Your Honor.
I figure we'll finish direct here tonight. I assume it's not that much longer. Or is that a bad assumption?
I can tell the court we're definitely more than halfway through.
Well, we'll see where we are at 5:30. Please be seated. We will go back to the record. You may proceed.
Thank you. Bill, you testified that you were scared about Ryelee. Is that based on previous incidences with Ryelee?
Yes, that's correct.
Things that you had seen?
Yes.
And things that you had heard?
Yes.
What is the first instance that you recall hearing about Rylee's behavior that made you concerned?
The first thing that made me very concerned that I had heard about was an incident that happened, I believe, in February, where he told me he had been drinking and went over to his Granite Street apartment, see Mackenzie, then they got into an argument, and that argument turned from a verbal argument to a physical fight, and pushing, slapping, punching, and at some point he said he grabbed her by the neck, pushed her up against the wall, took her phone away from her, and that really scared me. And he said that they kept fighting, and then Tara came up to the apartment, and they got into a fight, and then the cops were called, and he jumped out the window and ran off.
And you said Ryelee had told you about that incident?
Yeah, Ryelee did. He told me about it. There was quite a lot of discussion about that incident because it was a pretty major situation.
Did anyone else tell you about that incident?
Yeah, Ryelee told me about it, then Mackenzie told me about it, Tara told me about it, and I also attended the court proceedings for charges related to that incident.
When you heard about all that, how did that make you feel?
It was a pretty scary situation because Mackenzie and Tara told me that they thought he was strangling her, trying to, kill her. And, domestic abuse situation is very concerning to me.
Do you know if Ryelee had been arrested for that?
Yes, he was ultimately arrested for that.
Did you go to see him after he had been arrested?
I did. I went to visit him while he was in jail with his mother.
And how did that go?
It went okay. He didn't like being there, of course. He hated it. We were trying to help get him out of jail as soon as we could. But he told me about another fight he had been in while he was in jail.
And what did he tell you had happened?
He said he was one of the younger guys in the pod, And so, didn't get the respect he thought he deserved from some of the other guys. And there was an older guy that, kept mouthing off to him, and he didn't like it. He didn't like what the guy was doing, picking on him or making fun of him or just not respecting him. So they went under the stairs where there's a kind of a blind spot and the officers can't see, and they got in a fist fight and, punching each other. And he said it was a pretty good fight. And he actually injured his hand. He showed me his hand where it was all swollen up from punching the guy in the face.
What was his demeanor like when he was telling you this?
He's kind of proud of himself. He was, saying it like he was kind of bragging because he had won the fight. And then after that, he kind of had earned the respect of some other inmates by being a tough guy.
And how did that make you feel?
I was a little disappointed. Worried because of the violent tendency, and also I was trying to help him, and that wasn't a good route for him to go.
And throughout your relationship with Ryelee, did he ever tell you about other fights he had been involved in?
He did. He told me about several fights that he was in, and I remember one. He was friends with a guy, and for a long time they were friends, but then distanced themselves, and he saw him outside of the Quick Trip, and they got into a dispute, and he told me that he just beat the guy's ass, and again won the fight.
And was that the only other fight he had told you about?
No, he told me about a time when he was visiting Mackenzie in some apartments in Waupaca, and got into a argument, and the downstairs neighbors, he got in a fight with both of the downstairs neighbors, and I actually talked to him about that and saw some, again, visible injuries from the fight.
Was there ever an incident that you had personally observed?
Yes, there were a couple.
What was the first incident you might have personally observed?
One that really stands out in my mind is when Mackenzie and Ryelee were both at the 111 North Main Street apartment exchanging Jackson, and they got into some sort of a verbal argument about probably something to do with Jackson, and it escalated to the point where they were both getting very agitated and then threatening each other, and then Mackenzie's like, I got to get out of here, so she fled out the back door.
And did you actually see this?
Yeah, I was there. I saw and heard everything. It was very aggressive, violent language, and then it spilled out into the alleyway and behind the building. And Mackenzie was with the stroller, walking at an extremely fast pace, almost running to get away from Ryelee, and he was chasing after her, yelling and screaming at her. And I was really worried for a couple of reasons. One, Mackenzie had Jackson in the stroller, and this was a very violent situation, and she was trying to get away from it, and he just wouldn't let it go. And he wasn't supposed to have contact with her at the time, and so I knew if they're yelling and screaming down the road, it's probably going to get in trouble. And
did you hear anything that Ryelee was saying?
Yeah, he was threatening her. He said, "I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to kill you." It was like he was just enraged, and she was just running to get away from him.
You mentioned that he was enraged. Did he ever talk to you about his anger issues?
Yeah, he did. After it went all the way down Main Street, eventually, I actually caught up to him in my car and convinced him to get in my car and let her go. And that day later, I said, this just isn't good. Let's talk about it. And because they had a no contact and they were blatantly yelling and screaming right in the middle of Main Street, I said, why can't you just let it go? And he was explaining to me, and I could see it, that he said, when I get enraged like that, when I get so angry, it just takes over. I just have this violent streak in me that I can't control. And once I get to a certain point of anger, I can't stop. And I just, I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes, and then he was describing it to me, and he said he knew it was there.
And how did that make you feel?
I was very worried. It was scary. It was scary, and I was concerned, and I wanted to help him, but I knew what he was talking about. I could see it.
Did you ever witness anything between Ryelee and Tiffany?
I did.
And what happened that you had seen?
There was another incident in the apartment on 111 North Main Street where Ryelee had come over, and he had been drinking, and Tiffany Rose was talking about staying sober, and they got into an argument about it, and it escalated to a point where he wanted to fight her again physically. He wanted to call her out into the alley, and he said, "Come on out here and fight me." He wanted to beat her up.
What did you do?
I was like, "No way. There's not going to be a fight in here." Asked him to leave.
Did he leave?
He did. He left. He went outside and was in the alley, just yelling and saying, "Come out here and fight." And luckily she, of course, did not.
Did Ryelee actually leave the area at some point?
Yeah. I mean, when it was apparent he knew she wasn't coming out to fight him, eventually he just walked away.
Was there ever a time that Ryelee had wanted to fight you?
Yeah, there was.
And tell me about that.
It happened basically the night before the burglaries and things went missing. Ryelee had come to the back door of the apartment again to come in. I was in the front of the building, up by the store part, but I could hear in the back Ryelee was wanting to come in. But Tiffany Rose was very, very, very concerned about COVID, because she thought if she got it, she'd die from other health complications. So she had a very strict policy that no one could come in without wearing a mask, and if they weren't COVID safe, she didn't want them in the apartment. But Ashton and another female friend and Ryelee and Jackson came into the apartment anyways. And then Rowan went up to the apartment to see what was going on, and he came back and said, "Hey, you need to come back here and help."
Did you go back there?
I did. I went back, and I could see Tiffany was visually upset. And I said, "Hey, does she want you in here, or did she ask you to leave?" And Tiffany said, "I want him to leave." And I said, "You guys need to go. If you don't have masks and you can't be COVID safe, you've got to leave now." And so Ashton and the female friend did leave. They went out the door. And Ryelee said, "No, I'm not going to leave. You can't make me." And I said, "Well, sure. This is her apartment. She says she doesn't want you here. I own the building." And I said, "I don't want you here. So you're going to have to leave."
Did he leave?
Eventually he did leave.
And what happened after he left?
Well, he went out the back door because he thought I was going to come out and fight him. And as soon as he went out the door, I locked the door behind him. So Rowan, Tiffany Rose, and I were inside, and him and Ashton and the female friend were outside.
And after you locked the door behind him, did he leave?
No, not right away. He was furious. He was yelling, screaming, because he wanted me to come out and fight him. And I kind of tricked him, because when we walked to the door, he thought I might come out and fight him. And when I didn't go out and fight him, he wanted me to, and he was anticipating a fight that wasn't going to happen.
You said he was yelling.
Yeah.
What was he yelling?
Again, he's like, come out here and fight me. I'm going to beat your ass. Come out and fight me right now. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you, mother effer.
And how did that make you feel?
I was worried. I knew that at that moment, he was outside, I was inside. He actually jumped up onto the windows. There was windows in the back, and was screaming through the windows. So we had to block the view. And then we actually left the back apartment area and went up front because he wasn't leaving. And I didn't want the interaction to go on any longer.
Did he ultimately leave?
Eventually, yes.
And so when you went back to your car to get the shotgun, was all of that going through your head?
Exactly. Yes.
Was there anything else that was going through your head about Ryelee at that point?
Yeah, he was furious. He was yelling, screaming, running. I knew just days before that he was most likely involved in taking 2 handguns out of my car. So there was a chance he had a handgun. He had a fanny pack. He could have had any sort of weapons, knives, guns. I didn't know. But I did know he was faster, stronger, quicker, more agile, and he wanted to hurt me.
And because you thought he might have been involved in stealing your guns, when you went to your car and you grabbed your shotgun, first of all, where was the shotgun?
It was, again, right next to the front driver's seat, between the driver's seat and the center console. The butt of the gun snugs right in between the seat and the console to keep it steady.
Had it ever been in the back seat?
Yes.
And when did you move it up to between the driver's seat and the center console?
It's almost always in that position between the driver's seat and the center console, in that white sleeve.
Did you actually keep it in the white sleeve?
Yes.
And so when you went back to your car and got the shotgun, it was at that time between the driver's seat and the center console?
Correct.
And what did you do when you grabbed it?
I just grabbed the butt of it and I put one hand on the butt of the gun and one hand on the sleeve, because it very quickly draws out of the sleeve. And since I was in a hurry, I think that's probably how the sleeve got ripped. And I grabbed 2 shells that were right in the ashtray of the center console. I just flipped this trigger, or the mechanism on top that flops the gun open, and popped the 2 shells and flopped it back shut to load it.
And once you loaded it, what did you do?
I'm not 100% certain, but I might have pulled the hammers back. I don't know. I can't remember exactly when I did that, but I know I took the gun and I turned on the flashlight and the red laser sight, and I started going towards School Street.
When you went to your car to get the gun, did you actually get inside the car, or did you just lean in?
No, I just leaned in. Okay. I could reach the gun from standing on the road.
And so then after you stood back up, what did you do with the gun?
I turned around and went towards Ryelee with it, and I pointed in his direction.
And when you turned back down Van Street in Rylee's direction, did you see Ryelee?
Yes.
And what was Ryelee doing?
He was coming at me still, yelling and wanting to fight. And I was surprised he was still coming at me.
And you said that you had the gun pointed in his direction. Was it pointed at him?
I wasn't aiming right at him yet, but I was, yeah, that was my intention. Is I announced I have a gun, and I had the flashlight and the laser sight, basically, yeah, pointed at him after I was going towards him.
And you still have 2 exhibits in front of you?
I do.
And Sharpie?
Yeah.
On Exhibit 19, I'd like you to draw where you saw Ryelee after you turned back down Van Street.
Once I had the gun, you mean?
Yes. Did you draw him?
Yes.
And so that's where you saw Ryelee after you had got the gun out of the car.
Yes.
So I just drew on Exhibit 82 a red mark where you drew on Exhibit 19. Is that about where you had drawn Ryelee?
Yes.
And from what you remember, is that where you saw Ryelee after you turned back down Van Street?
Yeah, once I had the gun pointed at him, that's where he was.
Now it looks like it's sort of in front of where the house is.
Yeah, it's just a little past the house there.
Okay. And once you saw him that close and you had the gun, what did you do?
I told him, I said, I have a gun. I said, stop. Leave us alone.
And what did Ryelee do?
He kept yelling and coming. He kept getting closer.
So if Ryelee was running at you and you were scared to get the gun, why did you start walking towards Ryelee as he was running at you?
Again, I had the gun. I wanted to make sure that he didn't get any closer to my car. I wanted to distance myself from the vehicle because I was worried if he didn't have a weapon on him, if he got to my car, he certainly would.
Did he do anything when he saw the gun?
No, I was very surprised. I thought for sure just having the gun and telling him, and he saw a loaded shotgun pointed at him, would make him stop, make him go away, leave us alone. But it did not.
And at some point we saw the video, maybe we'll pull that video back up. Did you hand the gun to Tiffany?
Yes, I did.
Why did you hand the gun to Tiffany?
Once Ryelee and I were within close proximity, and I noticed the gun wasn't deterring him at all. It didn't stop him. It wasn't doing any good as far as making him stop attacking. So I thought, let me try something else. The threat of using the gun didn't work. So I gave her the gun because I had a flashlight stun gun inside my coat pocket that I had pulled out, and I was going to try to use that.
So when you approached Ryelee and Ryelee was running at you, you had the gun in your hand?
Yes.
Why didn't you shoot him?
Oh, I never would want to shoot him.
Why not?
Because I cared about him a lot. He was my friend. I didn't want to hurt him at all.
Were you close enough that if you wanted to, you could have shot him?
Well, yeah, of course. Yes.
And so at some point, you said you realized Ryelee didn't have a weapon and handed the gun to Tiffany.
Yeah, I thought the threat of the gun didn't deter him at all. I'm going to try the taser because the electric current could stop him. It could work in a way that nobody got hurt. We could resolve the issue.
And so it sounds like you got the gun initially and then tried to use the stun gun just to stop Ryelee?
Exactly. The electricity cracking on the stun gun, you can see it, you can hear it. He had seen it before, so I thought that might work. So I actually went and I lunged towards him to try to stun him with the stun gun, because then the altercation could be over.
You wanted to stop it without hurting Ryelee?
Exactly. If I used the stun gun, I could stop the threat. Nobody got hurt.
And did Ryelee do anything with his jacket at any point?
Yes. When he was running towards me, wanting to fight, he was telling me, "I'm coming to beat your ass." And while he was running, he took his jacket off, like preparing for a fight.
And so at some point, because he had his jacket off, is that when you were able to determine he did not have a weapon?
I didn't know for sure he didn't have a weapon, but I thought it was less likely that he had a weapon. I didn't see a weapon, and when he took his jacket off, I could see more clearly. So I thought, better chance that he didn't have one.
And at that point, it sounds like is when you realized you might not need the gun.
Correct.
When you had the taser, were you able to tase Ryelee?
I tried. I lunged, he backed up. I thought I had made contact with the skin, but it didn't do anything. It didn't work. And while I was trying to use the taser and it had no effect, I was really nervous. I was really scared. Because I was so close to him, I ended up dropping it.
So let's pull up the video. And so this is the video. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
And so at this point, do you have the shotgun? Oh, the board's in the way. Thank you. All right, so at this point, do you have the shotgun? We'll play it a little bit and then stop.
I believe I do. Yes.
Okay, so you had the gun.
Yes.
And now you actually were close, almost right up to Ryelee.
Correct. Very close.
And it looks like at that point, what are you going to do with the shotgun?
At that point, I was going to hand it off to Tiffany Rose.
And is it at that point you realized it's less likely Ryelee had a weapon?
Yes, that's correct, because I was close to him.
And you said that that's when you got your taser.
Yeah, at that point I thought maybe this taser would be more effective and could resolve the whole situation without anyone getting hurt.
Okay, well, we'll play some more of the video. We kind of saw you sort of bend down. Is that when you had dropped the taser?
Yeah, I believe that's when that's why I went towards him. That's why he backed up. That's why I was lunging with the taser. I think I dropped it and I tried to pick it up, but I don't think I was able to.
And what does Ryelee do at this point?
He takes the opportunity to run towards my car.
Okay, and so we'll play it some more. And we'll pause it right here. When that happens, what's going through your mind?
I was really, really scared. I was worried. Tiffany Rose was saying he's going to steal your car. And all I could think of is if he gets in that car, there's all kinds of weapons in there.
Were you afraid of Ryelee getting a hold of one of those weapons?
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
Because his intended purpose at that time was to do me harm. He was telling me, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to get you. if he grabbed a weapon out of my car, I was certain the next thing he was going to do with it is come at me with it.
Did he actually get all the way in your car?
I don't think so.
So we'll play another part. And at that point, is that where you would grab the shotgun back?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's going through your head at that time?
I'm just scared. I'm worried. I know there's a bunch of knives, the bat, there's another gun in the trunk of the vehicle. I was just worried he was going to grab something.
And did you see him grab anything?
I did not, no.
Because he was at your car, is that why you grabbed the gun back?
Yeah, that's correct. And the taser failed. It didn't work. I thought that would work. It didn't. He was at the car where there's a bunch of weapons. I thought I'd better grab the gun back.
And do you remember what happened next?
I remember I started to back up.
Okay, so we'll play some more of that video. We'll pause. And we see, is that Ryelee walking away from the car?
Yes.
And what are you doing at that time?
Pointing the gun with the flashlight down towards the ground and taking a steps backwards.
And why were you doing that?
I wanted to stay away from him. I wanted some distance between us.
At that time, were you intending to use the gun?
No, just as a verbal threat of force so he could see it.
Okay, we'll play some more. And we'll pause. Now, do you know why you were pointing the shotgun at the ground?
Yeah, because I wanted it to be in a safe direction. I wanted at the ground is a safe direction in case it accidentally went off. But it was also visible. You know, he could see it. You know, the whole gun.
So, and we'll just drag it to the very last second of the video. So this is right where the video ends.
Yes.
And where about are you standing at that time?
I'm standing behind my car, kind of in the entrance of Tara's driveway.
And you testified earlier that your car was parked in about the same spot as the black car in this picture?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And you were behind your vehicle?
That's correct.
Where, and it's hard to see on the screen, where about was Ryelee?
He was kind of on the other side of Ann Street, you know, kind of from the driver's door towards the other side of Ann Street.
And if I set this right next to you, are you able to point to about where Ryelee was?
Probably over here.
He was this far back?
I would think so.
Okay. And what's going through your head at that time?
At that exact moment, I was relieved that he made a little distance between him and the car, so he wasn't in the car getting a weapon. But I was still scared, and I was still worried. He was still wanting to fight, and I didn't want to fight. I had no intention of fighting.
And as the shotgun's pointed to the ground, what happened next?
I had the shotgun pointed at the ground. Ryelee was a distance away. He wanted to fight. I refused. I wasn't going to go towards him. I was backing up. He came at me very quickly.
What did you do?
I raised the shotgun up because he was coming at me fast, so I pulled the gun up from pointing at the ground to point it in his direction.
And then what happened?
He ran right up to me, and he grabbed the gun.
Do you remember where he grabbed the gun?
Yeah, he grabbed with both hands. He reached out and grabbed the foregrip and the front of the barrel by the flashlight.
When he did that, what did you do?
I tightened up my grip, and I was so scared. I put my finger in the trigger guard.
Where had your finger been before that moment?
It was outside the trigger guard, along the side of it, not on the triggers at all.
Is that something that you had been taught how to do?
Yes.
When Ryelee came at you and grabbed the shotgun, do you remember where in the trigger guard you had put your finger?
I can't say I remember specifically because it happened very fast and I was very scared.
And the reason I'm asking is because a double-barrel shotgun actually has 2 triggers.
Yes.
And do you know why that is?
Each trigger separately fires one of the barrels. There's 2 barrels, 2 hammers, 2 triggers, and 1 trigger is associated with 1 barrel. And so you have to pull them independently.
So if you pulled one, could you pull the other one right away?
Yes.
You don't have to reload it or anything?
No.
So when Ryelee grabbed it and you put your finger in the trigger guard, what happened at that point?
I kind of pulled back on the gun towards me, like a little tug of war. And then he grabbed it, or had it, and he yanked it towards him even harder.
And had you been in the same position about where you were in this video?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if Ryelee came at you, would he been facing Tara's house?
Approximately, yes.
And you mentioned there was a little tug of war. What happened at that point?
When he grabbed it and started pulling on it, I pulled back. Then he pulled back even harder. When he pulled it hard, the gun came off my shoulder towards him, and in the process, my finger pulled the trigger.
Did you try to pull the trigger?
No.
After the gun went off, what happened?
Ryelee stopped pulling on the gun. It was free. There was a loud bang, and then he just stopped pulling. So I immediately took a step backwards.
What did Ryelee do?
He fell down to his knees. He went down to his knees and was leaning forward like this with his hands on his chest, on his knees.
Did you see blood at all?
Not at that point, no, I did not.
So what did you do?
I took another step back, and then I said, I need to call 911. But I didn't have my phone. I didn't know what it was. So I told Tiffany Rose, I said, I need my phone. We need to call 911 right now. And so I went to the car to try to find my phone.
What did you do with the gun?
I put it in the car on the passenger seat pointing up. So it was, visible but in a safe-ish location.
And were you able to find your phone?
I didn't find it. Tiffany Rose ended up having it.
And is Tiffany the one who called 911?
I asked her to dial the number 911 for me, and she did.
And what did she do with the phone after she called 911?
Before she even said anything, she handed the phone to me.
Why were you able to stay so calm?
It was difficult, but I had all the previous training and experience and all the emergency situations I had been in previously with law enforcement that it brought me back to that when I was in this emergency situation.
What was Tiffany's reaction?
I think she was in shock. She called 911 and then just went over to the curb.
Did anyone come out of Tara's house?
Yes, a short time later, Tara came out of the house.
And were they, or was Tara emotional?
Yes. I don't remember right at first, but very shortly after, she was very emotional.
And when you spoke to 911, did they tell you anything?
They more asked me questions, if I remember correctly. I don't think they told me much.
Did they tell you how to render aid?
No, not at all.
Why didn't you approach Ryelee?
I mean, immediately I was still scared. I mean, I thought he might jump back up. I had no idea how or where or if he was really shot right away. I didn't know. So I thought, he could have a burst of adrenaline if he was wounded and come at me even more pissed off. So I wanted to keep my distance. And then when I was on the phone at 911, that was the best, quickest emergency care I could do, is to get on that phone and tell them we needed help, send the ambulance.
Do you feel that remaining calm helped you in talking to 911?
Absolutely.
With Tiffany's demeanor, do you think it would have been good for her to talk on the phone to 911?
I don't think it would have been as effective as me talking. She's very soft-spoken and in shock, and I just thought it would be better if I did it.
Now, at some point, the police arrived.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I kept my distance from the gun and from Ryelee and stayed across the street because I had reported to them that I was a shooter of a gun, and I didn't want them to think that I was trying to cause anyone any more harm. So I just stayed away.
When the police got there, were you ultimately placed into handcuffs?
Yes.
Did they take you anywhere?
Yeah, they put me in the back of a squad car and they drove me from the jail quickly to the hospital and then parked outside the hospital.
At that point, do you know what Rylee's condition is?
I know. I was concerned. I asked multiple times, but they wouldn't tell me.
At some point, did an officer finally tell you?
Yes.
And how did you feel when you found out?
Very upset. Very sad.
Why?
I don't want him to die. I care about him very much.
Are you sad that he's passed away?
Yeah, I'm very sad. I miss him very much. He was my friend.
That night, did you want any of this to happen?
Absolutely not. It's the worst thing. I never wanted it to happen.
Did you intend for any of this to happen that night?
Absolutely not.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
I think this is a good time to recess for the evening. Mr. Jury, would anyone have difficulty being here at 8:30 in the morning? And I will see you then. Thank you for your service.
right, so that's his direct. That's his direct testimony. I'm going to play Tiffany's, his girlfriend. The mother of Ryelee. I'm going to play her after we get through cross. Oh, wait, there's more.
Presence of the jury. Is there anything to address at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Do you have other witnesses you are anticipating calling tomorrow, Mr. Hogan?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
The only possibility would be recalling one witness, but I don't know if I will be recalling that witness.
Okay. And Ms. Isherwood, any idea how many rebuttal witnesses you may be calling?
3 at least. 4 at least. At least 4.
Okay. We might get the testimony done by tomorrow afternoon then?
I think we could get the testimony done in the morning, would be my goal.
You're right, and perhaps this would be a good opportunity to address the potential rebuttal witnesses so we can have a conversation as to what the rebuttal is. I want to make sure it's proper rebuttal before we keep bringing jurors in and out.
Why don't counsel spend a few minutes off the record and we can address it first thing in the morning?
I don't have to disclose my rebuttal witnesses. I've been doing this for 25 years. I know what proper rebuttal is.
Okay.
And it's just concerning to the defense because it seems there's been some attempts to get in other acts of Mr. Zelenski. And so we don't have to, I just want to address ahead of.
And the only attempts have been in defense counsel's mind.
Okay, well, I'll trust counsel know what to do, and if we have to, we'll excuse the jurors tomorrow now and then.
Ooh. Bazinga. It's only in the defense attorney's mind. Yow. All right. I think that's it. I'm going to see if we saw him get into the stand. See if they show him getting out. Okay, no, that's it. All right. So, he's, there's a report on him from a zoo news or something. He harassed a female employee, gave her, told her, here's your work outfit with a pair of underwear. He threw a guinea fowl on the ground, I think 3 times, so that, trying to get her to do something. She reported him. The conditions that he had his animals in was not clean. He comes across as this loving, caring guy, but according to this woman, it's this female worker, employee. He was not anything but. So, all right. Let me get to cross, and then we'll play. Then there's redirect. And then we'll get to Tiffany Powell, his girlfriend. So he's married and he has a girlfriend. So yeah, Gordon, they had a throuple. Tiffany and April were okay with it. They were okay with it. Go figure. All right. So this is going to be the next day. This is cross. And this was from, what did I say? June 20th, 2023 is when it started. All right. Hold on. Okay, this is weird. They have it on Vimeo. Oh yeah, Aaron told me this. So they have it on Vimeo, but then it goes, I guess it's muted for a little while. Let's see. They have it on Vimeo, and then it comes for like a minute or two. Yeah. It's on Vimeo for a couple minutes, so we'll play it. It looks like it's muted, so we'll play it, and just so you know, it's going to kick in. All right, so I'm just going to fast forward because we can't hear it. So this, okay, here we go.
You testified you responded to hostile suspects 1 to 2 times per month. Is that, do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds like it could be accurate.
As a police officer, what did you do when you responded to a hostile suspect?
It depends on the situation. Everyone's fluid.
So if you came across a suspect who wanted to fight you, wanted to use his fists and resist you, what would you do as a law enforcement officer?
It depends on the situation.
Would you pull your gun?
Possibly, I might even have the gun out before the person wanted to fight. If I was responding to a situation where I knew it was going to be a hostile individual.
So in these 1 to 2 incidents per month for the time that you were a law enforcement officer, you could very well have responded with your gun drawn.
Not to everyone, but some of them, yes.
Give me a example of when you would respond with your gun drawn. What would you have to know from dispatch?
What would I have to know? That there was a possible threat and a situation where I might need to use my firearm.
Can you think of an example?
Yeah, I think I used one yesterday where if I was responding to a call, I remember specifically going up a stairwell into apartments, and someone up the stairwell may be dangerous or violent or have a weapon. Before we even started up that narrow stairwell, we'd have our weapons out.
And that's going into an enclosed space?
Yes, because they could pop out at any time.
Now, Waupaca has a fair number of bars. Do you agree?
Yes.
And were you ever called to bar fights?
Yes.
Was that, at least on weekends, a pretty common occurrence?
I wouldn't say common.
Okay. Would you arrive at the bar fight with your weapon drawn?
Not normally. I mean, first we'd go in and assess the situation and determine if it was necessary.
What would make it necessary to go into a bar fight with your weapon drawn?
Depends on the people involved and if they were coming after law enforcement or not complying with your demands.
Well, I'm talking about your initial entry into a situation. You got a call, go to Weasel's, there's a bar fight going on. What would be your law enforcement tactics to respond?
Normally we'd wait for backup. You wouldn't want to handle it by yourself. If there's a bar fight going on, one officer's really not sufficient. So you'd wait for backup to arrive.
Now, yesterday you testified about how frightened you were of Ryelee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you call 911 when you saw him on the street?
I did not. I did not have my phone on me.
Well, Tiffany was holding your phone.
Yes.
And you sat in your car as the call from Danielle Brzezowski ended. That's what you testified to yesterday.
That's correct.
So, do you have your timeline?
Yes.
As long as he's done all the work on this timeline. Let's use it. So, you received a call from Danielle at 10:13 and 36 seconds, is that correct?
Appears to be correct, yes.
And you parked in front of Tara's at 10:17:26. But the call from Danielle didn't end until 10:17:45. And yesterday you testified that you and Tiffany just stayed in the car until that call was done. Do you remember?
I don't recall that, but it sounds like that would be accurate.
Well, did you get out of the car still talking on the phone?
I wasn't talking on the phone. I was in the car driving and she was talking on the phone.
And it was on speaker?
I don't recall that.
Well, yesterday you testified that Angela didn't want the police called. And that's why you didn't call the police when you found the location of the animals. Do you remember that?
I do.
How did you know Angela didn't want the police called if you hadn't been listening to the call?
Well, I was definitely listening. I just don't know if it was on speaker.
Well, how would you listen if it wasn't on speaker?
I could hear Tiffany Rose talking, and it's pretty easy to figure out what's being said. It may have been on speaker. I just don't recall.
Okay. So, but you testified yesterday that you sat in the car until the call ended. So you sat in the car until 10:17:45 before you got out.
I believe that's correct.
Now, you testified yesterday that you had gone to Tara's house to tell her to not give Ryelee a ride.
That's correct.
And that was the only reason you had to talk to Tara.
No, that's not the only reason.
Well, at that time you had the location of the animals. What other reason did you need to talk to Tara before you went to retrieve your animals?
Well, as I testified to yesterday, I had planned to go back to Tara's because our conversation was cut short. I told her I'd be right back when we were done speaking with the officer and to see if she had any more information. But when I got there, the only thing that was important was to tell her to not give Ryelee a ride.
When you got there, you knew where the animals were.
Yes.
And throughout this entire trial, everyone who has testified indicated that your top priority was finding the animals.
That's correct.
And before you ever turned down Van Street, you knew where the animals were.
I'm not sure if it was as I was turning onto Van Street or before, but that sounds accurate.
So, didn't you know where the animals were when you left Main Street, your Main Street building?
No.
We're going to play the call from Danielle and Angela to you and Tiffany. Now, this is on our previously admitted Exhibit 14, and it's item H. And we're going to start the call with approximately 3 minutes left. Well, and while we're trying to get that up, how long would you say that it takes you to drive from the Main Street building to the corner of Van and School Street?
5 minutes or so. Just guessing.
Okay. Well, I had an officer do it last night who will testify that it took him about 1 minute and 50 seconds at 10:10 last night. Does that sound about right?
It depends on the lights. There's a couple lights that you have to go through. So I don't know, it depends if they're red or green.
And there used to be lights, there aren't lights anymore, but there were lights at that time?
Yeah, there were on Fulton Street and Main Street, and then also at Badger Street and Main Street.
And after 10 o'clock at night, they were normally just flashing, isn't that correct?
I do not recall.
So we're going to start the call from the three-way call with 3 minutes left.
Starting at 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
So it's 8 minutes and 24 seconds into this exhibit.
Fake was, and I don't know why they would bring them here, but they're all stolen. They went to the property and they stole them.
Yeah, well, Angela's just trying to return them, and she didn't know what to do. She called me because Ashton and Ryelee got picked up. So
yeah, but we know because I found evidence on Riley's Snapchat of things that they had from our place, and we just called the police on them.
Oh God.
They're here, and I told the officer no when he came because I didn't know nothing about it. And when I went in the house to question my kids, my son says, "Mom, I have something to show you," and they're here. And what's your address? It's N1466 U.S. Highway 10 South, Waupaca.
And so we stopped that at 9 minutes and 20 seconds. There's 2 minutes and 17 seconds left of the call. Does that sound right?
I have no idea, but I can't really see it from here. But
Okay.
it's not, I mean, I believe you.
So 2 minutes and 17 seconds left of the call. So if we subtract 2 minutes and 17 seconds from when the call ended, 10:17:45, you would have still been at the building or pretty close to the building on Main Street.
I cannot agree with that. I don't know.
Okay, well, we can let the numbers work the way they do. But when you went by Van Street, you knew where the animals were.
Like I said, sometime between Main Street and Van Street, the call came in. Danielle and Angela were talking to Tiffany Rose while I was driving. I can't tell you exactly where, but yes, we found out the address and location on the way to Tara's house.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. And I'm going to tell you that this is from Google Maps. And does that indicate how long Van Street is?
It looks like 400 feet.
So the entire length of the road is 400 feet.
That's what this indicates, yes.
So it's 400 feet long, and the Google map actually indicates how long it would take to walk that. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And how many minutes would it take to walk the entire length of Van Street?
According to this, it says 2 minutes.
I'm going to display that map that you're looking at. So it looks like Van Street has a total of 6 houses on it on the east side of the road.
It looks like that, yeah.
So it's a very short street. Would you agree it's a short street?
Yes.
And just a person walking, it would take 2 minutes to walk all the way down it. How long do you think it took you to drive down that street?
Less than 2 minutes.
I would think significantly less than 2 minutes. You arrived and parked in front of Tara's at 10:17 and 26 seconds. according to
Yes.
your attorney's exhibit. So if it only took you a few seconds to drive down Van Street, you would have known where the animals were when you drove down Van Street.
Correct.
You testified yesterday getting the animals back was the most important thing.
Correct.
Why didn't you go get the animals back?
Getting the animals home safely was the #1 priority. If Ryelee met us there and we had an altercation and we couldn't get the animals out of the house safely, then we wouldn't have gotten the animals back safely.
But you didn't get the animals back safely that day, did you?
I did not.
Because you didn't go get them when you had the address.
Because of a lot of factors, yeah.
Well, what other factors were there? If you had driven straight to get the animals when you got the address, you would have gotten the animals.
We don't know that. Ryelee could have went to Terrace, got a ride, bent me out there, and we had an altercation there, and I may not have gotten the animals at all. We have no idea.
Okay, so you would have pulled the gun there instead of on Van Street.
I have no idea. It's a lot of hypotheticals.
You indicated you were so terrified of Ryelee yesterday. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said I was scared.
And one of the reasons was because you said there had been a domestic dispute between Ryelee and Mackenzie in February.
That was one factor, yes.
And that was 8 months earlier, correct?
I believe so.
Well, February to October, 8 months.
Yep.
And you said yesterday with quivering lips that domestics are so terrible. And the fact that he was involved in a domestic led to your fear of Ryelee.
That was a factor, yes.
But in your career as a law enforcement officer, you responded to domestics, according to my notes, once a week.
Your notes are incorrect.
What's your testimony today? How many times you would respond to a domestic?
Like I said, I don't have an exact number. I said an emergency situation including traffic accidents once a week. Most of the time it was a traffic accident. A domestic, like I said, I don't know, maybe once a month. I don't have an exact number.
And were you terrified every time you responded to a domestic?
Not every time.
Were you terrified sometimes?
I would say I was scared sometimes, yes.
So scared that you would take defensive action before you even learned what was going on?
Probably.
In your police training, if you responded with your gun drawn, that's going to escalate the situation. Isn't that true?
Sometimes it would escalate, sometimes it would de-escalate.
Arriving with a gun would de-escalate the situation?
It could.
When you're taught use of force on the police force, what are you taught? What's your knowledge of use of force?
Can you be more specific with your question?
Well, use of force is a policy for law enforcement officers, is that correct?
Yes, there's policies related to use of force.
And you were taught that at the academy. You testified to that yesterday.
I just have a broad term, but I'm wondering specifically what you're asking.
Well, I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 89 and 90. Can you identify Exhibit 89?
This is General Orders, Waupaca Police Department. Use of force. Purpose, policy, definitions.
And what's the effective date of that policy?
It says the date origin was 2/12/04 and date revised 9/13/2016.
So the effective date was when you were a police officer. in the city of Waupaca.
It seems it was drafted during that time.
And so your time as a law enforcement officer, or at least some of it, was subject to this policy.
Yes.
And what is the definition of excessive use of force? Can you read that? It's definition A.
Excessive force, more force than is reasonable, will not affect the validity of the arrest. It may expose the officer to civil suit, discipline, or both, and in aggravated circumstances, possibly criminal liability also.
So using more force than necessary, even as a police officer, could subject you to criminal liability.
That's what it says, yes.
And when you were employed as a law enforcement officer, you agreed to follow this policy. Is that true?
That's correct.
What is the policy under Roman numeral 2?
It is our policy that officers will use only the force necessary to accomplish lawful objectives. The force used by the officer should only be that reasonably required to overcome the resistance being offered by the person and the officer is trying to control.
Now, everything on this policy talks about an officer. Do you agree?
Yes.
So this talks about force that an officer is allowed to use to control a person. Do you agree?
Yes.
And we already talked about law enforcement privilege. Do you agree?
Yes.
And so a law enforcement officer has the right to take someone into custody and use the necessary force, but not a personal citizen. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
A law enforcement officer has the privilege to use force to take somebody into custody, but not a common citizen. Do you agree with that?
To take someone into custody, yes.
Were you trying to take Ryelee Manente-Powell into custody on 10/19?
No.
So when you chased him with a taser and a shotgun, and you were approaching him, according to the video evidence, he never approached you, you approached him. Why were you approaching him?
When I approached him with the taser because I wanted to stop and neutralize the threat
Well, he was just standing on the road, according to the video.
Well, that's not true.
Can we show that? We're going to show the video. The doorbell video that's on our Exhibit 14. And it's identified as F. Start it over. Now, in this picture, can you circle Ryelee? Can you see it on either one, or is the easel in the way?
I'm trying to see this one here. That one's a lot darker.
Can you see where the pointer is circling Ryelee?
Yes.
And he's crouched down.
It appears that way.
And at that time, isn't it true that he was putting his fanny pack on the ground?
I can't say for certain.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Can you identify that exhibit?
Looks like a photograph of the end of Van Street with my car parked with the door open.
I'm also showing you what was previously marked Exhibit 59 and identified as Ryelee's backpack. And that's in the picture that you're holding, isn't that correct?
Yes, it's by a traffic cone.
And that is the location where Ryelee is squatting down in this video. What happened to it? So you can see Ryelee is crouched down and it appears he's putting something in the ground, on the ground, which coincides to the exhibit you're holding that shows that his backpack was left there. Do you agree with that?
Looks pretty close.
So he put his backpack on the ground, and can you start the video? Stop. At any point, is Ryelee approaching you?
Not during that segment, no.
Okay, can you play again? Riley's actually trying to get away from you. He's backing up, and you are the one circling him and trying to get close. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's when I had the taser.
You saw no weapons on Ryelee.
I did not see any.
You started it. Riley's running away from you. Is that true? Ryelee ran
Yes.
away from you. What did you do?
I went towards my car,
You chased Ryelee.
essentially.
You started it. And you took the gun from Riley's mother.
Yes.
You testified yesterday that back when you were trying to get Ryelee with the taser, you had dropped it and couldn't pick it up.
That's correct.
So, at that point, you were unarmed and you grabbed the gun back from Tiffany.
Yes.
You also had a knife on your hat
Yes.
and a knife in your pocket.
Yes.
You had handcuffs in the car
Yes.
and multiple other weapons.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 83. Can you identify Exhibit 83?
Looks like a photograph of my car, door open.
Do you see any weapons visible in the front seat of your car?
In this photograph, no.
And in fact, when Sergeant Rodens identified all the weapons and knives in your car, he described them as being in the back seat or in the center console or in the glove box or the trunk. Do you recall that?
I don't recall, but it sounds like they were in the front, they were in the back, they were in the trunk.
That's not what I just said. Officer Rodens described everywhere but right around your driver's seat.
Well, like you had mentioned, the handcuffs, they were in the driver's door in the compartment down below he described.
Do you consider handcuffs a weapon?
I don't, but that's how you described them.
I described handcuffs and weapons.
Okay, and other weapons, yes.
So there isn't anything that Ryelee could grab there as a weapon except handcuffs.
Well, that's not true, it's just not visible in this photo.
Well, what weapons did you have that were accessible to you that apparently Sergeant Rodens missed?
Well, he said there was a hammer between the front seat. He said there was knives in the front center console, glove box. I think in the front console there's a tray up in the front also. There was knives in there.
He said there was one knife in the center console.
Honestly, I can't recall. I just know where the things were in the
And
car.
we can't see any weapons. So if Ryelee was standing outside the door, that's what he would have seen. That's what he would have seen, is that correct?
Well, possibly this is obviously further back. If you're right up closer from a higher angle, it might be a different view, but
Well, what weapons would you have that standing outside the car he could have reached?
standing outside the car, none.
You said that he never got all the way in the car.
I believe that's correct.
And he didn't open the back door.
No.
And he didn't open the trunk.
No.
And he didn't go around to the passenger side.
No.
When you were a police officer, what procedure did you go through when you took somebody into custody and transported them to the jail?
Well, putting them into custody depends on the situation.
Is there any common procedure?
Yes, there's a common procedure.
Do you search them?
Yes.
And you seatbelt them into the back of the squad?
Yes.
And then you drive the squad to the jail?
Yes.
And you pull into the Sally port?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury, they may not know what a Sally port is?
It's basically like a garage. It has a garage door on both sides so you can drive straight through.
And one door opens, you drive in, and that door shuts. Is that
Correct.
correct? And so it's a secure place.
Yes.
Are any suspects or detainees allowed to have weapons in that space?
Yes.
They're allowed to have weapons? Detainees?
Oh, no, they're not allowed to have weapons, I'm sorry.
And they would have been searched before they were put in the car?
They should have been, yes.
Now, you knew that Ryelee had been arrested and taken to the jail.
I knew he'd been arrested.
And according to Wasrud, he had been taken to the jail because you were hoping that he was going to be held there and questioned.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
And you knew police procedure that he would have been searched before being taken to the jail.
He should have been if they followed procedure, yes.
Isn't that a fundamental officer safety issue?
Absolutely.
Had you ever transported anybody in your car that you did not search for weapons?
Did I or did any officer?
Did you?
Did I? I don't think so.
It's for your own safety.
Correct.
And especially taking them into the jail. We certainly don't want a prisoner going into the jail with a weapon.
I agree.
That would be chaos. Correct?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if it's a chaos, but it's definitely hazardous, yeah.
Now, you were surprised that Ryelee had been released from the jail, but when you were going to get the animals, you saw him walking back.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was walking down School Street from the direction of the jail.
I thought that was Ryelee, yes.
Previously to you doing your investigation, when you determined Ryelee was a suspect, you learned that one of the handguns had already been sold. Is that correct?
That's what I was told that day, that he had sold one.
And when you talked to Jeff Larson told you that he was keeping an eye on Ashton and that he thought Ashton had a handgun in his waistband.
He said he thought he saw him put something like a gun in his pants, yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 guns. Also, one of the guns that was stolen from you, even though the ammunition was right next to it, they didn't take the magazine or the ammunition. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, it was further down in the compartment, yes.
But they didn't take it.
Correct.
And it was stored right near the gun.
Correct.
So you knew there were 2 handguns, one didn't have ammunition, one had been sold, and your friend believed that Ashton Tody had the other one. Is that the information you had?
He didn't say what gun. Like we saw on that table, they had a BB gun that looks like a real gun, and that could be what Ashton had in his pants. I have no idea what gun. He didn't say what kind of gun it was.
Okay, so all that was going through your head? When
You're just asking me a question, I'm answering it honestly.
So you said you thought Ryelee might be armed.
That's
I'm
it.
trying to get information that would lead you to believe that Ryelee was armed.
I didn't say I thought he was armed. I said I didn't know if he was armed. He could be.
How could he be? Walking back from the jail.
Well, if I was arrested for, say, having a warrant, and I had a knife that I was legally allowed to own and carry in my fanny pack, and I was released from the jail, they would give me my knife back with the fanny pack, and I could be armed with that knife walking down the street. Or if I was a concealed carry permit holder, like I am, I could have a gun and carry it.
So you would let a suspect into your squad car and bring his knife or gun along with him to give back to him at the jail.
When I was placed in handcuffs and placed into the squad car after shooting someone, they took my knives and put them into the squad car with me. And then if I was going to be released, I'm assuming they would have given them back.
There was a picture that I'm sure you've seen of the front seat of your car with the gun.
I have not seen that picture.
When we're going to get the picture up.
Okay.
The officers took the knives from you, and it's your testimony they took them to the jail with you?
That is correct.
As soon as we find the picture, there is a picture where they were put into your car.
Eventually they were.
Eventually, so somebody drove back to the scene and put them in your car.
I can tell you for certain that's correct because halfway to the jail, I informed the officer that my belongings were still on the hood of his squad car. My hat and my wallet and my knives were on the hood of the squad car. He stopped, pulled over to the side of the road, and brought them back into the squad. So that's why I can remember for certain they were there in the squad car.
Yesterday you testified that when you were done with the taser, you put it on top of your car. And you told officers that your wallet and the sleeve and the taser was on top of your car.
That's correct.
Not on top of the squad car.
No, my baseball cap, which had a knife on the brim, and a knife that was in my coat pocket, those were on the squad car hood.
That's your testimony.
Yeah, that's what happened. You can watch the squad video and probably find out for sure.
And when the officer testified, so you said just your hat. Before you said your wallet was on top of the squad car, but now
Yeah, I misspoke about the wallet. It was the hat, the knives, the things that were in my coat pockets. When they searched me, the things that were on my person.
Is that what you would have done as a police officer? Bring their weapons with them?
Depends on the situation.
So it's your testimony that you would allow them to bring their weapons with them?
I wouldn't allow them to bring their weapons.
But you would bring their weapons with you for them?
It's possible that the weapons will be brought. It depends on the situation, like I said.
And that would be common police practice that you were taught? Yeah. Could I have an exhibit sticker, Renee? What exhibit number is this? 84. Okay. 94. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 94. Can you identify that picture?
It's a picture of the interior of my car from the passenger side, it appears.
And laying on the front seat, are those the knives that you had on your person?
They appear to be, yes. I don't know why they're not with my baseball cap, but they were placed there after I was arrested by an officer, I'm sure. Because they
were removed from you.
Yeah, they were transported with me to the jail and the hospital, and then I don't know at what point they put them there.
Now let's talk about how terrified you were of Ryelee. After all your talk of your police training, weren't you taught de-escalation tactics?
Yes.
Did you use any of them?
Yeah, I tried to.
Which ones did you use? While holding a shotgun.
I tried to remain calm.
You said you were so scared, you were shaking yesterday.
Yeah, like I said, I tried to remain calm.
What else? That's not de-escalation.
Well, remaining calm can be de-escalating.
Okay. What else?
Tried to keep some distance.
But you were going after Ryelee.
With the taser, yes.
How is that keeping your distance?
Well, there's two different things. At some points I was trying to keep my distance. At that point, I tried to get close to him with the taser because I thought if I could use the taser, the stun gun, to stop the threat.
What threat?
He was running down the road before the video starts, yelling, "I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna beat your ass." He was coming at me. He ran in a hostile manner, ripping his jacket off in a threatening, "I want to fight" gesture.
The video shows you ripping his jacket off.
Absolutely
and
not.
You throwing it.
No, that's not true.
Let's play it again. Right there, you're holding his jacket.
Yeah, I picked it up to see if there was a weapon in it.
In that split second,
Why don't we
you
rewind
checked
it?
it. How do you check for a weapon? Don't you feel down the jacket to see if there's a weapon?
Pick it up, shake it, feel down, yeah.
No weapon.
No, it's just quick.
And later you throw the jacket.
If you want to rewind and see who took it off, I definitely didn't take it off of him. He took it off. If you want to slow it down.
There you throw his jacket.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
In that video, Ryelee never approaches you.
I know. But did you see I didn't rip his jacket off? I picked it up off the ground.
I don't see Ryelee removing it either, so
Okay.
video isn't good enough. But you're saying you checked it for weapons. He had no weapons in it.
That's why I picked it up, yes.
He had removed his fanny pack,
Yes.
and yet you went from the taser to the gun.
When he was running towards my car, yes.
Why would you take the gun? Wouldn't the best thing for him to get in the car and leave?
Yeah, that would have been great if you did.
But you took the gun to stop him?
Not to stop him from getting in the car,
Why did you take the gun?
because like we said before, if you went into the car and got weapons, it'd be appropriate to have the gun.
How would it be appropriate to have the gun?
Like I said, if he grabbed a weapon out of the car,
So you were defending yourself about something that might happen.
that's correct.
When you use of force as a police officer, did you have to fill out a separate form?
I don't recall, but I would think that would be correct.
And what would be considered use of force that you would have to report?
At that point in time, back then, I don't recall.
If you pulled your gun out of the holster, did you have to file a report?
I do not believe so, but I don't recall.
You have in front of you Exhibit 90.
I know oh, up here I do, yeah.
Can you identify Exhibit 90?
Waupaca Police Department use of force report.
Do you recognize that document?
I don't recognize it, but it's been a long time, but it looks vaguely familiar.
And if you even just display a taser, you have to fill out this report in B2.
But it looks like it starts with empty hand control.
Yes?
I don't know where the taser part is.
In B. But if you go down, it is basically escalating force. Is that true?
Where's that?
You start with empty hand control, then it goes to control devices, then it goes to intermediate impact, and then it goes to deadly force.
Correct.
Now, isn't that on there because you are trained that you start with the lowest level of control and deadly force is only used as a very last resort?
Yeah, I remember it's a force continuum. So it escalates and de-escalates, and it's fluid. That's correct.
Right, but you start with the least amount of force necessary. You just read the policy that it's the least amount of force necessary.
Correct.
You don't start with the gun pointed at someone.
I think we heard another officer testify that sometimes you can de-escalate and have your gun out and then not need it and put it back into its
After
holster.
you've tried all the other use of force techniques.
When, like he said, you don't have to necessarily go through each one in order. Sometimes it jumps around on the continuum.
But you don't start with the gun pointed at someone. He testified to that. An unarmed 18-year-old boy.
I don't know if he testified to that.
Was it your training that you would start with a gun pointed? A shotgun at that, not even a handgun. Pointed at him.
There's no specific training for that specific scenario.
Oh. In all the times that you were so terrified of Ryelee, did Ryelee ever hit you?
I don't believe so.
Yesterday you didn't testify that he had ever struck you.
Right.
And everything you testified to was either you're claiming you saw it or Ryelee told you. Other than the February incident with Mackenzie.
I guess you'd have to clarify the question.
Did you ever see Ryelee hit you or anyone else?
I never saw him hit me. I'm trying to recall if I saw him hit anybody else.
You didn't describe anything yesterday of seeing him hit anybody else.
Okay.
And you made the story in the jail sound like he was bragging. that he had a mutual fist fight with somebody else. That's how you described it yesterday, a mutual fist fight.
I would never say a mutual fist fight. That's not the words I would use, but he had a fight. That's correct.
And the other person was a willing participant.
I don't know about willing.
You indicated they went to an area that wasn't on camera to have their fight.
Correct.
And that Ryelee told you this.
Yes.
So you made a lot of statements yesterday about Rylee's acts of violence that Ryelee told you about.
Yes.
And Ryelee's not here to contest that, obviously. Is that true?
Of course that's true.
So when Ryelee tells you about fist fights, and there's a domestic incident in February, 8 months earlier, that caused you to be terrified of Ryelee. To the point that you needed a loaded gun.
That was one factor.
Well, that was multiple factors.
Those were factors.
What other factors? That's what you testified to yesterday.
Yes.
Now, during this entire time, between February, when he had the domestic, and October 19th, he continued to have placement rights with his son Jackson. Isn't that true?
I really don't know the legal placement, but I know he did have Jackson at times.
You said that you were at Tara's house multiple times to pick up and drop off Jackson.
Correct. I don't know what the legal arrangement was, but
And I'm not asking you. Did you
Oh.
see Ryelee with Jackson?
yeah, of course.
And there were never any fears expressed that Ryelee was so violent and so dangerous that he shouldn't have his 2-year-old son.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
Right. I'm saying I did not say that.
You never thought he was too violent to have his 2-year-old.
I never said that.
Was he too violent to have his 2-year-old? Did you make a complaint to social services or the police that Jackson was in danger because he was spending time with this violent, scary father?
I did not.
And the mother of Jackson continued to let Ryelee have Jackson, have placement time with Jackson.
Yes.
And you testified being around when Ryelee had Jackson.
Yes.
But this is the same person that when he's running down the street, you are so terrified you have to load a gun and arm yourself.
Yeah, there were times that he was, like I said, very easy to be around, very nice. He was a friend of mine. I spent a lot of time with him and I wasn't scared. But when he was enraged and angry and violent and coming at me, yelling and screaming, that's a different side of Ryelee than the loving, caring father and friend that he was.
You testified yesterday that you saw Ryelee come around the corner at Main and School Street.
I saw someone
School and Van
in Van Street, yeah.
You saw him come around the corner and run.
Well, I saw when he just came around the corner, someone running, and then because of the yelling, I knew it was him for sure.
So he's running at you down Van Street.
Yes.
Van Street that's 400 feet long.
Correct.
The length of a football field.
Okay.
100 yards.
Yeah.
Oh, so not even. A little bit more. So he's running down Van Street.
Correct.
And you meet up with him 2 or 3 houses up the road.
Yes.
With your gun.
Yes.
How is it possible if he's running, screaming down a 400-foot street that you had time to go back to your car and, as you testified, get out your shotgun, open the shotgun, get the shells out of your car, load the shotgun, pull the hammers back so it's ready to fire, and then meet Ryelee 2 houses up. The road is 6 houses long, and he's running.
That's correct.
How is that possible?
grabbing the gun, loading it, doesn't take much time at all. And he had stopped, obviously.
Yesterday
Down.
you didn't testify he stopped. You said he was running at you. That's why you were so terrified.
He was. And then after I went and got the gun, he of course stopped because the video shows he stopped. And Tiffany Rose had already gotten out of the vehicle and was engaging in a verbal exchange with him.
So Tiffany Rose didn't get out of the vehicle until that point.
Yes, she did.
You just said she had gotten out of the vehicle. But
Right, so that's what I'm saying is she had gotten out and gotten into a verbal exchange with him. When he came around the corner, he was yelling and screaming. She responded.
you said you couldn't drive away because Tiffany was standing outside the car and you didn't think she could get in quick enough.
I said, that's one factor, yes.
What other factor would stop you from just driving away and going to get your animals?
I wish I would have.
Tiffany had Tara's phone number, didn't she? They were joint grandmas of the same grandchild.
I think she did. I don't know for sure.
You picked up Jackson at Tara's house and dropped him off multiple times, you said.
Oh, yes.
Been there many times.
That's correct.
There was never a phone call to make those arrangements?
Yeah, I don't know if it was on Facebook Messenger calls. They did a lot of that sort of thing.
You had a way to get a hold of Tara.
I don't know if my phone had her.
Tiffany had her phone too.
I don't know for sure, but it's possible.
And so you're still saying that you parked out on the street so that you had to walk all the way to the back of Tara's house because you used the back door, rather than just pulling up to the door, telling her don't give Ryelee a ride, and then going to get your animals.
I was probably going to not walk, but run to her door.
Did you run to her door?
I didn't even get far enough to do so.
Yesterday you said you were on the way to her door when you saw Ryelee running and screaming at you.
I
You
was.
had to go back to your car.
Well, that's correct. I had to go back to the driver's door. I had just gotten to, say, the back of my car, not even down her driveway at all.
Down. So
I didn't get down Tara's driveway at all.
why wouldn't you drive down the driveway to tell her? So that it would be 2 seconds to get out and tell her.
Well, it's exactly, so I could leave quickly. I parked my car on the road, kept it running. I was gonna run, talk to her quick, and so I could leave again. Because once you park in the driveway, it could take longer.
Why would it take longer if you're parked in the driveway right next to the door?
Because I could get parked in. I don't know.
Not at 10:20 at night on a school night, Monday, you were gonna get parked in the seconds it would take you to tell Tara not to give him a ride because you didn't want to call her.
I never said I didn't want to call her.
You said you didn't call her, you stopped to tell her.
That's correct. I don't know. What was the question?
You could have just called her. So you parked on the road so that you had to run to her door rather than just pulling up to the door and telling her and leaving and going to get your animals.
That's correct. That's what I did.
You didn't pull up to the door.
I still don't understand the question. I parked on the road.
Why didn't you pull up to the door so you could make this a very quick stop?
I thought where I parked would make it a quicker stop.
You pulled down Van Street because you saw Ryelee. That's what Tiffany Powell testified to. You were on the way to get the animals, you saw Ryelee, you pulled down in front of him. That was her testimony yesterday. And that was her statement back on October 20th, 2020. You saw Ryelee and you pulled down the road in front of him. You got out of the car, you grabbed a stun gun and a shotgun, a loaded shotgun, and you met him halfway down the street. That makes sense with the timing. You're kind of jogging, Riley's walking.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
When the items were stolen from your car, was there any sign of forced entry?
I don't think so, no.
Didn't you tell police that you would lock the car, but Tiffany and Rowan would often leave it open?
I believe so.
As a trained law enforcement officer, would you leave a car open with loaded weapons, ammunition?
No, like I said, I would always lock my car.
But you knew they left it open often.
No, I didn't know they did it often. I said sometimes they would leave it unlocked.
Even if it's just once, isn't that extremely dangerous?
Absolutely, it was against my wishes every time they did it.
Why didn't you check to make sure your car was locked every night?
I normally did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 91. Can you identify that exhibit?
Separation agreement waiver and release between City of Waupaca, the Union, and William Zelenski.
What is it dated?
Uh, 4/13 of 2005.
What does it indicate was your last day of employment?
April 20th of 2005.
And you had some months of salary that they paid you after you separated from the city, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you given a choice whether to sign and accept this agreement or not?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy of this line of questioning.
We'll excuse the jury. Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hogan?
Your Honor, I don't think anything related to the separation of Bill's employment in the city of Waupaca has any relevancy to this trial.
Ms. Isherwood?
Your Honor, everything that Mr. Zelenski has claimed in this case is based on his police training and that this is what a law enforcement officer does. He's been trained as a law enforcement officer and that that's what he was doing that day. He called 911 and he stayed calm because that's what he was trained to do as a law enforcement officer. And I think it's fair for the jury to know that he was released from the police department and he was given the choice to resign or be fired.
And I guess Exhibit 91 apparently demonstrates that. I felt you were going beyond that and asking for the reason of the separation. And I'm asking, what's the reason? Is there any possible relevance to this trial?
And I don't see any, I'm not specifically objecting for the jury knowing that he signed the separation.
That's right. That's how I understand it. I'm saying that's proper. But it sounded to me from your question you want to go beyond that document.
I wasn't going to go into the individual details, though they would be helpful because a lot had to do with misuse of firearms, but I wasn't going to do that. But you don't get paid to resign. I can let the jury just speculate on that. But I think it's entirely appropriate as he's holding himself out as a law enforcement officer that he had to have a settlement agreement between the union and the city and himself with terms when he left. That's not how a normal situation for resigning from a job.
And I mean, to even state this is not a normal way that somebody would leave the force is opening up a whole nother can of worms that we don't need to get into for this trial. If
I don't need to hear anymore. I agree. Yeah, it's in the record. There's a separation agreement. He left. Implicit with that, there's some problems. Everyone understands law enforcement officers get separated. There's usually something underlying it. And the real purpose here is not relevant to this case. So you've gone as far as I'm going to allow you to go in that regard. But they've heard about the separation agreement. They can look at, I haven't looked at it. Is there anything contained within the exhibit that's problematic? I haven't seen it, of course.
Just that they won't speak disparaging.
That's what I was going to guess. Mutual, yep, okay. They can see that document. It can be, having not read it, unless there's some objection, I'll allow it to be published to the jury. But beyond that, I don't think we need anything more.
Okay.
We're ready then. Ms. Isherwood, any idea how much longer? Do you have any idea how long your redirect is?
We would probably want to take the morning break before I start redirect.
That's what I was guessing. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Isherwood, you may proceed.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. And can you identify what that is?
It appears to be a text message from me to Nicole Zacharias.
And who is Nicole Zacharias?
A Waupaca probation agent.
And do you know her?
I do.
And pulling the message up just so that the jury can read along. What's it dated?
10/14 of 2020.
So this would have been before you even knew that the animals were gone.
Yes.
We're going to make it so the jury doesn't have to stand on their head to read it. Oh, now you really have to stand on your head. Can you read the message?
This is Bill. Thank you for everything. I'm sure you understand as a former law enforcement officer, I like accuracies and documenting everything.
So even in 2020, you held out the information that you were a former law enforcement officer regularly. Is that true?
No, I wouldn't say regularly. In this particular instance with a probation agent, I did. It's a related field.
counted that, 15 years after entering into a separation agreement from the city police force, you were still talking about your days as a law enforcement agent or enforcement officer.
In this text message, yes.
And you've talked about conducting the investigation into the theft of your animals
Yes.
and interviewing people, sending out messages, acting as an investigator.
Yes.
You were solving this in the streets.
Correct.
You didn't trust that law enforcement was going to do it, and you were more concerned about the time and finding your animals.
Well, I didn't say I didn't trust law enforcement to do it. I just said that I had more time, and I felt the urgency necessary was something I could assist with in conjunction with law enforcement.
And again, the urgency. And I said it was the urgency that you wanted to find the animals.
Correct.
Were you worried about punishment for anybody who may have taken the animals?
That wasn't my major concern.
You talked about play one of your calls to law enforcement the night of October 19th, and it is on our, it'll be on our exhibit number 93 flash drive.
The Sheriff's Department, I talked to you earlier?
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Yeah, so April said you're headed to 400 and a half Mill Street?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in Waupaca, right?
Correct, the city of Waupaca. On the corner of State Street and Mill Street.
Okay. I had officers still working on this call, and they were actually already headed to Waupaca, to a different address, but now they're going to the 400 Mill. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go to the house first. I want you to let the officers get there and talk to them.
Okay. I know that Ashton, my friend Jeff Larson's there watching, and he said the Ashton kid is there. He just went out and threw something in the street and looks like he's packing a handgun in his hand.
Okay.
And so he's watching it because he owns the house, and we're going to get permission to enter as well.
Okay.
And Ashton and his girlfriend, who I think it's Ashton 17, his girlfriend 16, are both in and out of the house, standing in the middle of the street, watching for something. Because I think an officer had already been there tonight once.
Okay, so Jeff isn't in the house, he's like across the street watching?
No, he's off across the street in his truck, yeah.
Okay.
And they're videotaping the Ashton kid, because he was fussing with something in his pants, and thought it was probably a gun.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to talk to the officers quick. Don't hang up, but I don't want you to go to that house right now, okay?
Okay, I'll go to 111 North Main Street and hang in there for now.
Okay. We'll call you when we know what's going on, okay?
All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yep, bye.
Bye.
So law enforcement had told you not to go to the house and talk to Ashton and Ryelee.
That's correct.
They wanted law enforcement to handle talking to Ashton and Ryelee.
That's correct.
And yet, when you saw Ryelee walking down the road, you turned down in front of him and got out of your car.
I turned down the road I was going.
And
I did not go to Mill Street as requested.
but they're talking about you talking to Ashton and Ryelee. And they were at Mill Street, so they told you not to go there and to let the officers talk to them.
Right, so I complied and did exactly what they asked me to do.
until later when you saw Ryelee and you confronted him.
No, I didn't confront Ryelee. He came around the corner and confronted us. I know what Tiffany Rose testified to, but I never told her that I was turning down Van Street because we saw Ryelee. I never told her we were going to confront Ryelee. That was what she thought, maybe, but that's not. We never had any conversation about that's what took place.
I'm going to play the 911 call.
Waupaca County 911, what's location emergency?
I'm on the corner of Boulevard and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street.
Waupaca County 911, what's location emergency?
I'm on the corner of Boulevard and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street. And Shepherd Street.
Van and Shepherd Street?
Yes.
What's going on?
Ryelee Manente was walking home. I confronted him. He attacked me and I shot him. I tried to...
That was your 911 call.
That's correct.
I confronted him, he attacked me, and I shot him. Is that...
Yeah,
Your
I just heard it. That's correct.
You confronted him with a taser and a shotgun.
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that when you loaded the shotgun, you pulled both hammers back.
I said I wasn't sure,
If you
but
did,
at some point I did.
okay. If you don't know if you did it right away, but you think you might have.
That's what I said. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
So when you handed the gun to Tiffany, the hammers would have been pulled back.
Like I said yesterday, I don't know for sure.
So pulling him back right away or pulling him back just before you shot him is considerably different, wouldn't you say?
It's different.
Okay. And you don't remember when you pulled him back?
That's what I said, yeah.
And when did you put your finger in the trigger?
I put my finger inside the trigger guard after Ryelee had charged me and grabbed onto the gun.
And he charged you after you confronted him with a gun?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And Ryelee had a right to defend himself, isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, you were so worried about Ryelee, and Ryelee getting to the animals before you, or getting to the animals while you were there. Were you worried about Ashton?
Yes.
But you didn't make any efforts to tell Tara not to give Ashton a ride?
Yeah, it would go without saying, Ryelee and Ashton.
It would go without saying. You didn't tell Danielle or Angela not to give the animals to Ashton?
Well, I'm pretty sure they knew that.
Well, aren't you pretty sure Tara knew that too?
To not give Ryelee the animals?
The ride to the animals?
Oh, a ride to the animals. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Doesn't it go without saying that Tara knew not to give Ryelee a ride to the animals?
Not necessarily.
But it goes without saying that Danielle and Angela would know not to let Ashton or Ryelee have the animals.
Well, that's what you said, that let them have the animals.
Were you worried about Ashton going to get the animals?
Yes.
Did you, in your conversation with Danielle, his stepmother, and Angela, his mother, mention to them, don't let Ashton or Ryelee pick up the animals?
I didn't say anything. I wasn't talking in that conversation.
We can hear your voice on that call. You say thank you for giving them the information of where the animals are. You were listening to the call.
Correct. I wasn't participating in the conversation, but I was listening.
And it didn't occur to you to tell them not to let Ashton or Ryelee take the animals. You said it goes without saying.
Well, the person on the phone, Angela, is the one who had the animals. She said, I want to get them out of my basement. And She was just informed that they were stolen from us, and she had arranged for us to come get them. So I would think she would know not to give them to anyone.
Tara knew they were stolen also. Correct. And Tara would have known, as you said, it goes without saying, don't give Ryelee a ride out there to pick up the animals. You're the one who said it goes without saying.
Well, because the people on the phone were saying, we want to give you the animals.
Did you ever see Ashton that night?
No, I didn't see him. I just heard about him breaking into my Main Street building while I was in the back of the squad car.
And that was afterward when he was looking for Ryelee?
I don't know, he just threw a rock through the window and entered the building.
After the shooting?
Correct.
And you never saw Ashton or Ryelee on October 19th?
Yes, I did. This happened on October 19th.
Before you confronted Ryelee, you hadn't seen him that day?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever tell the 911 caller that it was an accident?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever tell Tiffany that it was an accident?
No, I didn't talk to her about that.
Did you ever tell Tara on scene that it was an accident?
No.
Did you ever tell Officer Wasser it was an accident?
No.
Did you ever tell Deputy Thorpe it was an accident?
No.
Did you ever tell Officer Shabilsky it was an accident?
I don't think I told anybody. I kept my right to remain silent.
I have no further questions.
Why don't we take a morning recess? Please be seated. Mr. Hogan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bill, I want to ask you some questions about some stuff that came up on cross-examination. Specifically with respect to the street names, do you remember what street name you first provided to 911?
I think I said Van and Oborn Street.
And your testimony was that Shearer turns into Oborn?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you it's been marked Exhibit 26. Can you point out where Shearer Street is?
This little section right here.
And do you know where Shearer turns into Oborn?
I would think after Van Street, it's one way on Shearer, and then when you go the opposite direction, it's Oborn.
Okay. And between where it goes from Oborn to Shearer Street, is there any traffic signals or anything that would indicate it's a different street?
No.
You were asked a question about responding to a hostile suspect, and I believe the prosecutor asked what you would have to know from dispatch before you would have your gun drawn when you arrived. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Would prior experience with a suspect factor into whether you might have to draw a gun before you get to a scene?
Definitely.
How so?
If you had prior experience with him, you would know
some of their demeanor and how they react in situations and if they have tendencies to cooperate or not.
If you knew they had been violent in the past, would that factor in?
Absolutely, yes.
You also testified one of the first things that you would do when you respond to, for example, I think the prosecutor said a bar fight. Do you remember the first thing you said that you would do?
I would wait for backup.
And what if backup weren't available?
I would have to assess the situation. Sometimes I would have to wait for backup because it wouldn't be safe to go in by myself. Otherwise, if it was something that it was controllable with just one officer and I felt I could handle it, I may proceed.
And were there ever times where you might have approached a situation by yourself where maybe you should have waited for backup?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned it, but the prosecutor kept referring your top priority was just finding the animals. Is that accurate?
Not completely, no.
How is that not completely accurate?
Well, we didn't just want to find the animals. We wanted to get them home safely. And so find them, get them back into my care, get them back into their climate-controlled environments. So, they were home again.
Were you worried that something could prevent you from getting them home safely?
Yeah, definitely.
What were you worried about?
I was worried about Ryelee or Ashton or even someone else, Angela, one of her other kids, stashing them, destroying them. I think it was suggested to just let them loose by someone.
Now, I'm going to show you again what's been marked exhibit number 88. Will you remind the jury what exhibit 88 is?
It's a top view of a map showing Van Street with I think she said Google Map measurement that says 400 feet and 2 minutes.
And the 2 minutes was referring to the time it would take for what?
It has a stick figure of a person to either walk or run down that street.
Okay, so walking it would take 2 minutes down Van Street?
That's what she indicated, yes.
Were those blue dots start on School Street? Is that where you saw the person you thought could be Ryelee?
No, he was down the sidewalk of School Street, not right at the entrance of Van Street.
So to get from where you saw the person you thought could be Ryelee to the other end of Van Street, do you think it would take longer than 2 minutes to walk?
Oh, definitely. It was a much greater distance than just this section of Van Street if you went down School Street.
Would it take faster if you were running?
Yeah.
And so we can see that when you parked in front of Terrace House at 10:17:26 p.m. and that all three of you were in the street right in front of the house with the camera, that was just over a minute?
That's correct.
After you had parked?
Yes.
And so if Ryelee had been simply walking, do you think it was possible he could have walked to where we saw you arguing in just over a minute?
No, he would not have made it in time.
You testified that drawing a gun could potentially escalate or de-escalate a situation. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
How would it de-escalate a situation?
Just the presence of a gun, the threat of using the gun, could make a suspect think about their actions and decide they don't want to go forward with any violence. They could see that gun and say, no, I'm going to disengage, I'm going to stop fighting, I'm going to stand down.
And that would de-escalate that situation.
That's correct.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 89. Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 89 was?
This is a Waupaca Police Department's use of force policy.
And I think you had read the date of origin at the very top before.
It's 2/12 of 2004.
And on Exhibit 89, can you flip to the very last page?
Yes.
Is there a signature on that?
Yes.
And is there a date on that?
Yes.
Can you read the date that it was signed?
It says 1/10 of 2006.
We heard that your last date of employment was in 2005.
I believe that's correct.
And so Exhibit 89 was signed after you had left the Waupaca Police Department.
It appears to be correct.
Do you know if anything in Exhibit 89... Let me back up. You indicated there's a date revised on Exhibit 89?
Yes.
And what date is that?
09/13 of 2016.
Do you know, does it indicate in Exhibit 89 anywhere what revisions were made in 2016?
It just says that it was revised. It does not say what was changed.
So we don't know what it would have been in 2014? Or 2004?
That's correct.
I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 83. Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 83 is?
It's a photograph from outside the passenger side of the car with the door open.
That's the passenger side?
I'm sorry, no. It's the driver's side.
And how far back is that picture taken from, approximately?
It's beyond the open door. I'm just guessing that it might be 5 feet or so back from the car.
Can you actually see the end of the door to the driver's side?
Yes, that's the entire end of the door is visible, so the picture is from beyond the open door.
And you testified when we saw the video, Ryelee approached the driver's side of your vehicle?
That's correct.
How far into the vehicle did Ryelee go?
I'm not 100% sure, but he was right up against it.
Was he closer than the distance from which that photo was taken?
Oh, definitely, yes.
You testified that at some point when you had the taser, you had dropped it.
That's correct.
And I think you said you don't remember initially picking it up.
That's correct.
At some point, did you do anything with the taser after the gun went off?
Yeah, at some point I located, picked up the taser and put it on top of my car.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 84. Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 84 shows?
That's a picture of the top of my car, which does show the taser, the gun sleeve, and my wallet.
Were you here yesterday when Nate Brickel was testifying?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he saw somebody pacing or walking down the street and then back towards the vehicle?
Yes, I do remember that.
Did you have to walk to where we saw you on video with the taser by Ryelee to go get the taser?
That is correct.
On cross, it was brought up about suspects being searched when they get brought into the jail. Do you remember that?
I do.
Or at least to the Sally Port.
Correct.
In your experience, has there ever been a time that a weapon was missed when somebody was brought into the Sally Port?
Yes.
What kind of weapon?
Well, there's a lot of things that could be considered a weapon. I personally know of someone who brought a syringe with a needle on it into the jail.
I mean, and I'm talking just about to the Sally Port. That was what was asked about on cross.
Yes, in the Sally Port, I think weapons are brought into the Sally Port on a regular basis by the law enforcement officers.
What about by suspects?
I wouldn't think normally. You wouldn't want them to be.
And have you ever seen a time where a suspect may have had a weapon in the Sally Port because it was missed on an initial search?
Objection asked and answered.
You can answer if you can.
I'm trying to recall a specific instance, but I'm having trouble remembering one. But
the prosecutor asked you about the 2 handguns that had been stolen from you.
Yes.
And you testified that you received some information that one was possibly sold.
Yes, someone said that they thought one of them had been sold and they were taking pictures to advertise them for sale.
So, if I understanding correctly, it was information that they were trying to sell a gun.
Correct.
Did you actually receive information that the gun actually had been sold?
I didn't know for sure that it had been sold. Someone said that they thought it had been sold, but I didn't know it had been, to who or anything like that.
And if a gun had been sold, you wouldn't have known which gun was sold?
No.
And remind me again the caliber of the 2 guns that were stolen.
One was a 9mm and one was a .38 Special.
Is ammunition for a .38 Special hard to come by?
No.
Is ammunition for a 9mm hard to come by?
No, not at all.
And I think you testified there was a loaded clip that was not stolen.
That's correct.
For which gun was that clip?
The magazine for the 9mm was left in the center console.
And would have that been easy to purchase ammunition for to load?
Yes, that'd be very easy too.
There was some testimony on cross about some of your items being left on the hood of a squad car.
Yes.
I want to bring up a squad video. How do you know there was stuff left on the hood of a squad car?
Because when they searched me, put me in the back of the squad, they took my items that were on my purse and set them on the squad car hood. And while we were en route, I reminded the officer driving that my personal effects were still on the hood of the vehicle. And you know, I didn't want them to get lost, so I told him about it, and he had to pull over and then bring them into the vehicle.
Now I'm going to show you a clip on Exhibit 95 entitled 41.Axon starting at 19 minutes and 13 seconds. Before we start playing, are you able to see the video?
Yes.
And what can you see in the video?
Right now it appears to be my baseball cap on the right bottom corner.
And where is the baseball cap? Where is that on the video?
It looks like it's outside on the hood in front of the windshield wiper.
And do you know what vehicle this would be?
I believe it to be the squad car that was transporting me to the Sally Port and to the hospital.
And you could actually see this from the back seat?
Yeah, that's correct. I saw it and noticed it, and that's why I mentioned to the officer it was still out there.
And what did the officer do?
He pulled over to the side of the road and got out of the squad, got the hat and the knives and put it into the squad.
Okay, so we'll start playing at 19 minutes and 13 seconds. At 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Does that just show what you had just described?
Yes, it does.
And where did the officer put those items?
He put them on the passenger seat of the squad car.
And that was the squad car that ultimately went to the Sally Port?
That is correct.
So that kind of stuff does happen.
It sure did.
I'm going to bring you up to the video from the doorbell camera when everybody is in the street. All right, are you able to see that video?
Yes.
And do you know if Ryelee was actually wearing his jacket at this minute?
It doesn't appear so.
At any point, do you see something anybody drops during this video?
No.
Okay, we'll play it.
Here, hold it on yourself. Here, hold it on yourself. It's on the table. No, I didn't put it down on the fucking. Come on, bitch.
And we'll stop right there. And are you able to see that video?
Yes, it seems easier than that one.
Can you see where I'm pointing right now?
Yes.
And do you know what that is?
I believe that's the jacket.
And I see something right here in the road. Do you see that spot?
The light?
No, just right to the lower right of the light.
I see a dark spot there.
A little dark spot?
Yes.
Can we back up the video a little bit? Okay, we're pausing the video at 17 seconds. Do you see it there?
I do not. No, I don't.
If we play, can you focus your attention right in that general area?
Okay.
And if we're going to stop, did you see anything happen in that area?
It's hard to see, but it looks like something dropped.
Do you know what that was?
I do not recall.
And if we go near the end of the video, And we'll stop here at 27 seconds. Does that shotgun have a flashlight?
Yes.
And where is the flashlight pointed at 27 seconds?
It's pointed down at the ground.
Is that about where we saw that black?
It is close to that item, yeah.
And as you say here today, you don't remember what that was?
I can't say for certain what it is, no.
I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 90. And can you remind the jury what Exhibit 90 is?
The Waupaca Police Department use of force report.
And you refer to that as a continuum.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The use of force continuum is a liquid range of options where it can flow through each option, or it can jump from one to another. It can go up or down the continuum.
By liquid, do you mean fluid?
Very fluid, yes.
And under D, there's 3 check boxes under deadly force. What are those 3?
Under deadly force, it says discharged, displayed only, threatened to use.
So, threatened use, is there anything after that?
It is in smaller print, says no display.
So, displaying a firearm would be considered use of force.
Correct.
You were also asked some questions about ever making any complaints or reports to CPS. You remember those questions?
Yes.
And have you seen Ryelee interact with Jackson?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Ryelee be violent with Jackson?
Not towards Jackson, no.
And so if you never saw him be violent towards Jackson, would there have been a cause to report to CPS?
No.
On cross, the prosecutor played you the phone call we had talked about that you received from dispatch.
Yes.
And that was, I'm not going to bring it all the way to you, but that was here where you were told not to go to Mill Street.
That's correct.
In that phone call, did you tell officers where you were going to go?
Yes, I did.
Well, where was that?
To 111 North Main Street.
Is that where you ended up going?
Yes, it is.
Why didn't you go to Mill Street?
Because they told me not to.
You listened to that.
Correct.
And the prosecutor played the 911 call where you had said that you confronted Ryelee.
That's correct.
But on the stand, you had testified that Ryelee confronted you.
That's correct.
I want to show you the video clip that was played the other day. This is also going to be on Exhibit 95. And Bill, are you able to see the video?
Yes.
And what do we see in the video?
It appears to be the back seat of a squad car with me buckled in.
Okay. And I'm going to go to 30 minutes and 55 seconds into the video, and we'll play it.
That's where I was headed. When Ryelee confronted us to go get those reptiles back.
And we'll stop at 31 minutes and 2 seconds. Whose voice did we just hear?
That was my voice.
And what did we hear you saying?
I said that Ryelee confronted us.
So you said both things. There was a confrontation that night?
Correct.
Showing you it's been marked Exhibit 87.
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 87 is?
It's a text message from me to probation agent Nicole Zachariah.
And I think your testimony, you said something about, you mentioned you were law enforcement because it was a related field. What did you mean?
A probation agent works very closely in conjunction with law enforcement officers.
Showing you it's been marked Exhibit 24. And can you point out the house from now your understanding of where the doorbell camera was?
I believe it was on this door right here.
And how many houses from the intersection is that?
From this intersection or that intersection?
From Shearer Street.
One. It's kind of at the intersection.
I mean, is there a house on the other side of this house?
Yes, Tara's house.
Is there any other houses?
No.
So you were only 2 houses away from this intersection?
Correct.
Not 3 as have been stated on cross?
Correct.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Anything further, Ms. Ashwood?
Just a few questions. You indicated that you were worried not only that Ryelee would go to Angela's house when you were getting the animals, but that her kids who were there might cause problems.
Anyone could, yes.
So wouldn't that make it even more important to contact law enforcement that you were going there?
Yes.
But you didn't.
We did eventually. Yes.
You called law enforcement when you were on their way to Angela Borzyk's house.
No, we didn't make it.
You never contacted law enforcement to say, meet me at this address, I'm going to get the animals.
No.
If just the appearance of a gun would de-escalate a situation, why would you stop to load it?
In case you needed to use more than just showing it.
Against just a person who wants to have a fist fight.
Well, to show a firearm and not have it loaded would probably be irresponsible, because if you show it and it's not loaded, you can't use it.
But you said you just showing it would de-escalate the situation.
It could.
So you wouldn't need to have it loaded.
If it de-escalated it. But if it didn't de-escalate it and the suspect had a weapon and you showed it and you'd have to use it and you didn't have any ammunition in it, it would be more prudent to
Well, you're next to the ammunition, grab it and put it in it rather than having to run back to the car again to get the ammunition.
And pull back the hammers and have it ready to fire. On a double-barreled shotgun, the hammers are the only safety. Is that correct? There's not a separate safety like in a hunting rifle that you click off before you fire.
That's correct.
So if the hammers are back, it's good to go.
It's ready to fire, yes.
The information you had that tied Ryelee and Ashton to the theft from your property was the same information that told you one of the guns had been sold. Is that true?
No.
So someone else told you one of the guns. You said you got Snapchat messages and one showed pictures of the guns. Is that true?
The Snapchat photo which you displayed showed the Tanqueray gin bottle, which was kept in the reptile room.
So is that the only picture you saw tying Ryelee and Ashton to this crime?
I don't recall. That's the only one that's been shown to refresh my memory.
Well, that's the only one anyone else has seen. You flashed several pictures to Wazrud. We couldn't see on the body cam what they were. But you said in that Snapchat, was it in that Snapchat series of photos that had the information one of the guns had been sold?
No.
Where did that information come
I
from?
think it came from McKinsey.
Who is also the person who shared information from you that it was Ryelee and Ashton?
Correct.
Is there any reason that you relied on some of the information but you didn't rely on other parts of that information?
I don't understand the question.
You said you didn't, someone told you it had been sold, but you didn't know if you could believe it.
I didn't know for sure it had been sold or not. It turns out it had not been.
Where is that? How did you find that out?
At a later date, much after this incident, I actually met an individual who told me he received both of those stolen guns after the fact from Ashton.
Who was that?
His name is Jared Warzella.
And he told you he purchased both of these guns from Ashton?
He was going to purchase them, but instead he just stole them from him. And he traded them for a stolen car in Milwaukee.
When did he steal the guns from Ashton?
I can't tell you the exact date. I have no idea.
You didn't ask him?
I did, but I don't recall exactly when. He actually approached me and said, I didn't know it was you, but I'm the one that ended up with your guns.
How do you know they were the same guns?
He described them to a T. The exact description of the guns.
You told Wazrud, Officer Wazrud, when we watched the body cam, that one of the guns was sold to buy drugs.
That's what I believed at the time.
So you believed one of the guns had been stolen, which was my original question.
No, I thought both were stolen.
One of the guns had been sold.
If that's what it says, then that, yeah, makes sense.
Well, when I asked you earlier, you said you didn't know if it had been sold, but you just said your belief was that one of the guns had been sold.
Right, which I found out later was not accurate.
But that's not relevant to what was in your mind when you confronted Ryelee.
No, but you asked if I knew it had been sold. I didn't know, but I believed at the time from the information I had. I was just trying to be accurate.
Now, when the officer left your cap on the hood of the squad car and drove off, that obviously was a mistake. Is that true?
Absolutely, I agree.
So, when you say that weapons go into the sally port, that's not an example of what happens in day-to-day law enforcement. Would you agree that was a mistake of an officer who was the second day being on his own, and had just been confronted with an extremely difficult call.
Yes.
So you can't base your belief that suspects have guns in the Sally Port based on that incident. Is that true? That Ryelee would have a weapon given to him after he left the Sally Port?
Well, if he had a legal weapon he was allowed to have, I see no reason they wouldn't give it back to him when he was released.
When we heard the call of the dispatcher telling you not to go to Mill Street, don't you believe what he was telling you on the call was don't confront Ryelee or Ashton? They were at Mill Street. He told you not to go to Mill Street just because that was an address not to go to. He told you not to go to Mill Street because Ashton and Ryelee were there, and he was instructing you not to confront them and let officers handle it. Is that true?
That's not what they said, and I certainly didn't go looking for Ashton and Ryelee.
But you found Ryelee.
We found each other.
And you stopped and confronted him.
I stopped and there was a confrontation.
You indicated when you were in the squad that you were on your way to get the animals when Ryelee confronted you.
That's correct.
So you were in a car on your way to get the animals and Ryelee confronted you?
Well, I think it's very clear. I've already stated that I stopped at Tara's house to quick run, tell her not to give him a ride, turn back on to Shearer, get on to school, and continue on to get the animals.
Which you never did.
I sure wish I would have been able to.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Hogan?
Bill, you were asked about Angela's kids potentially causing problems and whether that would cause you to call 911. Why didn't you call 911 or other law enforcement regarding the animals at Angela's house?
Because Angela was there, and she indicated she wanted to give them back to me. And when it was suggested on someone said, "Why don't you just let them loose?" She said no.
Did Angela tell you to call the police or not?
She specifically said not to.
And you testified that you would want to have the gun loaded in case you needed to use it.
That's correct.
If you loaded the gun, does that mean you intended to use it?
No, definitely not. I just had it ready in case I needed to.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mrs. Isherwood?
Just one question. The three-way call is a continuation of a call between Angela and Danielle, correct?
That's what I understand.
And in the part that did not include you and Ms. Powell is where they talked about letting the animals go. They didn't tell you that night on the call you heard.
Like I said, I just remember hearing that. That's what I remember. So it could have been played here in the courtroom.
Yeah, so you heard it when you got the discovery on this case. You didn't know that on October 19th.
I didn't hear it when we got the discovery. I didn't hear any audio files. So if it was played in the courtroom, that's what I heard.
Okay. Or testified to.
Say that? Yeah, that could be.
So you didn't know it October 19th?
That someone had suggested to let him loose?
Yes.
I just can't recall. I'd have to listen to it all again, but that sounds fair.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything?
No.
Are you going to have additional witnesses?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Well, then this might be a good time to take the lunch break.
All right, so that does it for his testimony. Now let's get over to Tiffany's testimony. Tiffany is the girlfriend who was the mother of Ryelee, who held a gun to Ryelee. Let's get over to Rylee's testimony. Hold on. And she took a plea deal. So she took a plea deal, and she's 15 years. Okay, so this is Tiffany. What's her last name? Tiffany Powell. All right, so this is Tiffany Powell. Oh, that's right. It's muted. It's muted for like the first few minutes. Hold on. It's muted for the first 13 minutes. All right. Hold on. Let me go in. It's muted for the first. Let's see. So this is Tiffany Powell, but it's muted.
Yes. The shotgun.
And she's a very low talker.
All
right. She's a low talker.
Your disability check every month. Did you give it to Bill?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained.
How much time did Ryelee spend with you and Bill?
A lot.
Was Ryelee ever in Bill's car with you and Bill?
Yes.
Was that a pretty regular occurrence?
Yes.
Was Rowan ever in Bill's car?
Yes.
Bill's car had a lot of stuff in it. Is that true?
Yes.
Kind of messy?
Yeah.
What sort of stuff was in Bill's car?
I'm not sure.
Did you see any weapons in Bill's car?
In the glove box there was knives.
Did you ever see any guns in Bill's car?
Yes.
What kind of guns?
There was a handgun and the shotgun.
When you say the shotgun, is that the shotgun that was used to kill Ryelee?
Yes.
How long had that gun been in the car prior to Rylee's death?
It was just put in there that night.
It hadn't been in there before?
It was in there before too.
Okay. Was it ever in the car when Rowan was in the car?
Yes.
And would you say it was in the car about a week before?
Yeah.
So, was the shotgun in the car because the handgun had been stolen?
Yes.
Did you know why the shotgun was in the car that week?
No.
So you gave Rowan rides in the car that week?
Yes.
Did you give Ryelee rides in the car that week?
I'm not sure.
Where in the car was the shotgun kept?
In between the back seat, on the floorboard in between the seats.
So it was in the back seat where Rowan and Ryelee would have been riding?
Right.
Did you ever see Rowan or Ryelee touch the gun when they were in the back seat?
No.
Were you worried about your kids being around the gun?
No.
Why is that?
I'm not sure.
Now, you indicated when you met Bill you wanted to go on the trip to Florida because you could stop and see your mother. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you did stop and see her that trip?
Yes.
Are you close to your mother?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her on the phone?
Almost every day, maybe a few times a day sometimes.
And did Bill also talk to your mother often on the phone?
Yes.
Would the three of you talk, or was it you talking or Bill talking?
The three of us would talk.
Would you say Bill talked to her every day as well?
Not every day.
But often?
Yes.
Did she approve of your relationship?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever talk to your mother about your relationship with Bill?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything?
Objection, hearsay.
It is hearsay. Are you planning on having the mother testify?
I am, if needed. I can go on, Your Honor.
Go on then.
Did you ever try to leave Bill?
Yes.
How many times?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
How many times would you say you tried to leave Bill?
Like a handful of times.
And you always came back?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 63. You recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
Bill's wallet.
Inside Bill's wallet are two items. Can you describe the green item?
It's a Direct Express card. Was my card.
And there's a white item that I've shown.
My ID.
And Your Honor, to describe for the record, the first item she described from the wallet is a Direct Express MasterCard in the name of Tiffany Powell, and then a Wisconsin identification card in the name of Tiffany Powell. Were those items of yours always in Bill's wallet?
Yes.
And why is that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'm going to excuse the jury. We are outside the presence of the jury. I guess we did just have a sidebar a few moments ago, and I know the defense was concerned about Ms. Isherwood, you were perhaps heading towards other acts, evidence that's not been examined or discussed, and you indicated you weren't. So what's the purpose of this question?
It was my understanding she kept losing her cards. That's what we were told, and so Bill kept them in her wallet. It could be significant if she's recalled at some point. I was just getting the fact in.
If that's what this witness is going to say, then no objection to that. That is not the defense's understanding of what that line of questioning was going to be for.
Okay, because
And I don't know today that she's going to say because she kept losing them, but that's what April testified to.
Well, ma'am, what would your testimony be as to why those cards were in Mr. Zelenski's wallet?
Because I kept losing them all the time.
That's not heading towards any other bad acts that we would need to address, so if that's the testimony, you may proceed on that line and get ready for the jury. But I guess I should admonish, if we're, at any time we're heading towards other bad acts, we have not addressed those issues.
I'm not, Your Honor. This is a witness who was charged at the same time as Mr. Zelenski with identical criminal complaint, who has been convicted and is serving time in prison. She's a relevant witness. She's a co-defendant.
The concern from the defense is if the state is asking questions they don't know the answer to, the state is well aware of information in the discovery that is clearly other acts evidence that this witness may speak to if asked a question that the state doesn't know the answer to.
And in this instance, the state knew the answer. After 2.5 years, does the witness, April Zelenski already testified that Tiffany kept losing the cards.
And I apologize, my memory does not remember that testimony. I'm sure it's just slipped my mind, but
I don't recall that testimony either, but
I'm not sure that's in the record, but I could be wrong.
I have it in my notes. But it was also in the discovery that...
Just understand, I've never seen any of the discovery. I'm only listening to the testimony that comes in, and I could have missed that point. Probably wouldn't have been significant. And I haven't even looked at my notes if I would have that note.
And
but again, it goes to what is even the relevancy?
Right, and that's what my objection was.
The objection was to relevancy, and it's not real relevant, but I'll allow that question. But I don't want this to go into an area that we haven't even explored the appropriateness of. There's been no motions by the state to present any other bad acts evidence as it relates to any relationship between Mr. Zelenski and Ms. Powell. And if that's where the state's going, we need to have a hearing and voir dire outside the presence of the jury. And I don't want to keep interrupting the trial today and sending the jury out when every question's asked. I want everyone to understand the rules.
And Your Honor, I'm well aware of the rules, and if any, in my case in chief, I'm not eliciting that information.
Okay. Then we're ready for the jury. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, I had asked you why your ID card and MasterCard were in Bill's wallet. Do you know why?
Because I lost them all the time.
Now, Bill had a rather unusual collection. Is that true?
Yes.
What did he collect?
Animals.
What kind of animals?
Reptiles.
Did you like the reptiles?
Yes.
Were you scared of them?
No.
Did you ever refer to the reptiles as your babies?
Maybe.
What did you have to do to take care of these reptiles?
Not much. April mainly took care of the animals.
Were some of them poisonous?
Yes.
And just, I'm using my own experience, I wouldn't go anywhere near them, but did you stay away from the poisonous ones? Or were you comfortable? Had you been taught how to handle all of them?
No, I stayed away from the poisonous ones.
Okay. What other kind of animals did Bill and April have?
Bobcats, lemurs, a wolf.
A wolf?
Mm-hmm.
How? Was it a baby or a full grown?
It was, when I got there, it was grown.
And the bobcats, were they babies or full grown?
Full grown.
And they were all kept out at Bill and April's house on East Road?
Yes.
What did Rowan think of the animals?
He loved them.
What did Ryelee think of them?
He loved them.
Seems like reptiles is something boys could really bond over.
Yeah.
At some point, there was a burglary at Bill and April's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
No.
If I told you it was between October 14th and 15th in 2020, would that sound familiar?
Yeah.
So, After you and Bill learned that the reptiles were missing, did you learn any other items were missing?
There was alcohol missing, and out of his car there was guns missing.
How many guns?
2.
And were those rifles or shotguns?
No, they were handguns.
Is that the handgun you said that he kept in the glove box?
Yes.
Where was the other handgun kept?
Under the seat in a lockbox.
So, between October 15th and October 19th, what did you do in regards to the theft of these items?
We went looking around town, talking to people, asking if they knew anything about it.
It would be pretty obvious if somebody knew about a stolen venomous steak. Is that correct?
Right.
That's not a common item that you would see on Craigslist.
Right.
Did you check the internet to see if any of the items might be posted for sale?
Yes.
And during that time, were you worried about the safety of the animals?
Yes, and the person that took them.
Because they were poisonous?
Yes.
And not all of them were poisonous, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have any suspects?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Ryelee, I think Alexis Dahl. I don't remember who else.
Okay. What did you do when you had a suspect? I assume you and Bill were together and you were looking for the animals together?
Yes.
What did you do? Did you go to people's houses?
Yes.
And before October 19th, did you have any leads as to where the animals might be?
Just Ryelee.
What lead did you have on Ryelee?
There was a video with him with the alcohol bottle that was stolen.
And where did you see it?
See
the video?
I seen it on my phone, on Ryelee's Snapchat, because he didn't log out of my phone on his Snapchat.
So he used your phone to get into his Snapchat and left it open?
Yeah.
Did you ask Ryelee?
Yeah.
Did he tell you he had stolen the reptiles?
No.
That didn't surprise you that an 18-year-old kid didn't admit, did it?
No.
Now, you said you cared about the reptiles.
Yeah.
Did they have a special diet? Can you feed them dog food?
No. They have to have mice or some live animal.
Oh, you feed?
Or they have to have like animals or whatever, meat.
So they would be fed live mice?
No, they would kill the mice right before feeding it.
Okay. And whoever took them, you had no idea if they were feeding the animals or properly caring for them?
Right.
Were you worried they might just let them go?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say in those days after the burglary, did you spend pretty much all your time trying to find the animals?
A lot of it, yeah.
What was more important, finding the animals or finding who took them?
Finding the animals.
Because you were hoping you could still save them?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you had even more information that it may be Ryelee, and was that on October 19th?
Yes.
And when you learned that it might be Ryelee, what did you do?
We went to his apartment.
Rylee's apartment?
Yeah.
And that's downtown Waupaca?
Right.
But did you ever make it to his apartment?
Yeah.
Okay, and were the animals there?
No.
Where else did you go on October 19th?
We went to Main Street building.
Okay. Did you go to Tara Dalrymple's house?
Yes.
And was that before you went to the Main Street building?
Yes.
Why did you go to Tara's house?
Because Mackenzie called and said that she had information about Ryelee taking the animals.
And Tara is Mackenzie's mom?
Yes.
And Mackenzie is the mother of Rylee's child?
Yes.
So, when you got to Tara's house, who was there?
Tara and her youngest daughter.
Daisha?
Yeah.
And did they have the information you were looking for?
Yeah, Deja showed us a Snapchat video, and Mackenzie on the phone told us that Ryelee asked her sister for a ride to go get the animals.
And that had been sometime previous?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
is that a yes? Sorry.
So, you got that information while you were at Tara's house. Did you leave suddenly for any reason?
I don't remember.
Do you remember getting a call from a law enforcement officer?
No.
Okay. But at some point you left?
Yes.
And when you were at Tara's house, do you remember if you just parked in the driveway?
I think so.
Okay. At some point you met with an officer downtown?
Yes.
And were you talking about the theft from the car or the theft of the reptiles with that officer?
I don't remember.
Do you recall at some point having a three-way phone call?
Yes.
And who was that three-way phone call with?
With Danielle and Angela.
Now, you knew Danielle, is that true?
Yes.
Did you know Angela?
No.
So Danielle helped get Angela in touch with you?
Yes.
And why did Angela want to be in touch with you?
Because she had the animals at her house.
Did you get the address of her house?
Yes.
You must have been so excited to have finally found those animals.
Yes.
Did Angela indicate if the animals were alive or dead?
To my knowledge, they were alive.
And she wanted them out of her house?
Yes.
So, where were you when you had that phone call? Do you remember? Were you in the car?
Yeah, we were driving.
Okay. Do you remember where you were driving?
No.
But at that point, you had an address where the animals were, and you were going to go pick them up?
Yes.
And that whole week, did you and Bill both say the most important thing was getting the animals?
Yes.
Did you ever talk about what should happen to the person who stole the animals?
No.
You just wanted the animals back alive?
Yes.
So you're driving. Do you remember what road you were on when you found out the address of the animals?
No.
Okay. Were you still on the phone when you saw Ryelee?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
So you were driving out to get the animals out near to Waupaca, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
And you told officers the route you took. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were going down School Street?
Yes.
Yes. And School Street is the street that the rec center is on. Is that right? Now, when you were driving down School Street, did you see somebody walking?
Yes.
And who did you see walking?
Ryelee.
Now, at some point in that evening, did you know Ryelee had been arrested?
Yes.
Do you know why?
No.
You weren't told why, just that he had been arrested for some reason.
Yes.
And were you told that he also had been released?
Yes.
Now, October of 2020 was a weird time with COVID, would you agree?
Yes.
And the rules were kind of different then.
Yes.
So when you saw Ryelee, you knew, you had already known he had been released from jail.
Yes.
So you're driving, was Ryelee walking on School Street?
Yes, I think so.
And he was coming from the direction of the jail?
Yes.
What did you and Bill do when you saw Ryelee?
We pulled over, or we pulled down the street and Ryelee came toward us.
Now, why did you pull down the street?
I just stopped to call Ryelee over.
Why didn't you go get the animals?
I don't know.
That whole week, all you had said is the most important thing was the animals. Is that right?
Right.
And you wanted to get to the animals to make sure they were alive. Is that right?
Right.
But, and at that time you had the address where the animals were. Is that right?
Right.
And you were on your way to go get the animals.
Right.
Did you ever go get the animals?
No.
So you pulled down the road in front of Ryelee. Did you pull to the end of the road?
I think so. I don't know.
When you got out of the car, what did you do?
Started asking Ryelee about the animals.
So you're at the end of the road and Ryelee was walking on School Street. Did he see you turn?
Yes.
And he started walking down Van Street.
Yes. Yes.
And you only turned down that road because you saw Ryelee.
Right.
What did Bill grab from the car?
Nothing at that time. I don't think.
Okay, so when did he get the gun and the taser? Or the stun gun?
I'm not sure when he grabbed it.
You didn't see him grab it?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
That's a no.
It's hard to get used to talking for court. So I'll just remind you if you say
Thank you.
So you got out of the car and you could see Ryelee coming?
Yes.
Was he running?
Yes.
And was he saying anything?
I don't remember.
So at some point you started walking or running toward Ryelee on Van Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Because he hadn't met you yet. He was coming from School Street and you were coming from the car and you met in the middle, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's how that happened.
Yes.
So did you go back to the car before
Yes.
you got to Ryelee?
No.
So you got out of the car, Bill got out of the car, and you started going toward Ryelee.
Yes.
So do you remember when you met up with Ryelee that Bill had the gun and the stun gun?
No. We ended up close back to the car.
But Bill handed you the gun when you were out confronting Ryelee.
Yeah.
If I played the video from the Ring doorbell, would that help you remember what happened? I haven't.
I don't know.
Well, should we try?
Sure.
Have you seen the Ring doorbell video?
No.
Your attorney never showed you? Have to connect to Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to play the video that has already been entered into evidence and is on the state's exhibit 14. Could you tell her, do you need me to start that from the beginning?
Oh no, I seen it.
Okay. So that shows you and Bill coming from the car and meeting up with Ryelee, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
And the gun had a flashlight on it, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Bill have some kind of light on his hat that you recall?
No, I don't think so.
The stun gun, did he carry that on him?
No.
It was,
If he was wearing his jacket, sometimes it was in his jacket.
but he had the stun gun with him and the shotgun when you met up with Ryelee, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't see him get the shotgun out the car?
No.
And you were looking at Ryelee, you weren't looking at Bill, is that true?
Right.
So were you really paying attention to what Bill was doing?
No.
Now, the stun gun also has a flashlight on it, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Because you never held the stun gun that night, did you?
No.
Now, I'm going to replay this, but I'm going to replay it at half speed because it's only 30 seconds. Wow, that's not easy. There it is. And can you see okay from that position?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the video starts. Do you know who this is? Is that Ryelee?
Yeah.
And right here, we can see the flash, some kind of flashlight. Who's that?
Bill?
And then I think you're kind of hiding behind this tree here. Is that true?
Yes.
And it looks like you left your car door open. Did Bill leave his car door open?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So I'm going to play it a little slower this time. Now, we can see right here, you are holding the shotgun on your son, correct?
Correct.
And there's a flashlight on the shotgun, and you can see the flashlight, that it's aimed right at his head. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then Bill has some kind of light too, as well. Is that what you see?
Yes.
Now, Bill's trying to get Ryelee, is that what you see?
Yes.
Was he trying to get him with the stun gun?
I'm not sure.
Did you talk about why you would be going after Ryelee with the gun and the stun gun?
No.
You could have been going to get the animals, correct?
Correct.
At this point, you knew where the animals were.
Right.
Did Bill carry handcuffs with him?
Not that I knew of.
You never saw handcuffs?
No.
What were you hoping to accomplish? To catch Ryelee?
I just wanted him to tell the truth about the animals.
But at this time, you knew where the animals were.
Right.
So it was more important to get Ryelee to tell the truth than to go get the animals and save them?
I guess so.
Angela wanted the animals out of her basement, didn't she?
Yes.
I'm going to turn it on again. And I had stopped at 18 minutes and 42 seconds, or is that 18.42 seconds into this? Now, you were holding the shotgun and Ryelee ran right past you, correct?
Right.
Did he try to grab the shotgun from you?
No.
It doesn't appear he was afraid of you.
No.
He knew you wouldn't shoot him.
Right.
You wouldn't have shot him, would you?
No.
So he ran past you, and he's at the car. What did he do when he got to the car?
He got in like he was gonna take the car.
Wouldn't that have been better?
Yeah.
When he ran to the car, what did you and Bill do?
I don't remember.
Let's turn it back on. So Ryelee's at the car, and you and Bill are running after him. Now, you don't have the shotgun anymore, do you?
No.
What happened to it?
Bill took it.
So, right, we can see Ryelee standing by the car, and you and Bill are running to the car. Correct?
Correct.
So Ryelee's yelling, "Put the gun down and fight like a man." Did Bill put the gun down?
No.
Did Ryelee ever hit Bill?
Not that I know of.
You were there. You didn't see him hit Bill.
No.
And Ryelee didn't have any weapon.
No.
And Ryelee didn't steal the car.
No.
Ryelee threw off his jacket, or Bill pulled his jacket off at some point.
Ryelee took it off.
Now, right now, Bill's not facing toward Ryelee. Now, Bill's bending down to pick something off the street. You can see the light from the shotgun is pointing and Bill's bending over. Do you know what he was picking up?
No.
You are right in the video between Ryelee and the car. Did you see Ryelee have any weapon?
No.
And Ryelee wants a fist fight.
Right.
I see and hear you talking to Ryelee. What were you saying? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
So Ryelee never had a gun.
No.
Ryelee never had a knife.
No.
Ryelee never grabbed any of those weapons that were in Bill's car.
No.
Ryelee wanted to have a fist fight with Bill.
Right.
Ryelee never tried to grab the gun from Bill.
No.
But at some point, Bill got close to Ryelee. Do you recall that?
No.
Did you hear a shot?
Yeah.
And what happened?
I don't remember.
Did Ryelee fall sideways, forward, straight down? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Did Bill try to render any aid to
No.
Ryelee? Did Bill give Ryelee CPR?
No.
Did Bill try to stop the bleeding?
No.
What did Bill do with the gun?
I don't know.
Don't remember.
No.
Bill asked you to call 911, is that correct?
Yes.
And you pushed the buttons for 911 on your phone?
Yeah.
And did you talk to 911 or did you hand the phone to Bill?
I handed the phone to Bill.
Did Bill ever apologize to you for shooting your son?
No.
Did it all happen very fast?
Yes.
As you sit here today, are you certain that Ryelee didn't grab the gun from Bill?
Yeah.
And Bill never gave any first aid to Ryelee?
No.
Do you miss your son every single day?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Powell, on direct, it was, I think you said a couple of different things with respect to Ryelee grabbing the gun. I want to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Okay.
I believe when the state first asked you, you said you don't know if Ryelee grabbed the gun. You remember saying that?
No.
You said, I don't think Ryelee grabbed the gun. That's what you said.
Okay.
You said, you testified, you think you could see the gun the whole time. That's what you said?
Okay.
Now, you testified a lot about the relationship you had with Bill. You testified you met Bill in August of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
But that's not actually the first time you met him, right?
Oh, no.
You met him many years earlier.
Yes.
When Bill was a police officer.
Yes.
You didn't have a romantic relationship back then.
No.
But you met him.
Yes, I didn't remember meeting him. He told me about it.
And then when you took the trip to Florida, that's when you got to know him a little better.
Yes.
You took a road trip to Florida regarding the animals.
Yes.
And you testified that at the time you knew Bill was married.
Yes.
To April.
Yes.
And that April was okay with that relationship.
Yes.
With your and Bill's relationship.
Yes.
In fact, April participated in your relationship.
Yes.
And you and April got along fine.
Yes.
It worked for all three of you.
Yes.
You testified that Ryelee spent a lot of time with Bill.
Yes.
Bill cared about Ryelee.
Yes.
You recall an incident regarding some tennis shoes?
No.
You don't recall when Bill bought Ryelee some tennis shoes?
No.
You said Ryelee was in Bill's car a lot.
Yes.
But not after you guys were robbed.
No, I don't think so.
Now, you testified that you suspected Ryelee was involved in the burglary of the animals?
Yes.
And the theft of the guns?
Yes.
That's because the day before you discovered things were missing, there was an incident at your apartment.
Yes.
Ryelee had come over to your apartment.
Yes.
Ryelee wanted to come inside your apartment.
Yes.
That's the apartment over on Main Street.
Yes.
You told Ryelee at that time he couldn't come inside.
I don't remember.
you spoke with the police a number of times, right?
Yes.
About this case?
Yes.
And you told the police everything that you remembered?
Yes. And
you spoke to the police many years ago?
Yes.
Shortly after this incident happened?
Yes.
You'd agree your memory was better then than it is now?
Probably.
Because a lot of time has passed since this incident.
Right.
I'm going to show you a video. And does that appear to be you in this video?
Yes.
And that's you speaking with a police officer?
Yes.
Is that marked in some fashion?
Yes, it is going to be on Exhibit 25 entitled Axon 12, or 12 Axon.
Thank you. Proceed.
And so I'm going to play a short clip of this. And we're going to start at 21 minutes and 43 seconds. And we'll turn it up before we hit play.
Ryelee came over and we couldn't come in.
And we'll stop right there at 21 minutes and 48 seconds. Did you hear that okay?
Yes.
That was you telling the police officer you told Ryelee he couldn't come in?
Yes.
But Ryelee came inside your apartment anyways?
Yes.
And that had something to do with COVID, right?
Yeah.
That you were afraid of COVID at that time?
Yes.
And you liked to wear a mask at that point?
Yes.
And Bill respected that and always wore a mask?
Yes.
But when Ryelee came over, he wasn't wearing a mask?
No.
And that's why you didn't want him to come inside?
Probably.
And at some point, Bill told Ryelee to leave after he had come inside?
Yeah.
And at that point, Ryelee wanted to fight Bill?
Yeah.
He started yelling at Bill?
Yeah.
He started threatening Bill?
Yeah.
And that was the day before you discovered that the things were stolen from you?
Yeah.
You testified that there were two different thefts, or thefts at two different locations.
Yeah.
That the animals had been taken from Bill's house on East Road.
Yeah.
And the animals had a special area they stayed on at East Road.
Yeah.
It was a shed, right?
Right.
And that shed had two different rooms in it
Yeah.
for different types of reptiles,
Yes.
climate controlled,
Yes.
special enclosures for the reptiles.
Yes.
And those reptiles were taken from that shed.
Right.
And that, when you discovered those reptiles were taken, you discovered the firearms had been taken from Bill's car.
Yes.
And Bill's car was parked on Main Street.
Right.
Or I think behind Main Street in that alleyway.
Yes.
Because the alleyway is where you get into your apartment.
Yes.
Bill's car was parked right there.
Yes.
Then you discovered two guns were taken.
Yes.
One gun you mentioned was in the glove compartment?
In the center console.
In the center console. So a gun was stolen from the center console?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was a handgun?
Yes.
You'd seen that handgun before?
Yes.
It's not as big as a shotgun.
No.
It's a handgun, it fits in your hand.
Right.
There was another handgun that was taken.
Yes.
That was actually in a lockbox.
Yes.
Underneath the passenger seat.
Yes.
And that lockbox was connected to a cable.
Yes.
But the cable had been cut.
Yes.
That's why Bill knew it had to have been somebody that knew where that gun was.
Right.
And had come prepared to take that gun.
Right.
And again, that was right after that incident at your apartment with Ryelee?
Yes.
Now, you testified that after you discovered these things were missing, you and Bill started to try to track down the animals.
Right.
I think your testimony was you went around town asking people about them.
Yes.
Driving around on the street.
Yes.
Asking different people on the street.
Yes.
People that you knew.
Yes.
And you testified that you suspected that it was Ryelee.
Yes.
And before the evening of October 19, you had asked Ryelee about the animals.
Yes.
You and Bill actually went to Rylee's apartment.
Yes.
His apartment on Mill Street.
Yes.
And that's when you asked Ryelee about the animals.
Yes.
And he denied that he had taken the animals.
Yeah.
Bill didn't threaten Ryelee at that point.
No.
Bill didn't hurt Ryelee at that point.
No.
Bill didn't pull a gun on Ryelee at that point.
No.
But you both went over there because you suspected that Ryelee was involved.
Yes.
Now, earlier in the night on October 19, you were over at Bill's house on East Road.
Yes.
Bill was there.
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Rowan, excuse me, Rowan was there.
Yes.
April was there.
Yes.
It's not uncommon for Rowan and you to come over to Bill's house on East Road.
No.
It's not uncommon for Rowan to spend the night at Bill's house on East Road.
No.
And Rowan had a bedtime at that point.
Yes.
Do you remember what time his bedtime was?
9 o'clock.
And before you guys left, Rowan was getting ready for bed.
Yes.
And you left shortly before Rowan's bedtime.
Yes.
And Rowan was inside getting ready for bed.
Yes.
Now, at some point when you were on East Road, you received some messages from Mackenzie.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
What number is that?
72. Ms. Powell, I just handed you what's been marked Exhibit 72. You recognize those, correct?
Yes.
Those are messages on your phone?
Yes.
Messages from Mackenzie?
Yes.
And you received those when you were at Bill's house on East Road?
Yes.
And in those messages, Mackenzie indicated she had heard Ryelee was going to rob Bill.
Yes.
And that's when you told her you were already robbed.
Yeah.
And Mackenzie had been Rylee's girlfriend at some point.
Yes.
Mackenzie told you after you said you had already been robbed that it was your son, Ryelee.
Yes.
There had been people asking for a ride.
Yes.
A ride from Mackenzie's sister.
Yes.
Mackenzie's sister Madison.
Yes.
A ride to go rob Bill.
Yes.
You testified that you really got to know Bill in August of 2019.
Yes.
And in the time that you knew Bill always carried a gun.
Yes.
Bill always had a gun in his car.
Yes.
You knew Bill to have 2 handguns.
Yes.
The 2 that were kept in his car.
Yes.
You didn't know Bill to have any other handguns.
No.
After the handguns were stolen, that's when Bill started to carry the shotgun.
Yes.
And that's when he kept the shotgun in the car.
Yes.
He had the shotgun in the car routinely in the week after his handguns were stolen.
Yes.
You saw the shotgun in the car,
Yes.
and I think you testified the shotgun was kept in the back seat.
Yes.
And so it wasn't until, I think you said, after the handguns were stolen that Bill put the shotgun in the car.
Right.
And the shotgun was in a case.
No.
It was just laying out there.
Yes.
He had a case for it.
Yes.
A sleeve for it. Right?
Yes.
A white sleeve.
Okay.
Maybe not a case, but a covering to it.
All right.
And after Bill discovered the handguns were stolen, Ryelee was never in the car after that point.
Yeah, he was.
You testified on direct that he was never in the car after the handguns were stolen.
Oh, he was. We went to question somebody, and he came with us the day that we found out that they were stolen.
On October 15th?
Yeah.
You just remembered that now?
Yeah.
You never told the police that, right?
Right.
You never mentioned that on direct examination?
No.
In fact, when you were asked on direct examination, was Ryelee ever in the car, you said he wasn't in the car after the handguns were stolen. That was your testimony?
Yes.
At some point, you and Bill went to Tara's house.
Yes.
And Tara lives on Van Street.
Yes.
You knew where she lived.
Yes.
You'd been there before.
Yes.
When you went there earlier, you actually followed Tara into her driveway.
Yes.
You parked all the way back at the end of her driveway by the garage.
Yes.
And then you went into Tara's house with Bill.
Yes.
And you were asking about the animals.
Yes.
Asking if they had any information about the animals.
Yes.
And you said Daisha provided you some information.
Yes.
And ultimately you left at some point from Tara's house.
Yes.
And before you left, you told Tara you would be back.
I don't remember, but
You're not disagreeing that you told Tara you would be back.
no.
And then you and Bill drove to Main Street.
We went to Walgreens.
You went to Walgreens and then Main Street. So your testimony today is after you left Tara's house, you went to Walgreens.
Yes.
Do you remember what Walgreens you went to?
The one in Waupaca.
Do you remember which one in Waupaca? Is there more than one?
I don't think so.
Okay. And is that over, do you remember where about in Waupaca that is?
Down Fulton Street, I think.
Not close to Main Street?
No.
It would take you some time to get to Walgreens from Tara's house?
About 5 minutes.
And then from Walgreens to Main Street, it would take you a couple more minutes?
Yeah.
Then you went to Main Street after Walgreens?
Yes.
That's your testimony here today?
Yes.
And when you got to Main Street, there was a police officer there?
Yes.
Or the police officer got there after you arrived?
Yes.
And you spoke with that police officer?
Yes.
After you spoke with the police officer, Bill got back in the vehicle?
Yes.
And Bill made a phone call.
I don't remember.
And at some point, Bill started to drive the car.
Yes.
And as he was driving, was that when Danielle called?
Yes.
And Danielle called Bill's phone.
I think so.
And then Bill actually handed the phone to you to answer.
Yes.
And that's when you spoke with Danielle?
Yes.
Danielle said she had Angela on the line.
Yes.
And you spoke with Angela.
Yes.
And while you were talking to Angela, Bill was driving?
Yes.
And you don't know where Bill was driving?
No.
He ultimately started to drive down School Street.
I don't remember.
You were on the phone
Yes.
with Angela,
Yes.
finding out information about the animals.
Yes.
That created some emotion in you.
Yes.
You weren't really paying attention to Bill driving.
No.
You don't know where Bill was driving to.
No.
But you were generally going in the direction of Van Street.
Yeah.
And Tara lives on Van Street.
Yes.
So as Bill was driving down School Street, driving towards the direction of Tara's house.
Yes.
When you were speaking to Angela, you had never been to Angela's house before.
No.
You knew generally where Angela lived.
No.
Bill knew generally where Angela lived.
Yeah, maybe.
You knew it was somewhere outside of Waupaca,
Yeah.
but you didn't know the actual address.
No.
At some point during that phone call, Angela gave you the address.
Yes.
And at some point during that phone call, you told Angela you had to call the police.
Yes.
Angela told you not to call the police.
Yes.
She said the police were already at her house earlier,
Yes.
and she didn't want trouble. She didn't want the police back.
Right.
You testified that while driving, you saw Ryelee walking down School Street.
Yes.
And he was walking sort of northwest on School Street.
Yes.
This was late at night.
Yes.
It was after 10 o'clock at night.
I'm not sure.
It was October.
Yes.
It was dark outside.
Yes.
You said you saw Ryelee.
Yes.
When you saw Ryelee, Bill didn't say anything about needing to find Ryelee.
No.
Bill didn't say anything about wanting to find Ryelee.
No.
Bill's demeanor didn't change.
No.
When you left Main Street, Bill didn't have any intention to hurt Ryelee.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you left Main Street, Bill didn't say anything about Ryelee when you left.
No.
Bill didn't say anything about wanting to hurt Ryelee.
No.
Bill didn't say anything about using the gun on Ryelee.
No.
You never heard Bill threaten Ryelee.
No.
Now, ultimately, you said Bill turned down to Van Street
Yes.
and drove all the way to the end of Van Street.
Yes.
There's a street light at the end of Van Street.
Yes.
And Bill parked on the side of the road right there.
Yes.
That's right in front of Tara's house.
Yes.
And then Bill got out of the car,
Yes.
and you got out of the car.
Yes.
And that's when you saw Ryelee running.
Yes.
Ryelee was running towards the car.
Yes.
Ryelee threw up his jacket.
Yes.
Ryelee wanted to fight Bill.
Yes.
Ryelee started yelling at Bill.
Yes.
Ryelee was yelling about the police.
I don't remember.
We'll pull up a video for you. And this is again on Exhibit 25, 12 Axon.
And just a moment, can the clerk raise the volume now? 'Cause I couldn't hear it all what was played before.
And I'm going to start playing it 6 minutes and 52 seconds.
Okay.
And we'll stop right there at 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Oh, 56 seconds. And were you able to hear that, Ms.
Yeah.
Powell? That was you telling the police that Ryelee was yelling about the police?
Yes.
In fact, the police being at his house earlier.
Yes.
And then Ryelee started to come at Bill.
Yes.
He started coming at Bill like he was going to attack Bill.
Yes.
At some point, Ryelee tried to swing at Bill.
I think so.
Do you think so? You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll play a little clip for you. And same exhibit will start at 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
Like, what was he doing?
Trying to swing on him or something.
We'll stop at that 9 minutes and 2 seconds. You were able to hear that?
Yes.
That was you telling the police officer that Ryelee tried taking a swing at Bill?
Yes.
At some point, Bill had the shotgun.
Yes.
I think your testimony was you don't know when Bill got the shotgun?
No.
But after Bill got the shotgun, Ryelee went at him.
Yes.
Ryelee went at him and the gun went off.
Yes.
Objection.
She can answer if she can.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to pull up the very end of the doorbell video that we watched a little bit ago. Okay, and so this is after at some point Bill had got the gun?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're gonna play this to the end.
Yeah, hold it on yourself. You are me. Hold it on. Put it down. Put it on the page. Yo, I didn't put it down, motherfucker. Come on, bitch.
And we're gonna stop at this point. At this point, you were able to watch the video?
Yes.
And you still have the shotgun in your hand?
Yes.
And you're walking towards the vehicle?
Yes.
And that's when you testified Ryelee got in the vehicle?
Yes.
And you mentioned on direct that Bill kept a lot of stuff in his vehicle?
Yes.
Knives?
Yes.
And so Ryelee went into the driver's side?
Yes.
And both you and Bill started to go towards the vehicle?
Yes.
We'll continue to play. And we'll stop right there. At that point, we saw that Bill took the shotgun back from you, right?
Yes.
And Ryelee got out of the vehicle?
Yes.
You're sort of near the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, we'll continue to play a little bit more. And we'll stop. So you can see the flashlight on the shotgun?
Yes.
And you can see that the flashlight is pointed towards the ground?
Yes.
And that's Ryelee sort of walking closer to Bill?
Yes.
Bill's not pointing the shotgun at Ryelee.
No.
And in fact, it kind of looks like he's backing up.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll play some more.
Lay down and fight like a man.
And we'll stop right there. So that was Bill walking and then bending down to pick something up.
Yes.
And Ryelee coming towards him.
Yes.
And Bill still has the shotgun in his hands.
Yes.
And the shotgun, we can actually see the flashlight pointed towards the ground.
Yes.
And the flashlight's pointing where the gun is pointing, right?
Right.
And so Bill's actually still pointing the gun on the ground.
Right.
He's not pointing it at Ryelee?
No.
Okay, we'll continue to play that. We'll stop right there. So now Bill's sort of behind the vehicle.
Right.
And he's still pointing the shotgun on the ground.
Yeah.
He's not pointing the shotgun at Ryelee.
No.
Okay, we'll play it one last second. And that's where that video ends.
Yes.
And so Bill sort of, and we'll just bring it to the very last portion of this. So that's where the video ends. Bill still has the shotgun pointed towards the ground.
Right.
And then Ryelee is on the other side of you away from Bill.
Yeah.
And so you're facing Ryelee at that point.
Yeah.
And at that point is when Ryelee went at Bill.
Yes.
And then the gun went off.
Yes.
So when Ryelee went at Bill from that position, you had to turn around and look.
Yeah.
And the way you were facing would have been facing towards Tara's house.
Yeah.
And that's the same way Ryelee would have been facing to go at Bill.
Yeah, I think so.
So Riley's back would have been to you.
Yeah.
You couldn't see the front of Ryelee.
No.
We talked about that when Bill was driving sort of in this direction, you had been on the phone.
Yes.
And again, you were on Bill's phone.
Yes.
After the gun went off, Bill told you to call 911.
Yes.
And you had Bill's phone.
Yes.
You had to go inside the car to get Bill's phone.
Yes.
And then you found Bill's phone
Yes.
in the car.
Yes.
You dialed 911.
Yes.
And then you handed the phone back to Bill.
Yes.
And Bill spoke to 911.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Tiffany, I'm handing you what's been marked exhibit number 15, and I'll take back this exhibit. That's a phone call log that I've handed to you. And it's Bill's phone log. Can you look at the second call from the very top? Do you see that?
Yes.
That's the phone call to 911.
Yes.
That would have been when you dialed 911
Yes.
on Bill's phone
Yes.
and then handed the phone to Bill.
Yes.
And it has the date that that phone call was made,
Yes.
October 19th of 2020.
Yes.
And it has the time that that phone call was made.
Yes.
And that says 10:20 and 3 seconds p.m.
Yes.
Can you see that okay?
Yes.
And so I wrote 10:20 and 3 seconds p.m. Bill speaks to 911.
Yes.
And that's accurate based on what we just talked about?
Yes.
Now, after this incident, you were charged with a crime, right?
Yes.
You were charged with several crimes?
Yes.
One of those crimes was first-degree intentional homicide.
Yes.
You pled guilty to a lesser crime.
Yes.
You were sentenced to prison,
Yes.
and that's where you are.
Yes.
Prison's not a fun place to be.
No.
You don't plan on moving for several years.
Correct.
That's not the first time you've been convicted of a crime.
No.
You've been convicted 14 times.
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Do you expect your redirect to be lengthy or
No, Your Honor.
redirect that?
You were present when Bill called 911?
Yes.
I'm going to play that call, and it will be on State's Exhibit 14. It's labeled 911 call. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm on the corner of Beaubourn and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street. And Shepherd Street.
Van and Shepherd Street?
Yes.
What's going on?
Ryelee Manente was walking home. I confronted him. He attacked me and I shot him. I tried to chase him.
Is he alive?
Coming in. What's that?
Is he alive?
Yes, he's alive.
Where was he shot?
In the chest.
Hold on 1 second, okay?
You heard Bill make that call?
Yes.
Did Bill ever check to see if Ryelee was alive?
No.
Was Ryelee moving?
No.
Was Ryelee saying anything?
No.
At that time, did you have any idea if Ryelee was alive?
No.
Now, I want to play the video one more time. Now, Ryelee is standing still, and there's only 6 houses on Van Street, so he's 2 houses from the end of the street, and he's standing there. When Mr. Hogan asked you if Ryelee was charging Bill, you said yes. But Ryelee's standing there and Bill's going to Ryelee, isn't that true?
Yes.
So is Ryelee charging Bill or is Bill charging Ryelee?
Bill's charging Ryelee.
And what I see on that video is that Bill is trying to catch Ryelee, not that Riley's trying to catch Bill.
Your Honor, objection. The prosecutors testifying.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Do you see Ryelee attacking Bill or Bill attacking Ryelee?
Bill attacking Ryelee.
Ryelee runs away from Bill, isn't that true?
Yes.
And you said Ryelee got in the car?
Yes.
How long was he in the car?
Not long.
Seconds?
Yeah, he was acting like he was going to take it, but he can't drive stick.
So that's a manual transmission. He had been in the car before, though.
Yeah.
Did he even try to put it into gear?
I don't think so.
Did you ever see the taillights come on while Ryelee was in the car?
No.
Now, at this time, when the gun's pointed at the ground, you testified that you were standing between Bill and Ryelee.
Yes.
And I thought Mr. Hogan asked you if you were facing Ryelee or if you were facing Bill. And I wasn't sure of your answer.
I was facing Bill, I think.
We can't. Can you tell from the picture?
No.
So, if you were facing Bill, were you protecting Ryelee?
I don't know.
Well, Ryelee was behind you.
Yeah.
So, at that point, if Bill had raised the gun, it would have been pointing at you.
Right.
Because you were standing in front of Ryelee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, my recollection, when I asked you if Ryelee was ever in the car after the theft of the animals, you said you weren't sure.
Right.
But since then, you remembered an incident when he was in the car.
Yes.
When the gun was in the car, was it always in a case, or was it sometimes just open in the car?
Sometimes it was just open in the car.
When you stopped the car on Van Street, you knew where the animals were.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Hogan?
Ms. Howell, when the Bill stopped the car in Van Street, you just testified you knew where the animals were.
Yes.
Because you were talking to Danielle and Angela.
Yes.
Now, you said you were there when Bill was talking to 911?
Yes.
You heard on that 911 call Bill say, "I need an ambulance"?
Yes.
Sounded like Bill was out of breath a little bit.
Yes.
You said when Ryelee got in the car, it looked like he might try to steal the car,
Yeah.
but he can't drive stick shift.
Right.
Do you know how to drive a stick shift?
Yes.
Or Ryelee doesn't?
No.
driving a stick shift can be hard, right?
Yes.
Harder than a manual or an automatic transmission.
Yes.
There's like extra pedals you need to press.
Yes.
One of them is a clutch.
Yes.
And sometimes if you press them in the wrong order, you can stall the vehicle out.
Yes.
And then the car can't go anywhere.
Right.
When you park the car, you put the parking brake on.
Right.
You testified at the beginning of the video, this doorbell video that we saw, when everyone's in front of the house with the doorbell, you testified Ryelee standing still.
Right.
But of course, Ryelee didn't just magically appear in that position, right?
Right.
He had come down from, you had seen him on School Street.
Yes.
And so at some point he came from School Street to where we saw him standing in the road.
Yes.
And so when you testified that he came running at the car, he came running down Van Street.
Yes.
And at some point he stopped.
Yes.
And we saw when he stopped, that's when Bill handed you the gun.
Yes.
And that's when I think we heard on there something about a taser.
Yes.
We think we heard Ryelee say, "Put down the taser."
Yes.
And Bill said, "I'm not going to put it down."
Yeah.
And then both of Bill and Ryelee started squaring off with each other.
Yes.
And at the very end, you testified you don't know if you were facing Ryelee or facing Bill at the end of that video.
Right.
But just seconds before, you weren't directly in the middle of Ryelee and Bill.
Right.
And when you weren't right between Ryelee and Bill, Bill still didn't have the gun pointed at Ryelee.
I don't know.
Well, we can back up that video just a few seconds. Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, it's
I'm sorry,
fine.
which table? I have it up. Okay.
Okay, yeah, if we could just back up. So, Ms. Powell, at that point, you're not directly in the middle of Bill and Ryelee. And so we still see that the flashlight is pointed towards the ground.
Yes.
And so if Bill had pointed it at Ryelee, he wouldn't be pointing it at you.
No.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Ms. Ishwood?
Just one question. When you talked to Danielle and Angela, did you have the phone on speaker?
Yes.
Because you can actually hear Bill on the call. He talked to them as well?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
I assume nothing further?
No.
We will take a morning recess then.
Your Honor, if I can make one statement?
Yes.
Subject to getting the exhibits entered and admitted and accounted for, the state rests.
Okay. During the break, we will decide what's received and then we'll let the jury know.
All right. Ryelee was 18. Let me go back here. We're going to get to closings and then his verdict. And I'm going to save sentencing for Sunday because sentencing is like 2.5 hours. And it's already 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. So we'll just get closings is like an hour and a half and then his verdict. So we'll save sentencing for a Sunday stream. So so she was, this says we have 35 there. That was in 2020. So she, in 2023, she was 37. It says she was 37 when she was convicted. So that's why I'm thinking she's like 40. She's going to be 40 this year. So she was like 35 when this happened. But in 2023, when the trial is taking place, she was 37. So Ryelee was 18. So that means she was 16, right? She was 16 when she had Ryelee. And then William was 44 in 2023. Now, one kind of sad note is the judge. He passed away December 8th. He Honorable Raymond Ray Huber passed away unexpectedly on Friday, December 8th, from injuries sustained in a fall. So he was 68. Sources close to his family said he was in his driveway taking out the trash at home before heading to work when he slipped and fell on the ice, which caused severe head trauma. So he was a presiding judge in several recent high-profile cases, including the Tony Haas and Tony Farmer drunken driving crash that killed 4 siblings. So prior to that, he was an attorney. He graduated high school in 1975. He attended law school at Carroll University and UW-Madison. He's survived by his wife. So, yeah, that's kind of sad. So he slipped and fell, and ice is bad. Excuse me. Ice is bad. He slipped and fell and hit his head and passed away, right? So keep that in mind as we continue going forward. So Tiffany got 10 years for the reckless endangerment charge, and then 10 years in prison, 5 years of supervision, and then the firearm charge, 5 years in prison, 3 years supervision. So 15. So 10 and 5 is 15, plus 691 days. So basically 2 years, a little less than 2 years of time served. So 15 minus 2, so she's got like 13 years she has to serve. So, all right. So let's get to closing arguments, and then we will get to his verdict, and then I'm going to save sentencing for Sunday because it's another like 2.5 hours, and I've got family coming into town tomorrow. I got to get ready for family. Zoinks. So, all right. Okay. State closing. All right, here it is. State closing starts at the exact time.
Somebody.
All right, so here is state's closing. State closing arguments. All right.
Took the easel I had set up. Oh. So as I set this up, Ryelee Manente-Powell. 977 days ago, he lost his life. He lost his life when Bill Zelenski put a shotgun, double-barreled, in his armpit and pulled the trigger. Dr. Kovacs testified that the shotgun blast at that close range caused Rylee's death, tore open the bottom of his heart, his aorta. Dr. Kovacs opined that he had maybe 10 or 15 seconds of life after that blast. We know Bill Zelenski pulled the trigger and shot Ryelee. He called 911 and he said, Ryelee Manente was walking home. I confronted him. He came at me and I shot him. Throughout the investigation, he claimed it was self-defense. Except that Ryelee Manente-Powell did not have a gun. He did not have a knife. He did not have a baseball bat. He had no weapons on him. He was walking home. Bill said he was walking home from the jail where he had been transported because he owed money on a New London fine, municipal court. An intentional homicide requires that the defendant cause the death with the intent to kill. But if you listen to the judge's instructions, it doesn't mean that on the morning of October 19th, Bill intended to kill Ryelee. I don't believe that. I don't think any of you believe that. It doesn't mean that when he drove to Mill Street, or was started to drive to Mill Street, that he thought, I'm going to go to Mill Street and kill Ryelee Manente-Powell. Of course not. But as the judge instructed you, that intent to kill can be formed in an instant. And I submit to you that when you pull the trigger of a double-barreled 12-gauge shotgun, which you've already pulled back the hammers, that is intent to kill. It's also in the instructions that intent to kill is the mental purpose to take the life or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death. Anybody experienced in firearms, you don't have to be experienced in firearms to know that if you put a shotgun against the person and press into them downward and pull the trigger, that it's practically certain they're going to die. Now that's the information we knew back on October 19, 2020, 977 days ago. As of June 19th, 2023, at the beginning of this trial, he wants you to believe that pulling the trigger was an accident. It was Ryelee's fault. He didn't tell the dispatcher it was an accident. He didn't tell Tiffany Powell it was an accident, Ryelee's own mother. He didn't tell Tara Dalrymple it was an accident when she was at the scene screaming, "Why did you do this?" In fact, he said, "He came at me, I had no choice." Does that sound like an accident? 977 days later, it's an accident. But it wasn't an accident on October 19th, 2020. He didn't tell any of the officers who arrived on scene that it was an accident. He didn't tell Officer Wasrud, Shabilsky, Deputy Thorpe. He told no one until this week. He had 977 days to come up with the accident scenario. That was 977 days that Ryelee didn't have. Now, he testified yesterday on how he was terrified of Ryelee. But he also testified about all of his police training, that once or twice a month he'd come across hostile subjects. He talked about how he was learned to de-escalate situations. He learned how to control a subject, how to place somebody under arrest. So when it's convenient for him, he draws on this police training that at the time he hadn't used in over 15 years when he was separated from the city of Waupaca. But when it's not convenient for him, all thoughts of his police training go out the window. He told you that it was self-defense because he was so terrified of Ryelee. He told you that he turned down Van Street because he had to go tell Tara not to give a ride. All he talked about to everyone was that I need to get the animals back. I need to make sure they're safe. We saw a lot about the timeline that was being prepared here. Please wait. and very familiar with this timeline after this week. But I made an addition to this timeline. Something, can you do it? That's better.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hogan, I take it you're objecting. It says Bill learns location of reptiles.
Specifically, the objection is to the 10:15 and 28 seconds p.m. That was not testified to at all.
Your Honor, that's math. There was testimony at 10:17:45. Bill's call with Danielle ends. We played the call. At the moment that on the call they gave the address of the reptiles, the testimony was there was 2 minutes and 17 seconds left on that phone call. 2 minutes and 17 seconds subtracted from 10:17:45 equals 10:15:28. It's math.
Mr. Hogan.
Your Honor, my recollection of the testimony was when that phone call started and the time in which on the recording there was. I don't recall any testimony of anybody indicating a particular amount of time left in the phone call.
That was the purpose of that testimony, was to identify the exact time that they knew the animal's location. It was the purpose of the phone call that we played. And at the time that Mr. Szilagyi stopped the recording, we put into the record how much time was left. It was for exactly this purpose. I know I didn't do the math, but I don't believe math is a fact that can't be presented. In fact, I have my slip here where I was going.
This is argument. I'm going to allow it, and you're certainly free to argue. That's not what the evidence is. You know, it's an interpretation of evidence, so I'm going to allow it.
Can they fit by there?
Please be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as I was saying, at 10:15 and 28 seconds is when Bill and Tiffany learned the location of the reptiles. And where does that number come from? We played that call. And if you recall, we stopped as soon as she gave the address out on Highway 10. And the second that she ended it, that she said the address, we had 2 minutes and 17 seconds left on that call. On Mr. Hogan's exhibit, we know that the call ended at 10:17:45. 10:17:45 minus 2 minutes and 17 seconds is 10:15. So because we're using this timeline throughout this trial, Bill parked in front of Tara's house at 10:17 and 26 seconds. Van Street is 400 feet long. He had almost 2 full minutes where he's driving down School Street that he knew where the location of the animals were. He knew exactly where they were. And everything he told you is that's what is most important. Now, this week, he wants you to believe that after seeing Ryelee walking, he turned down Van Street because he had to tell Tara, make sure you don't give him a ride. One of the discussions you're going to have when you go back into the jury room is what if his testimony is reasonable? To say that he would stop, and not only stop, but park out on the road instead of just driving in next to her door, hopping out saying don't give Ryelee a ride, hop back in and go get your animals. No, he's going to park out on the street when he just saw Ryelee. He's going to park out on the street and he's going to walk down her driveway because he said the door they use is at the back. And he told you the reason for that was he was afraid he was going to get parked in. At 10:17 at night, Monday night, school night, he's afraid he's going to get parked in. Well, at that point, if you're that desperate for your animals, drive across the lawn. He's afraid he's going to get parked in, so he parks on the street. And now he tells you, or then he told you, that he saw Ryelee running around the corner from School Street onto Van Street. And again, 400 feet long, 6 houses. Tara's house is on here. We also have the house with the Ring camera, and we have the Bricko's house. We know those houses. Somewhere in the area of the video starting, I believe it was somewhere back here. I couldn't see the stick figure he wrote, but he saw Ryelee running. Now, Bill testified he had gotten out of his car and was walking up Tara's driveway to tell her, don't give Ryelee a ride. And he saw Ryelee running down the street at him, shouting, I'm going to get you, you MF. I'm going to beat your ass. And that caused him such terror that he went back down the driveway to his car, grabbed a stun gun, grabbed a double-barreled shotgun, opened the double-barreled shotgun, loaded it, closed it, and pulled the hammers back, which is essentially taking off any safety. Ready to fire. Common sense, logic. If Ryelee's running down this road and he sees him even a third of the way down the road, though he said he saw him at the corner, but the picture the defense put up, it was pitch black. Even if he saw him at the corner, by the time Bill got back, could hear what Ryelee was supposedly yelling at him, loaded his gun, and then met Ryelee. He met him right in front of the house with the doorbell camera. So all of this takes place right out here. Ryelee would have been at the car long before he ever got a gun out. And how do we explain that on the doorbell cam, Rylee's standing there? Now the timing that makes sense is that Ryelee's walking down the street and he sees his mother and her boyfriend pull down the road. And all the testimony is Ryelee spends a lot of time with his mother and Bill. He's been in their car. They had already confronted him about the thefts and he was offended, but he said he didn't steal. There's no indication that he was afraid of Bill. So he's walking down the street. And the evidence is, according to Google Maps, it takes about 2 minutes to walk down the street. So where would he be after a minute? Bill parks in front of Tara's house at 10:17, and they're arguing at 10:18. 1 minute and 4 seconds. So what happened in that 1 minute and 4 seconds? I can guarantee you if Ryelee was running full blast, he would have been at the car. He wouldn't have only been halfway down the street. But if he was walking, he would have been halfway down the street. He's going to see what his mom and Bill are up to. Perfectly reasonable. And now Bill wants you to say that he was allowed to use self-defense because Ryelee was yelling at him that he was going to beat his ass. And that caused him such terror that he believed he was going to die. Because as the judge read the instructions, the only way he gets to use deadly force is if he believes he is going to die. And there has to be an unlawful interference with Bill. So as Rylee's walking down the street, what unlawful interference? You know where the unlawful interference is on Ryelee. He's walking down the street. You see him stop. You see Bill and Tiffany come to him, not the other way around. Bill comes to him. And you know, when I think about this case, after hearing the testimony, did Tiffany know that the hammers were pulled back? Did Tiffany know when she lifted the gun and it was pointed at her son's head that the slightest pull on one of those triggers and he would have been dead? Anybody, common sense gun safety, you don't run around with a double-barreled shotgun with the hammers pulled back. That's intent. There's the only evidence that there was an unlawful interference on Bill is his self-serving testimony this week that he had 977 days to come up with. Ryelee runs away from Bill. And when you talk about self-defense, don't forget that Ryelee had the right to defend himself. Just because he's the 18-year-old kid and it's the adult who has the gun doesn't mean he doesn't have the right to defend himself. The judge talked to you about provocation. And as he starts to read it, it gets pretty confusing. So I wanted to pull that up. I believe Bill Zelenski provoked any attack Ryelee did on Bill. Ryelee is standing on the street according to the doorbell video. Bill confronts him. Bill told the 911 operator he confronted him. Bill confronted him and is trying to get him with the taser. Now remember Rowan? Rowan told you that before Bill left the house on East Road, he said, I'm going to tase and handcuff Ryelee. So while Bill tells you his biggest concern was the animals, I think his biggest concern was taking Ryelee into custody, because during that whole week, he was acting as a cop. He was investigating the crime. It was going to be solved on the street. He was interviewing people. He was emailing and texting everybody he knew to be on the lookout. And that night, he decided he was going to arrest Ryelee. That's what the evidence is. That's what shows on the video. Except he's not a law enforcement officer. He was separated from the force 15 years earlier. He didn't have training, and he didn't have the right. He did not have the right to handcuff Ryelee. He did not have the right to attack him and tase him. He did not have the right to point a firearm at him, much less pull the trigger and kill him. He did not have that right. In the confrontation, Ryelee never armed himself. All those weapons, that's how Bill drove around Waupaca, with all those weapons in the car. But we heard from Detective Rodans where those weapons were. There was another gun in the trunk. We saw Ryelee didn't go in the trunk. There were knives in the back seat, baseball bat in the back seat, whatever this garden tool is, in the back seat, a hammer. Ryelee went to the door of the car, he didn't get in, and as you saw, there weren't weapons within reach, and Bill was right there watching him. And Bill took the gun back from Tiffany. Now remember, he testified the hammers were pulled back. If the attack, which follows Bill's provocation, attacking Ryelee, if for some reason after that Bill reasonably believed that he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense. But the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape. And that's Bill has to exhaust every other reasonable means of escape. What means did he have? Well, he could have driven away. The car was running, the doors were open. He could have just driven away. He told you he was afraid the car would stall. Anybody who's driven a stick shift, what happens if the car stalls? You start it up again. You close the windows, you lock the doors. What's going to happen to him in the car? What could unarmed Ryelee do to him if he's in the car? And if it stalls, just start it again. He could have run to Tara's house. He could have just honked the horn. If he just honked the horn and stayed on the horn, that would have gotten the attention of every neighbor. He could have locked the gun in the car. His fear was that Ryelee was going to get the gun from him and use it on him. And he said, I knew I'd be dead. Well, lock the gun in the car. Because Ryelee wanting to punch him in the face is not a reason to shoot him. It is not a reason to kill him. And Ryelee saying, 18-year-old kid, put the gun down and fight like a man. Sounds like an 18-year-old kid. An 18-year-old kid who says put the gun down and fight like a man, that causes a former police officer such terror that he has to shoot him? That he has to have a loaded gun with the hammers pulled back, ready to fire? It's absurd. There was just about a minute between the end of the video that showed the confrontation and the 911 call. So we don't know what happened in that minute. Tiffany said Ryelee never grabbed the gun. But you know what? It was pressed onto his skin. And you know what? If he grabbed the gun and tried to get it away from him, he has that right. He absolutely has that right. He has the right not to die. And think about Bill's explanation of the shooting and how it was Ryeelee's fault. Well, for one, he's experienced in firearms. You don't put your finger in the trigger. He did it because he was so terrified. Because Ryelee was trying to get the gun from him, he put his finger in the trigger. Well, if you're going back and forth, guess what? You're going to pull the trigger. That doesn't make it Ryeelee's fault. But when you think about the wound that's almost under his armpit. Melissa, close your eyes, please. It is almost to his armpit. And as, I'm going to take it off now. It's off. His armpit. Ryeelee's pulling the gun in there with two hands. One on the foregrip, one on the barrel, conveniently where DNA was found. Yeah, I believe. But this is what you would do. You wouldn't go like this. That makes no sense whatsoever. And he would have had to been leaning in because it was a downward trajectory. Bill and Ryelee are the same height. So he would have had to been down and leaning in. The gun would have had to been elevated. Two hands on it. That story makes no sense. We don't know what happened, but we know that didn't happen. Because you would go like this. Bill motioned on the stand that he was going like this. But that makes no sense because it's nowhere near there. Bill's story makes no sense. Timing is so far off. The fact that he was terrified for his life because Ryelee yelled, "I want to beat your ass." And then he tried to tell you why he was so terrified of Ryelee. Now, we acknowledge there was a domestic incident in February. And if everybody who has a domestic incident in Waupaca County could be hunted down with a shotgun, we'd have much lower population. They're not good, but they happen. But to think that a domestic incident in February means that Bill Zelenski is terrified of Ryelee in October? And every other incident that Bill talked about was Bill's own testimony. But he did testify Ryelee had never hit him, ever. They did verbal sparring. 18-year-old, I'm going to get you. Big man. Probably didn't like Bill. Probably would have wished his mother wasn't his girlfriend. Never testified Ryelee said he was going to kill him. Never testified that there was anything that would have caused him such terror. And you remember when he was talking to Officer Wazru downtown? And he's talking about, the fight they had before the animals disappeared. No fear. There was no fear in his voice whatsoever. Wouldn't that be the time that it would have shown? Wouldn't it have shown in the 911 call? See, there again, he wants you to believe his police training made him so calm that he could just call, say, Ryelee was walking home, I confronted him, he came at me and I shot him. He doesn't say, he tried to grab the gun from me. Nope, he came at me and I shot him. Calm, Tiffany's calm. The one you hear is Tara, who's hysterical. The father of her grandchild is laying there and no one's helping him. And let's talk about police training. CPR, stop the bleeding, roll him over and see if he's alive. Nothing. Not a thing. Not a bit of aid was rendered to that poor boy. And now they want you to rule, to judge his actions and his statements and say it was all reasonable. His terror was reasonable. Well, there was no sign of that terror 977 days ago. Not a sign. Not till this week. The judge gave you instructions on credibility of witnesses. Do they have a reason to lie? Well, does he have a reason to lie? He shot someone in cold blood and killed him. Does he have a reason to lie? Mariah Bricko testified when she was looking out the window, she heard, "Stop or I'll shoot you." And then pow. That is an intentional homicide. That is not an accident. That is not self-defense. That is an intentional homicide. And to think that it was Ryelee who said that makes no sense. Ryelee never had a gun. The person with the gun was Bill Zelenski. Stop or I'll shoot you. And he did. And at the end of your deliberations, I'm asking you to find Bill Zelenski guilty of first-degree intentional homicide in taking the life of an 18-year-old boy. Thank you.
Mr. Hogan.
Accidents happen. Crimes are committed. We all know Bill didn't commit a crime that night. We know from the evidence presented in this case that Bill didn't act with an intent to kill Ryelee. He didn't act with an intent to hurt Ryelee. In the moment that Ryelee was shot, there was a struggle over that gun, and Ryelee was pulling it away, causing Bill's finger to hit that trigger. It's sad. This is a sad case. The judge is going to read you one more instruction or two. One of the final instructions tells you, base your decision not on sympathy, but on the facts. It's a sad case where an 18-year-old lost his life. We saw so many witnesses through this trial how they felt when they found out Ryelee passed away. We saw everyone's reaction trying to talk about what happened that night. Everybody who knew Ryelee, Bill included. And it wasn't just Bill on the witness stand when he broke down trying to talk about Ryelee. When Officer Rodens first told Bill, this is the first time Bill is told that Ryelee didn't make it. You saw his reaction in that video. His face was slightly behind a mask, but you saw those tears in his eyes. You saw him doing this. That's also a man who cared about Ryelee, who was devastated to find out that Ryelee didn't make it. Don't be swayed by the sympathy in this case in reaching your verdict. Look at the facts that we all heard. Everybody that you heard through about what Bill was going to do that night talked about Bill wanted the animals. Bill wanted to bring them home safely. Nobody said he only wanted to find the animals. Everybody said he wanted to find them and bring them home safely that night. Tara tells you, she testified that when Bill and Tiffany came over, they were asking about the animals. If she'd heard any information about the animals. She even told you that right before Bill and Tiffany leave, Tiffany says, if you see Ryelee, tell him we're not angry. We just want to get the animals back. Now she tries to tell you that Bill was agitated. And remember what she told you what made Bill agitated? Daisha showing Bill and Tiffany the Snapchat video and photo. But we heard from Tiffany, we heard from Bill, we heard from Rowan that while they're still at East Road, they received that Snapchat information. That wouldn't have caused Bill to become agitated at Tara's house. It was information he already knew. She said he was calm. When he left, he was calm. Bill knew Ryelee was involved, but was still calm. All he wanted to know was where the animals were so he could go get them and bring them home safely. When he met with Officer Wazrud testified, Bill was calm. He expressed concern about the animals. He expressed concern that when finding out Ryelee might be released from jail that night, that Ryelee could go and move or get rid of or stash the evidence. And Bill would not be able to get them and bring them home safely. April testified that when Bill left, all he wanted to do was find the animals and bring them home safely. Not a single person told you that Bill was so angry, so upset with Ryelee, that he wanted to hurt him, much less kill him. Nobody testified about that. We can see in that timeline that Bill left East Road and shortly into his drive was told, avoid Mill Street. Law enforcement's already on scene. And Bill knows, hopefully law enforcement's going to get some information. So he doesn't go to Mill Street. He hangs out on Main Street for a while. Then he goes to Tara's house. And you saw there's no urgency at that time. He pulls in the driveway behind Tara, drives all the way to the back by her garage, following Tara down that driveway. Because there's no urgency at that point. He's killing some time waiting for the police to let him know some information about where these animals might be. But he's not there long because he gets that phone call from Officer Wazrud to come and meet him on Main Street. Even Tara told you on the stand that when they left, they said, we'll be back. We know Bill was driving in the direction of Tara's house after he met with Officer Wazrud. We don't know exactly at what point in his drive from Main Street back to Van Street that he did get that phone call from Danielle. But he was driving back to Tara's house. And yes, at some point during that drive, they found out where the animals were. That was part of that priority that night. Bringing them home safely was the other part of his main priority. And so when he sees Ryelee, He doesn't even know that that's Ryelee down the road on School Street in the distance. He thinks it could be. So he turns onto Van Street, drives all the way down, and parks in front of Tara's house. Because he's going to tell Tara, don't give Ryelee a ride. If that's Ryelee and he's going to come over here, don't give him a ride. Because Bill knows, Ryelee now knows where these animals are. And if he's going to be released from the jail and come get these animals, there's going to be a confrontation at Angela's house. And Angela said to Bill and Tiffany, I don't want any trouble. I don't want the police over here. They were over here earlier. Don't bring any trouble. I don't want any trouble here. So he parks on the road because he is just going to run in and tell Tara not to give Ryelee a ride. Ryelee got a ride everywhere. Ryelee didn't have a driver's license. Ryelee didn't have a car. He got rides everywhere. From Madison, from Mackenzie, the daughters of Tara, who could be at Tara's house. Tara doesn't know where these animals are. And the state, in cross-examining Bill, said, well, it would be obvious that Tara wouldn't give Ryelee a ride to Angela's. Why? Tara didn't know the animals were over at Angela's. It wouldn't be all that strange for Ryelee to come over and ask for a ride. And in closing, the state tried to get you to believe that Bill's testimony was he got out of his car after he parked and he was walking down Tara's driveway. But that's not what Bill told you. Bill told you he got out of his car and started to walk towards Tara's driveway. Didn't even make it to Tara's driveway, and he sees somebody off in the distance running at him. He doesn't know who that is until Ryelee speaks and is yelling, I'm gonna get you, which is the same thing that he told Bill right before Bill's firearms went missing. When Bill saw Ryelee running down the road at him, threatening him, the state keeps telling you, well, Ryelee was unarmed. We know Ryelee was unarmed. He didn't have a weapon on him. Bill believed he could have a weapon because Ryelee had stolen guns from him. Ryelee could have other weapons on him. Bill told you, in his experience, if you get brought to the jail and you have weapons, that you're legally allowed to have knives, and you're released, they're going to give them back to you. There's no reason for the police to hold on to your knife if you're going to be released, and you can legally have that knife. So as Rylee's charging down the road at Bill on this dark street, Bill has no idea that Ryelee could be unarmed. He believes Ryelee is armed. That's why he goes back to his car and he gets that shotgun. Because Ryelee can be armed, and if Ryelee has a weapon, he's gonna get Bill. Those are Rylee's words. And all of the prior experience Bill had with Ryelee, seeing Ryelee chase Mackenzie, knowing that he beat up Mackenzie, got into fights at the jail, threatened him, threatened Tiffany, just days before this incident. That's why Bill grabs his gun. Tiffany had got out of the car, and they're on the road, seeing Ryelee come at him. He's not walking. Nobody said that Ryelee was just walking down Van Street. Because where he was when Bill saw him was down School Street. And the state presented evidence that to walk the distance of Van would take 2 minutes. more than 2 minutes if Ryeelee's down School Street. But Ryeelee's there in just over a minute. Because he's running down School Street, running around the corner, and running directly at Bill. Even Tiffany testified to that Ryelee was running down the road. So he gets the gun in an attempt to stop Ryelee. The state told you Bill testified when he grabbed that gun, he loaded it and pulled the hammers back. That wasn't Bill's testimony. Bill's testimony was, I don't remember when the hammers were pulled back. He didn't say, I grabbed that gun and I loaded it quick and I pulled the hammers back. No, he didn't do that because he wasn't intending to use that gun. He wasn't intending to shoot Ryelee. He was intending to stop the threat that was barreling towards him. And the sight of a gun would hopefully stop Ryelee from advancing towards him. We saw that use of form sheet that the state presented. Simply displaying a firearm is use of force that can hopefully stop a threat from coming towards you. And so Bill got his shotgun and he approached where Ryelee was running at him. Hopefully Ryelee would stop. And at some point, he did stop on the street, right in front of Joseph Brown's house. And that's where the video starts. But Ryelee didn't just magically appear standing in one spot. He was running down the street at Bill, and Bill was trying to stop any more advancement coming towards him. And Ryelee was looking to fight. We heard Ryelee several times, "Put down the gun and fight me like a man." So when Bill and Ryelee are close, we see this video. We're going to play it one more time for you. And watch. Ryelee doesn't have his jacket on. When he takes his jacket off because he wants to fight Bill, Bill told you at that moment, I thought it was unlikely that Ryelee had any sort of weapon. So what does Bill do at that point? When he now believes Ryelee may not be armed, he gives Tiffany the gun and gets his taser. Because now he knows, now I really don't need to use this gun. I never wanted to use it. I never intended to use it because I don't want to kill Ryelee. I just want to stop him from coming towards me. So that's why he takes out his taser and attempts to subdue Ryelee. And it's not until Ryelee runs to the car. And remember the testimony? Rylee's been in Bill's car before. Ryelee knows all of these weapons are in Bill's car. Knives scattered about his car. In the center console, near the ashtray, in the passenger side area, in the glove box. There's weapons in the back seat. It's not until Ryelee runs back to the car where he knows there's weapons, Bill knows there's weapons, that Bill gets the gun. But he doesn't go up to Ryelee and point the gun at Ryelee, because he can see Ryelee doesn't grab a weapon. And when Ryelee gets away from the car and starts coming at Bill, "Put down the gun and fight me like a man," we see that Bill's not pointing the gun at him because he doesn't want to use it. We see Bill backing up, having the gun pointed towards the ground, just like we can see.
Yeah, focus on yourself. You have me. Focus on yourself. Yo, I didn't put it down for a fucking. Come on, bitch. Get up. Get up.
Now, the other important thing that we saw in this case is the positioning right at the end of that video and the beginning of the next. On the left of your screen is the very end screenshot of the video right before the shot rings out. And on the right is the screenshot of the very start of the next video. And I want you to look and I want you to pay attention to where Bill is standing before that gunshot and where Ryelee is after the gunshot. Bill didn't go towards Ryelee. Ryelee came at Bill. Ryelee came at Bill and the gun went off. Those were Tiffany's words. Ryelee came at Bill and the gun went off. And we know, even though Tiffany said, I don't think Ryelee grabbed the gun. She says, I think I saw the gun the whole time. But she even admitted on that stand that when Ryelee went at Bill, Riley's back was to Bill. Or Riley's back was to Tiffany. Tiffany couldn't see his arms. Tiffany couldn't see the gun. Tiffany didn't see what Ryelee and Bill were doing with the gun. Because Ryelee came at Bill, grabbed that gun, and tried to pull it away from Bill. The state wants you to believe that it's absurd or it doesn't make sense that Ryelee would have been reaching for the gun and pulling it when it went off. But we saw that. We saw with a gun that Officer Rodens told you had the same measurements as the shotgun used in this case. And this blue tape is the exact location where the foregrip was on the shotgun, and this blue tape was exactly where the flashlight was. And when we had Dr. Kovac on the stand, he told you, if somebody's leaning forward and pulling the gun, that this position is consistent with the injuries that Ryelee had. Because this is moderately downward, it's front to back, and left to right. It's the exact trajectory of the BBs. That's what Dr. Kovac told you. The state wants you to believe that Ryelee was on his knees with his hands up in the air when Bill shot him. In that video that we saw, we know that the shooting happens and Bill is able to get the phone and speak to 911 in an exact minute after that video ends. As Rylee's trying to come towards Bill saying, put down the gun and fight me like a man. And the state wants you to believe that Ryelee went up to Bill, said, okay, Bill, I give up. That's what the state wants you to believe. Because that's the only other way that Ryelee gets the injuries that Dr. Kovac told you about. That doesn't make sense.
The fact's not in evidence.
Or argument.
It's argument. Proceed.
In her opening statement, the state told you the gun was in a downward trajectory. And imagine the positions of the body that it would have to be in. There's no other way Ryelee gets those injuries with that trajectory unless he's either on his knees or grabbing the gun and pulling it towards himself. Which one is consistent with that video that we saw? We know that that's what happened because it's consistent with the neighbors, Mariah and Nathaniel Bricko. The only people that you heard in this case that have no connection to Ryelee
except the officers and the experts. All the other citizen witnesses that you heard from have some sort of connection to Bill or Ryelee, but not the Brickos. And what did Nate Bricko tell you? That he looked out, he turned on the light, and we even saw in those screenshots, it was a little bit lighter because that was the Bricko's front porch light that came on. And he says when he looked out, he saw what he initially described as a struggle. He then said, well, maybe it wasn't a struggle, but they were definitely close. It looked like they were touching. Because from his distance, seeing Ryelee and Bill struggling over that weapon and pulling it, that's what he saw. That's the struggle that he was describing in his written statement. And Mariah told you in her written statement that she heard very clearly, I'm going to shoot you if you don't stop. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, why is he saying that? He's saying that because Ryelee came up to him, grabbed the gun, they're struggling, and Bill said, if you don't stop, I'm going to shoot you. That's what Mariah said she heard very clearly. And right when Nate saw that struggle and they heard a mention of a shooting, Nate said he immediately turned, went inside, grabbed his son, and under a minute later he heard a muffled gunshot. Because that was Ryelee pulling the gun into himself, causing the gun to go off. Those are the only witnesses that don't have a connection to Ryelee or Bill. They can be believed. Other injuries are consistent with Ryelee pulling the gun away from Bill, causing it to go off. Remember the state introduced evidence of Bill's finger and how Dr. Kovac told you that that would happen? If Bill's finger isn't, or if the butt of the gun isn't against Bill's shoulder and the gun kicks back and it hits your finger, that's what could cause the injury to Bill's finger. Just like when Ryelee reached, grabbed it, and was pulling it, the butt of the shotgun came away from Bill's body, causing his finger to hit that trigger, discharging the gun, causing the trigger guard to go back onto Bill's finger. There's no other way that Bill's finger gets injured in that way. Also consider, if Ryelee is on his knees when he gets shot, we saw the image of Ryelee forward. But if he's straight up and down and gets shot, and the force of that shot, where is Ryelee going to go? He's going to go this way. But that's not what we saw. Because Dr. Kovac told you if Ryelee grabbed the gun, pulled it, got shot, he could fall straight down. Just in the exact position that we saw. It's consistent with the DNA evidence. How does Rylee's DNA get on that foregrip unless he grabs it? His DNA is located in that mixture with the highest likelihood ratio that the state laboratory has. Rarer than the entire world's population. 1 in 7 trillion. We know that's Rylee's DNA on that foregrip. Because there was so much of that DNA when he grabbed it and was trying to pull the gun away from Bill. Kevin Scott told you that when there's friction and pressure applied, that's when you're going to leave more DNA behind. As Ryelee did when he grabbed it and was trying to pull it. Why doesn't Bill assist Ryelee? Bill told you he thought Ryelee was still a threat. Tara told you when she came running outside, she saw Ryelee on his knees with no blood. She thought Ryelee was faking it. She didn't think Ryelee had actually been shot. She thought Ryelee was faking it. And if she thought Ryelee was faking it, what about Bill? This is a person who just said, put down the gun, fight me like a man, came at Bill and grabbed that gun. If he gets up, he's still a threat to Bill. So Bill does what he believes to be the best. Get that phone, call 911, and get them there as soon as possible, which is exactly what he does. Yes, Bill did not try to render aid to Ryelee, because the state just pointed out in their close, and you heard Dr. Kovac tell you, that wouldn't have saved Rylee's life. It wouldn't. Don't think that the failure to run over to Ryelee and try to render aid means that Bill's guilty of intending to kill Ryelee. Bill did exactly what you would expect if he did believe Ryelee was a threat, to still maintain some distance from him and talk to 911. Officers told you, not just Bill, other officers told you that the number one priority when they respond to a situation like this is to secure the scene. Because if there's still an active threat, you're not going to be able to perform aid if there's still a threat for an attack on officers or others. That wasn't just Bill who told you that. That was officers. Current police officers told you, number one, always make sure the scene is secure. And if Rylee's still a threat to Bill, it's not secure. Remember, we heard from Officer Shabelsky. He told you that this was the second day on his own. He was not even 3 months into being a sworn police officer with Waupaca Police Department. Had just got done with field training officers. This was his second shift on his own. His first emergency call he ever responded to on his second day on his own. And what did Officer Shabelsky do? He remained calm. Because he told you why that's so important for people to remain calm, to provide details, to make sure officers know of the information they need so that rescue can come, additional officers can respond. Bill remained calm because that's what he was trained to do. Just like every other officer who responded. That doesn't mean Officer Shabelsky, his heart wasn't racing. His adrenaline wasn't going. It probably was. But he knew he needed to control that and remain calm for everybody. We also know Bill's mind that night was clear. He didn't have any alcohol in his system. He didn't have any drugs in his system. He had some nicotine and he had some caffeine. But Ryelee was on meth. And we heard Dr. Kovac tell you what meth does to an individual, and Officer Grant tell you what meth does to an individual. Impulsive, unpredictable, violent, aggressive. That is exactly the Ryelee we saw in that video. Aggressive, unpredictable, when he lunges towards Bill and grabs that gun. Something Ryelee never would have done had he not been on meth. He was unpredictable. State wants you to believe couldn't have been an accident. Bill never said it was an accident, that Ryelee pulled the gun and the gun went off. But if Ryelee pulled that gun and Bill's finger did hit that trigger, in that moment when everything happened so quickly, Bill's number one thought is, my finger hit that trigger. I shot him. I had that gun. I shot him. He came at me. I had to do it. Those were Bill's words. You never heard Bill's words saying, I wanted to kill Ryelee. I'm glad I killed Ryelee. He never said any of that. Tiffany told you Ryelee went at Bill and the gun went off. Tiffany told you in those words that it was an accident. The state tried to also show you all of these text messages from Bill's phone, showing how he intended to kill Ryelee, where he said, I'm hunting down thieves. He also said, I'm working on some paperwork, hunting down the third. He's not telling somebody he's going to get his gun and drive around hunting down somebody. It means I'm trying to find out who took my animals so I can get them and bring them home safely. Whoever took them signed their own death sentence. Because whoever took them, Bill knew, didn't know how to properly care for them or handle them. And they were venomous. They were going to bite that person and kill them. That's what he meant by signing their own death sentence. Not, I'm going to go kill whoever found my animals. Because we never heard any of those messages because they didn't exist. Solving it on the streets. It's exactly what Bill did. He was going around on the streets trying to find information. Just that night, he went to Tara's house to try to get more information at that time about his animals. There's no text messages on Bill's phone. I'm going to kill whoever did this. I'm going to kill Ryelee. I found out Rylee's involved. I'm going to go kill him. I'm going to shoot whoever did this. There's no threats. How many of us have gotten so upset we've said, I'm so upset I could kill you? That wasn't even Bill's words. Bill never even said anything near that because he wasn't so upset he wanted to kill somebody. He was trying to find his animals and bring them home safely. I also want you to think about this. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, what sort of evidence do you think we would have seen in this trial? If Bill had that gun, when he got out of his car and he was close to Ryelee earlier before the video kicked on, if he intended to kill Ryelee, why didn't he shoot Ryelee right then and there? Because he didn't intend to kill Ryelee. He didn't intend to use the gun. He didn't want to use the gun. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, why was the gun shot in his right armpit? If Ryelee was on his knees when Bill shot him, why would Bill deliberately go to his right armpit and shoot him? Ryelee wasn't shot in the head. He wasn't shot in the back. He wasn't shot directly in the chest. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, why would he intend to shoot him in the right armpit? If Bill intended to kill Ryelee that night, you heard, this is a double-barrel shotgun. 2 triggers. Both barrels are loaded. the same trigger or trigger area. One trigger for the left barrel, one trigger for the right barrel. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, why wouldn't he shoot him a second time? Because he didn't intend to kill Ryelee. When the shot went off and Ryelee let go of the gun and fell down is when Bill backed away. Because he didn't intend to shoot him, he didn't intend to kill him. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, why immediately call 911 as soon as he could? As soon as Ryelee was shot, Bill asked Tiffany, "Where's my phone? We need to call 911." Tiffany had just had his phone. They get in his car, they find the phone, she dials it, hands it to Bill, and he's immediately talking to 911. Why? If he intended to kill Ryelee, if he wanted Ryelee to die, why would he call 911 at all? Why wouldn't he sit around and wait to call 911? Tara told you as soon as she came outside, Bill was on the phone with somebody. If Bill intended to kill Ryelee, why wouldn't he just jump in his car and leave? And just leave Ryelee there? Because he cares for Ryelee. He didn't intend to shoot him. He didn't intend to kill him that night. State tries to argue to you that Bill testified about all of his officer training, yet he was terrified of Ryelee. As though police officers can't get scared in situations. When we were here for jury selection, a lot of you indicated, I could never be an officer because of the situation that they have to put themselves in. We all know officers, despite their years of training and experience, get scared in situations. As the judge told you, Bill doesn't need to prove his innocence. The state is bound to prove Bill guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a reason that Bill's on this side and the state's on this side. Because over here, Bill starts with the presumption of innocence. And the state wants you to find Bill guilty. Imagine there's a river flowing right between these two tables. Raging river. The state, in order to get Bill from innocent to guilty, needs to build a bridge. A bridge of evidence that you can hoist Bill on your shoulders and cross over that river to their side. That evidence needs to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Bill's guilty. The judge also told you that if you can reconcile the evidence with any reasonable hypothesis consistent with Bill's innocence, you should do so. And Ryelee reaching at Bill, grabbing that gun and pulling it, isn't just a reasonable hypothesis in this case. It's consistent with the DNA evidence. It's consistent with Dr. Kovac's testimony. It's consistent with the neighbor's testimony. It's consistent with the video that we all saw. It's consistent with that timeline that you saw we put together as this trial went on. It all points to the same conclusion. It's not just a reasonable hypothesis. It's the truth of what happened. That Ryelee came at Bill, grabbed that gun, and the gun went off. It was an accident, not a crime that Bill committed that night. That's why I'm asking you, during your deliberations, ignore the sympathy and the emotion that all of us feel on this case. Look at the evidence that's been presented and look at the truth of what happened after that video goes off. And return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
We are late for taking our morning break, so we will take a break at this time. Please be seated. Mr. Slodgy, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will make this as brief as I can. There's was a lot of discussion by Attorney Hogan about Bill didn't intend to kill Ryelee, right? That he didn't tell anyone he wanted to hurt him or kill him. If he wanted to kill him, why didn't he shoot him various other places or multiple times? But the other, in defining what is intent, one half, which attorney of the definition, or one possible definition Attorney Hogan focused on, is the mental purpose to take a life. Another definition is, was the defendant aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause death? Keep that in mind. We heard that on the 19th, that Bill was going to 400.5 Mill Street when he was stopped by law enforcement. But if he hadn't been, who did he expect to find there? But Ryelee Manente-Powell. The same person who he's so scared of. After there was a, Attorney Hogan said, after he knew about the location of the animals, he was still concerned that if he went there, if Ryelee showed up, there'd be a confrontation. But what reason did he have to believe that? That day, Bill had no contact with Ryelee before what happened shortly before shooting him. There were no messages exchanged. He had no reason to believe that Ryelee was going to be violent with him, or tried to be. When you heard Attorney Hogan talk about when Ryelee removed his jacket, at that point, Bill became more convinced that he was unarmed, so he was willing, or chose to give the gun to Tiffany. But we've seen this video, and so I won't play it again. What does Bill say to Tiffany? Hold this on your son. Hold this on your son. Hold what? A loaded shotgun with the hammers cocked, ready to be fired. Sure seems like it was an option, right? Hold it on your son. Bill also, there was a lot discussed about his, there was no substances found in his blood, right? He was of clear mind. That's what his attorney said. So he was of clear mind when he chased after Ryelee towards the car. When he took the gun back from Tiffany. When he retreated, which as we know on the video, if that's a retreat, it was maybe a few steps backwards. He was scared, he said, that Ryelee could arm himself if Bill took 5 steps backwards and held the shotgun towards Ryelee. If Ryelee came at him with a baseball bat, a knife, a hoe, or a hammer, at that point, certainly a shotgun, double barrel 12 gauge, could have pretty easily overcome that. But that's not what he chose to do. He chose to get closer. Again, Bill's mind was clear. Stop or I'll shoot. His mind was clear when he put his finger inside the trigger guard. So there's a tussle over the gun, it's being pulled back and forth. His mind's clear when he puts his finger inside that trigger guard. Inside of a loaded, ready-to-fire shotgun. His mind is clear when he calls 911 and says that he confronted Ryelee. Ryelee came at him, and I shot him. He says, well, if Tara, Attorney Hogan said, if Tara didn't know if Ryelee was faking it, then how would Bill? But what we know is that Bill was the one holding the shotgun that was pushed into Rylee's chest. He was the one holding the shotgun when it discharged into him. So how would he know? It's not a tough question, because he was the one who shot him. From just the distance, from just the length of that shotgun. He then claims and wants us to believe he was still scared of Ryelee. And that it's an officer's priority to clear the scene. Again, he still wants us to believe that somehow he's following law enforcement training and yet not at the same time. Earlier, when he still thought Ryelee was a threat, what did he do? He gave the gun to Tiffany and then approached with a taser. So if he's still, even if we can give him that benefit of the doubt, that Ryelee was maybe still alive and he was still concerned about whether he would get up and pose a threat, why didn't he do the same thing? Say, Tiffany, hold this. I'm going to go to Ryelee. Because he didn't know he was dead. Yes, Dr. Kovacs told us that. But that's a doctor. That's a medical examiner. That's after performing an autopsy and seeing all of the catastrophic damage to Rylee's lungs, his heart. Bill didn't know that. But he did nothing to try to find out. So we can sit here today and tell you that it would have been ineffective. But that's not what he knew then. Bill also wants us to believe he was devastated about Rylee's death. Because we saw him cry on that body camera, right? When he first learned about it, that he was dead. So apparently, shooting him in the chest, that's no big deal as long as he pulls through. The only reason he has to be upset is if he's dead. Ignoring the testimony that Bill actually saw the search warrant at the hospital that said the charge was first-degree intentional homicide. Bill, a former police officer, is going to try to have us believe that he didn't understand that that meant someone was dead? And who else would be dead that he would be being investigated for, if not Ryelee? He knew. Again, intent is if you are aware that your conduct is practically certain to cause death. Bill loaded that gun, and whether he cocked the hammers when he got it out of the car or when he took it back from Tiffany, he testified that he knew they were cocked. So when he knew when he was struggling with Ryelee, if that's in fact what happened, that if he put his finger in the trigger guard and Ryelee pulled that gun, his finger would pull the trigger. Practically certain. The last thing I want to stress, and this is from the instruction that you were given about reasonable doubt. And while it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. And I think the truth has been pretty clearly laid out before you today, this week. Thank you.
Now, members of the jury,
All right, so the jury deliberated for about 3 hours. I think they said about 3 hours. And the verdict comes in. We're going to save sentencing for Sunday because sentencing is like 2.5 hours. I know I totally just gave it away. Sorry, guys. Dang it. Well, spoiler alert. All right, here's the verdict.
we are ready for the jury.
All right, hold on. So 3 hours. 3 hours to deliberate.
Please be seated. We are ready for the jury. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I understand you may have a verdict. Please give it to the bailiff. Thank you. I have a verdict reading as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, William C. Zelenski, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information dated at Waupaca, Wisconsin, this 23rd day of June, 2023, signed by the... Is that, in fact, the jury's verdict?
Yes.
So say you all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
you want to do it? You want me to do it? Mary Jo.
He's polling the jury right now, so he's polling the jury right now, so that's why it's muted. So guilty as charged. So yes, Rafa, yes. All right, so I'm going to end the poll. So 8% of you thought not guilty, but that was, based on what we saw, which was, of course, very limited. Rafa's giving me what for right now. He's so funny. He goes out. Aaron lets him in, and then he sits here and he meows to be let out again. He does like this little game. Now I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Of time.
Okay.
Members of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you, members of the jury. We truly appreciate your commitment of time and your attention in these matters. As I told you a week ago, I knew that serving on a jury interferes with your lives. It disrupts your daily life. I know it's a burden, but it's a burden taken on by people such as yourselves that makes ours the best jury system in the world. I did previously admonish you that you could not talk with anyone about this case. That admonishment is now relieved. You can talk with anyone about anything in the case. However, you are not obligated to. If anyone is harassing you, for instance, and you don't want to speak with them, tell them the court says I don't have to. They have ways, if your testimony were to be needed, to get you brought back into court. But you are free to talk to anyone about anything that's happened here. Thank you for your service. I will receive the verdict at this time.
Your Honor, the state would move for judgment on the verdict.
And the defense would ask for judgment notwithstanding the verdict, Your Honor.
Well, as I indicated, I will receive the verdict at this time. I will at least now deny the request for judgment notwithstanding the verdict. I can set the matter for motion hearings if counsel desire. Otherwise, I take it we need to set the matter for sentencing.
That's correct.
Is there going to be a request for a pre-sentence investigation?
Not by the state.
I think given the circumstances, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have for the court, particularly to determine the potential for eligibility at release.
Okay, I will then direct that a pre-sentence investigation be conducted. How about 1 o'clock on August 1st? Let me double check. That may be a little too soon again for corrections. Let me count back again.
If we could get a different week than that, Your Honor. And I'd also be asking that it'll be available by Zoom so that at least one victim can participate by Zoom.
How about 1 o'clock on August 22nd?
The state can make that work.
That would be fine.
1 o'clock, August 22nd. I will then direct that this companion civil case 20 CB 254 be brought in on that date and time. Anything else to address today?
I'd ask that bond be revoked.
I will direct the bond be revoked. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We will recess.
All right, so that's it. That is it for today. And as I said earlier, sentencing. So sentencing's like 2.5 hours. So again, that would get us to like 8:30 or whatever. I've got to get ready for family. We have family coming in tomorrow, so I've got to go. I got to go get ready for some family members coming in tomorrow. So we will pick up sentencing on Sunday. Storm is supposed to be hitting us. We were supposed to be, like really cold, high winds. I don't need to tell you guys. You guys know what's going on. I need to go. I do, lazy boys. I need to go time out for the spoiler. No spoilers. I what's the word? I violated my own decree. I violated my own decree of no spoilers. All right, you guys. So, yes, thank you, Missy. It will be fun. Yeah, they're going to be here just for the day and night, and then they're going to Tampa. They're flying into Tampa, coming to see us, and then they're going to go spend 2 weeks in Tampa, and they're coming in from Ohio. And I'm like, you guys, be ready. Bring warm clothes because it's going to be cold here. It's going to be cold and snow in Tampa. They may get snow, which is just really funny. They come south from Ohio to Florida, and they're gonna have snow. So anyway, yeah. So have a good Friday evening, Saturday, and we will see you guys on Sunday. Monday, we're hoping that the storm goes off the coast and doesn't affect Paul Canero. If it does, we're going to be ready. Charlie Adelson has a hearing. He's appealing his conviction, so he's on Tuesday. So if there is a storm, then we're going to spend all day with Chuckles, and we'll play all kinds of things with Charlie getting ready for his appeal on Tuesday. If there is court in New Jersey, then we'll just go ahead with that. And then we know that Paul Canero is going to be off either Thursday or Friday next week. So what I want to do is we'll do Banfield, Ego Takes the Stand. So we'll check him out because hopefully there'll be a verdict by then. So we will do a little bit of Banfield, but just as an Ego. So with that, you guys, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Yep, Chuckles is Tuesday. So we'll be dual streaming on Tuesday, and if court is snowed out on Monday, we'll do an all-day affair with Chuckles on Monday, and if not, then we'll do Paul Canero. So with that, as always, I will leave you with Paulie back there wanting to go out. Little Sid is over here taking a snooze. Got little Riker and Roger over there. I'm not sure where Houdini is. Rafa's out already. So have a wonderful Friday evening. Thank you for spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods for keeping this a nice, safe, and respectful environment for everybody. And thank you to Aaron. And we will see you guys on Sunday. Not sure yet when. It's about a 2.5 hour stream, so maybe 3 to 5 or something like that. We'll do it. Okay. Take care, guys. See you.